Welcome to the Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast, episode 205, The Return of the BS Show.
And like when we say BS, we truly mean BS. We're talking about COVID. We're gonna get right to it. Fucking Chris, aka Scott. He had to poke fun. He had to say like, yeah, let's talk about COVID, cats. What else did he fucking
Well, when we
talk
get
about
there,
this?
I will talk about it then. He asked for it. Damn it, it's coming out. Not
I want the
much,
whole
maybe
show
like
to
a
be like that.
sentence.
I want to punish the rest of the listeners because of his request as a as a joke.
Hey, you put it there, I'm on it, man. I take anything seriously. Whatever is in there, any and all requests. At least everything, not everything, but at least a lot of the stuff that's been going on and the discussions and the questions that we got and everything is horror related. It isn't just BS about
This
our
is
lives.
yeah, this is not gonna be we're not gonna tell, like, fantastical tales of what we've been up to, so, like we usually do
No,
on a regular show. This BS show is
true.
actually gonna be horror-related BS. But anyway, we
Fair.
we forget this because we've been doing this for a long time now, and again, everybody says, "I remember this coming up way back when." It's like, "Well, people don't even introduce themselves anymore in the show." Well, you know
Oh
who we
yeah.
are, but in case, for whatever fucking reason, this is the first time, my name is Christian.
Yeah. And I'm Dave Z. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. And if you are just getting to us, because this is true. Some people just
Yeah,
sign up. Like we have new people that just joined the Patreon,
out of the
and
blue.
they tend to go to the first show. So that can be a problem if they don't know what they're dealing with, or it's been some time, or of course, if it's a BS show, they might check out right away. But I don't
Like,
know. It seems like people
check
like
out right with it. There, where's B? And they're gone.
right. That's another thing. If they're used to hearing Brandon on the
Yeah,
regular feed and they don't know that he's not here anymore, that's that could be something that throws them off. So yeah, that is more professional, but we do forget about being professional because we focus on the patrons. We don't, which is wonderful. Thank you. And we don't
it
have
is
to
true.
do that other stuff anymore. Where I mean, we have lost some things in the process, like like we don't have and not just us because it's happened around, but a lot of group pages on Facebook. I don't know if you've noticed they've really decreased in activity, and
I have
because we're
noticed.
not, yeah, seriously, it's. I remember when there was a heyday, but there are a couple that are still really good, like Land of the Creeps. They have all kinds of action, and I'm happy for them. It's great. I even
That's the
participate.
pedophilia Facebook group page. So
Oh, it's a great show, by
waka
the way.
waka.
And guess what they're talking about this week? Friday the 13th, 1 to 6. That's the next show they're
Ooh,
recording. That's a show to
ooh.
listen to. Greg Mortis is great, and Doc Shock and the gang. Pearl and Big Van Vagel, Bill Van Vagel, who's Canadian. He's the most Canadian person I know. So you might
You're
appreciate
too
that.
nice. You're too nice. I'm taking the Dan Chase stance on this. I saw a post something recently, and he's like, everybody talks about Friday Nightmare. It's like it's too easy. And our girls in the Slumber Party Massacre are going to be talking about something else, and I don't even actually know what they're talking about. But it
Well, wait a
wasn't one of
minute.
these franchises. I know we've done it, but I'm just saying. But we've done it, meaning you don't need to listen to anybody else do it, right?
Yeah, but
True or
hold on,
false?
hold. But yeah, but wait a minute. No, false.
True or
Because I'll tell
false?
you why. It's false. Because
Just
Friday
I'm being a
Nightmares.
pompous asshole.
I mean
Yeah.
Friday Nightmares. Slumber Party Massacre has already discussed Friday the 13th. They had the special where they debated
Oh, I
the
take it
Friday
all
the
back.
13th. Yeah.
Dan, you bamboozled me yet again,
See, they have
Chase.
talked about it, but they do still do a different thing, which is why I listen to them because they
Yeah.
they do the games and this and the that and the talking, and that's all really cool.
Well, you know what
Again,
we're going to
it's a
introduce?
3 act structure like us.
We're introducing the pillow fight as a Exploding Heads original. I probably cracked this joke before because I love picking on certain aspects and just pretending that it's going to be ours for the future, like the
Well,
Fangoria male read.
it's the greatest, isn't it? Well, no one's
Why
doing
that
it
makes
anymore.
me laugh, why that makes me laugh, I don't understand it, but it's just, like, such a pricky thing to do. Like, "Oh, I like that aspect of that show." Yoink,
Damn
mine.
straight. Well, hey, if you have the Fangorias, you may as well do something about it. How
Yeah.
about that? You know what I mean? Even
Yeah,
though
well,
we
yeah,
haven't
why not?
in a while, but I mean, I haven't
Well,
even been
that's another
reading them. I held up. I stopped. I started
same,
reading Sackhead. I finished that book. Now I'm reading the Dazed and Confused book again. I picked it back up, so I'm reading that one
all
now.
right, the one that
Chris
Chris A.K. Scott
AK.
gave you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm back reading that, and that's what I'm
Is
doing
it
because I'm really
intact?
not.
We figured, like, every 3rd page was ripped out as a mud flap,
Nope. I haven't
and
mud flapped it.
if you don't know what a mud flap is, you have to go back and figure it all out on your own.
Oh man, so many things, so many things. But
That
that's true about
just
this
do an
show.
in-joke show. That that's a great way to gain new listeners. Total in-joke show.
Could you imagine if we went back to the airwaves now, like mass, and then freaking
We are. Well, all the
well,
old episodes are going out there, and the great part of it is, like, there's a following on YouTube, but, I mean, it's on, Spotify now. Anchor was always part of Spotify, but now it seems to be more Spotified, and
aha,
so, like, the shows are doing, consistently well. I mean, like, when we look at the stat page, it's crazy, but where I'm going with it is every Wednesday, a new episode comes out, and it's from about now I think we're getting to that point where it's about a year, and that's where we wanted to kinda keep it. A year difference from the new ones that are Patreon exclusive to the ones that are going out to the masses, as I always like to put on the release.
it's perfect. No, it's great. It's the good way to do it. 1 year behind, and I think maybe some people get confused though when they're new listeners and they check something out. And they're like, okay. But again, what can you do? What can you do?
Our
It is
top
what
of
it is.
2021, I'm so sorry for cutting you off there, Dave,
No,
was
not at
a
all.
was actually a huge listen. They're probably looking at it going, "What the hell movies are these guys watching?" For thinking it may have been our top horror of 2022. So that one just released a few weeks ago, but
Right.
it got a few listens.
Because people
And
don't like to look at things. They just see that they think it's gonna be 2022 without even thinking it's 21. That's what I think people would do. They're not even realizing that it's an older show. But it's
did
okay.
you
But
see
speaking of
Yeah,
things being released, after a couple years being down, Banana Laser is back on the airwaves. It's been Alex was able to get things together, and now here's the thing though, it's not everywhere yet, but he put it on Podbean. So if you go to Podbean, if you want to hear Banana Laser, my first show and never have, our shows are there from episode 1 to episode 52, with the exception of the infamous Halloween reviews, which aren't there yet, but they are on the Skeleton Crew feed, and that's a whole long story. Eventually, they will be making their way to the Banana Laser feed. But if you want to hear, because I can't tell you how many times people messaged or asked us or all this stuff. Even I had a guy 2 weeks ago saying, "I'm trying to find Banana Laser show. Where is it?" And it was gone since Horophilia went down. So now it's back. So people go and listen. I listened to it the other day when I got it back because I haven't heard this stuff in years. And I was like, so I wanted to listen to the episode 50, which was the big bananiversary special, and it was a lot of fun. And
the
as
fuck?
I'm listening to it, and it's a lot of fun. It's basically a big BS show, kind of like this, but it was 5 hours and different stuff and games and other stuff and lots of fun. As I'm listening to it, I thought about you because I don't know if I've ever brought this up on the show. Do you know what Alphagetti is?
Yeah. You
Okay.
may have brought this up on the show too, because I feel like we've talked about this before. So much for not
Oh,
BSing about everything non-horror. But yeah, Alphagetti is uh like alphabet pasta, Chef Boyardee style, like in like that, orangey red sugar sauce.
okay. I don't know if it's still around. I knew it was around when
It
we were
is.
kids.
It is
Okay.
Alphagetti and Zoodles.
Zoodles. Oh, I remember that commercial, right? Well, okay. Alphagetti. Getting back, there's a reason why this came up on that show. There was a guy. His last name was Geddes at the time, and he was active. He was in the group pages and stuff. He was
Leo Geddes.
no, 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 not him. No, Bernard Geddes. No, not him either.
Yeah.
Geddes is, I think I forgot what his name was, but I said I was giving him a new nickname because he was really strange and he always did everything with no punctuation and everything. And he just, I don't want to say instigated. He was just a little off, you know? So anyway, somebody asked us on the show as a question, what is, what do you call it? Or whatever his last name is, Getty. And so I started talking about it. I go, when I think of him, I think of Alpha Gettys. And then I started talking about, but then I started saying, the commercial, why this is so remarkable to me and memorable is, do you remember the Alphagetti Gobbler?
No, I don't remember that
Oh,
shit.
I can't believe that commercial used to
I
be
do
on.
I don't know why I get mad at you. I remember a lot of shit. I just don't remember that shit.
Okay. Well, there was a commercial for Alphagettis, and there's this guy. There was these kids trying to eat the food, right? They're Alphagettis, and this guy was like not a puppet, but like a monster. But like he had a suit on, and his hair at the end of it, he had long hair, and at the end of his hair, each there would always be like a different letter. So anyway, his gimmick was the Alphagetti Gobbler, and he would come and eat your Alphagettis. So the commercial was very memorable for me because this guy had a catchphrase. He would go gobbly giddy, and he was this weird thing. And then at one point, the kid with this weird accent, which you would only could only find in Canada, he goes. Although it sounds like it's from the UK, he goes, "You're the Alphagetti Gobbler," he said, and
Are you sure it's just
that's
not a kid with a speech impediment?
I don't know. I'll play it, but it goes, "You're the Alphagetti Gobbler." He said. Anyway, I always remember that commercial because of that guy, the Alphagetti Gobbler, and that kid saying that. And
You
I used to
forg
see this back when I was, 6, 7 years old or something like that. It would be on. I got to try to find it. I just didn't know if you'd remember the Elf because if I saw a Canadian station, it was the same stations you were seeing. It was CHCH or one of them.
Yeah,
You know what
and
I'm saying? Right.
I do remember certain shit, but it just not like to the extent like commercials that have resonated in your head are crazy to me. Like, I'm sure if I really thought and dug deep, I remember certain commercials, but not really.
Check this out. I think it's gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to hang on to your Alphagetti, watch out for the Alphagetti Gobbler. The Alphagetti Gobbler loves to gobble up those delicious little spaghetti letters and wiggly little words. Oh, hey, there he is now. Gobbledygoody. So cheesy and tomatoey and so much fun to eat. You're the Alphagetti Gobbler. Oh, me? Libby's Alphagetti. An Alphagetti with beef.
It sounds like a fucking Care Bear. Doesn't even sound like a kid.
It
That was
is
a
a kid.
kid
Did you
said
see
it?
him?
Yeah.
Want me to
No,
show it to you? Hold on.
I
It's
see
great to
him.
see him.
You're
What?
holding the phone to the thing. Did I see him? Oh,
You
yeah.
see him?
Yeah, I
You're
saw
the
that.
Alphagetti Gobbler.
Watch out for the Alphagetti
Gobbly
Gobbler.
getty.
Finally.
Gobbledygoody.
Yeah.
There it is. So that's not. At least we got it out there.
Yeah, finally. Holy shit. Let's talk about
The
what the hell's happening
Alphagetti
here?
Gobbler. I can't
My
believe you
mom's
don't remember a
calling.
commercial like that. That kid's
No.
voice was so distinct. You're the Alphagetti Gobbler. Who talks that way? It sounds like he's from the UK or something, right? Like, please, sir, I want some more.
Yeah, like he's Oliver Twist, but
Yeah.
but he's getting Alphagetti instead of fucking what is it, beans?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, be more. Yeah, they should do. There should be a remake of the
Yeah,
freaking of Oliver Twist, but he wants Alpha Gettys instead.
yeah, yeah. There should be. There should be.
Just so like 3 people in the world can
Yeah.
get the joke. That's the best part. I just want to make things that make me laugh. Right?
Oh my
Uh,
god.
yeah.
So that came from Banana Laser coming back on the show, or coming back on the airwaves.
Yeah, well, I was listening. I was listening to that Alpha Getty thing, and I go, "Oh yeah, it's Canadian." Because who else could I talk to about this that mightn't have seen the commercial? So the answer is you. You know what I mean? But you remember Alpha Gettys, but not that commercial, which I
Yeah.
can't
We
fathom
still
not
get
remembering
Alphagettis
that.
every now and then. I mean,
Wow.
it's nice just to have them. We pop them in the cupboard for, oh my god, like, usually there's like, we purchase my son's lunch just so that we don't have to bother with the main component anyway, and then we throw the snacks in every day for school just so you don't have to worry about creating something last minute. But one day he doesn't have anything, so we just try to, and he's not the huge sandwich eater, so then we just throw it in a mix. Sometimes it's just whatever leftovers we had, or sometimes it might be alfaghetti or
Yeah.
the equivalent.
Shopping. Let's see if I can get it. No, I can't get it here. Is it made by
Uh,
Heinz?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, isn't that
I
weird?
believe so.
Oh, I can get it. Heinz Alphagetti. If I want to spend $14 and $2 delivery, I could get a can of
For one
Alphagetti.
can? No, for those,
Yeah,
that's I'll
because
just
they
bring you
rape
over
you
one.
because you can't get it.
Like,
I
dude,
gotta tell you, I've never had it before. Not once in my life have I had it. You know what
oh,
I mean?
it's not great by any
Well,
means.
no, it's gonna be like beefaroni or one of those things, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, like tomato paste, like it's almost like you're drinking like it's a sweet tomato substance that's a sauce that
Right.
kids
What?
either like or hate, and yeah, and then the rest is just soft like letter pasta within. But uh,
Alphagetti. Yeah.
anyway, so much for non-horror BS
Well,
talk, eh?
we got to have a little bit of that. People do. Oh, here it is. This is
You're the
funny.
alphabetic gobbler.
Wow. Is food real? Alphagetti. Wow. Anyway, that's a whole other story. If your kids like this canned pasta and tomato paste, they will love this homemade recipe. Oh, okay. Forget that.
Oh, now they want to make you don't need to make a homemade version of that. That's like you're sick in the mind. Just
Well,
if you're
yeah.
gonna buy that's you make the good stuff homemade, and then you buy this shit. Why would you want to make a homemade version of alphagetti? Oh,
Well, because it's someone like me that can't get it, that lives in the States,
oh well,
that
there.
always wanted it.
Okay, I take it all back. You're right in that case. Or I could just bring you a can. Like if it's on special, it's a buck, or a buck 50 tops a can, and then sometimes it's like $2 normally, and even that is like when we first started. Like that's just inflation as usual. It jumped up like double the price in the last like 10, 15 years. But anyway, fuck it. You know what I did? You know what I did since we last recorded? I ended up watching that whole Dead Ringers show, and I
Oh,
wasn't sure
wow.
if I was gonna bring it up today on this or save it for the
Or
Dead Ringers episode since we're doing Dead Ringers next. So I was gonna leave that up to you, but I got some good thoughts on that as well. And I rewatched Malignant finally. And that's because it actually came to Netflix, and I was like, "Oh, perfect. Perfect timing."
the
And so
Netflix effect.
I've got some updated thoughts on Malignant as well. But just some maybe teasers for today, depending on what we got left. I'll definitely talk about Malignant, and then we could decide if we're gonna do into Dead Ringers or not.
Oh, that's cool. No, I mean, whatever. Say whatever you want to say. We are BSing. I mean, Dead Ringers we're gonna do next show, but who cares? So
Yeah.
be it. I'm curious
Well, I
now
already watched
because
it. I watched the movie already because I wasn't sure if it was gonna be this
oh,
show or not.
right.
So I've watched the movie, and then I watched the whole show that I can compare them. I mean, and I don't wanna say too much about the movie. And that's and some of the things about the show, like I gotta watch that I don't go into spoiler territory because they deviate, but they deviate well. So I guess here we go. I will talk about it, and I'll keep this as spoiler free as possible, and I'll do it in non-traditional Christian spoiler free talk because usually I end up realizing I spoil shit when I do this. But
True.
um, if you don't know anything about the show, it's 6 episodes long. It's on Prime. It They take the pacing and the vibe, the feeling of the movie, and that's gonna be what you can expect from the show. So what I mean by that is slower paced, leisurely paced, character focused, but it works. It works. So if you're not into that, yeah, I could see people say that it was boring or whatever. But my God, for instance, and I feel like I'm saying her name wrong because Weiss is not spelled like, is it Rachel Weisz or Weiss? But
How
that's
is it
the
spelled?
actress.
Weiss?
No, so that's like Diane Weiss. That's
Mm.
how I would say her last name, and it's spelled differently from that. But I don't have it right in front of me right now. I
Oh.
guess I could bring it up. Um, um, and bear with me 1 second here. But she was the one. So she saw Dead Ringers as a teenager, the film. and it had such an impact on her that she's always had it in her mind to kind of recreate it or remake it. I thought that was
Who's
kind of interesting.
who was
The
this?
actress, Rachel
Really?
Weisz, or as I
Wait,
get,
is it with a W or R? Is it
I'm
Reese?
about to give it to you, but I haven't
No,
gotten to
no,
the damn page
I'm
yet.
s oh, okay, so does it start oh, you don't even know how it's spelled.
No, no, I
Okay.
do. It's because it ends with a Z. It's Weisz, but I still
W.
think, yeah,
Okay. Dave
but that's
Z.
how Weisz. I think it is Rachel Weisz. Anyway,
Oh, okay. I thought you were
if
saying
I'm
Reese, like peanut
no,
butter
like
cups.
no, no,
Oh,
not like
did you
Reese.
hear about, that actress? She got stabbed. Oh, yeah, that actress got stabbed the other day. What the hell's her name? Reese,
What?
yeah, somebody stabbed her. It's an actress named Reese. I don't know.
Really? Or is this a
Yeah.
setup for a joke?
Huh?
No, this is for real?
Well, yeah, I just heard she got stabbed, and she's an actress, and her name was Reese or something. I don't know.
Oh, no, I don't. I'll have to look it up. I didn't
I
hear it.
can't remember actress's name Reese, so I
Well,
don't
that's the
know.
first name, Reese Witherspoon, but it's not her, is it?
No,
Like,
no, with her knife.
oh my God. I knew you're such a, I knew I was being set up and I fell right into that trap. You son of a bitch. Wow. Wow, that
Yeah.
was a, it's like Braden is here.
I know. Well, it's supposed to be a lot simpler. I'm supposed to say Reese, and you're supposed to say Witherspoon, but they're not
Yeah.
supposed to immediately come back with no with her
y-
knife, and
Yeah, but
then it
it's
sounds better.
still somewhat worked. God damn it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm probably butchering your name like I usually do. Like, yeah, when did I get like didn't someone call me out way back when about Heather Landerkamp? Landerkamp. I always say her name fucking kind of wrong. Not
Lagenkamp.
recently. Yeah, like
Lagan,
way back when I said her name, like, whatever. I do this.
Lagan or
I gotta
Lagan?
I gotta be me. Anyway,
I gotta be
she's
me.
an executive producer. She's also the actress that plays the Mantle twins in the show, and she's awesome. Like the performance is amazing. The look of the show, the production value of the show is amazing. And I
Really
actually think, although it builds, and again, it builds slowly, also lays on the horror ever so slightly more so than the movie, if I do say so myself. Not a huge
interesting.
amount. It it's very connected to the kind of tone and feel of the movie, but it's like a true remake. You're talking about if you're gonna remake something, remake it. Now they flipped it from a gender identity, and I actually think that works
True
beautifully as
female.
well. Yeah,
Okay.
and
Why not?
the build up, and it's great. And without going into too much detail, because the first episode kind of sets something up, and I kind of alluded to it when I talked about it last show. But actually, they play that out a little bit more so, and they do the confusion thing of who we're watching a little bit differently than the movie does. And again, I don't want to get into too much, but I thoroughly enjoyed the show. Like it's like a solid 9 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna have to check this then. I'm gonna have
but
to
it
watch it with the family.
it is character development like 101. Like it's focuses on these, and there's some great sequences, and there's some things I didn't like, and things that didn't fully play out, but you don't necessarily need them to, that you have enough there to lead it to where it wanted to go. And when I read an article about it, they're alluding to a season 2, which is weird because this is easily a standalone thing. I don't know if it was the interviewer that was alluding to a season 2, but none of the I think it was the director and Rachel Weisz or Rice um,
Rice.
that's the reason why you think I said Reese is because I said rice, I think, before. But anyway,
Maybe.
uh, that they asked about a season 2, but there was nothing confirmed. I think this is a perfect standalone 6 episode sort of revision of David Cronenberg's film. And that's what they say. It's a revision of his film based on the book Twins that came out. And the book Twins was loosely based on two gynecologists that were found dead in New York, I believe, way back in the day, twin gynecologists. But that's where it kind of the similarities kind of end. It's just
Oh,
under mysterious circumstances, and then the movie kind of, does its own thing, which we'll get to next episode, and the show is very much a revision of the film. But yeah,
I'm
definitely
curious.
very vague, but the episodes are all seemingly 55 to 1 hour, but I'll tell you that every episode has about 5 minutes of final credits. I don't know why it was so long, final credits,
That's
but
funny.
5 minutes so that you'll just know that the
Wow.
episodes are not quite as long as they said, if that is a deterrent. Most of the people are that's not a deterrent. Sometimes it is for me. But
Well, if you watch the credits, yeah.
no, but you don't have to like it just great. The show looks great, and there's a lot of great nods to that. They other great nods to Cronenberg itself. Like there's a couple of little Easter eggs in there too, but great performances all around. I can see,
Nice.
some people feeling like, oh, here we go. It's like a woke version because everything is now has to be called woke if it's somewhat of a change just by flipping gender, but it works. It works with the story. It works for everything. So no issues whatsoever. I thought it was a great retelling.
Nice. No, I'm curious about it for sure. I think I would probably rather watch it when it's two females. To be honest with you, take a different because I only saw Dead Ringers one time, and I always thought it would be boring. And I only watched it one time, and it was I can't remember a few years ago. Recent times I've watched it. Maybe not too recent. Maybe like 6 years ago or something like that. I finally watched it, and again, I don't remember a whole lot. I remember something, but I know when we do it for the show, I'm like, I'm not enthusiastic about watching it again, but I'm not
I think
like down on it.
I think your thoughts are in line with a little it's a slower paced film. What
Yeah,
makes this movie or what makes the movie, and again, I don't want to get too much into it because we are going to talk about it next week, is the
yeah.
performances. That's really
Okay,
that's you're there for that. So but the show has that, but I think takes the horror element just a step further.
nice. About that. I don't know if my
Yeah.
daughter's gonna want to watch it because she doesn't like too many slow moving things. When it's like, I don't know, like she doesn't like watching anything that has to do with like crime. Like it doesn't seem like she's into like like Breaking Bad or Sopranos or anything involving like when it goes too deep into the criminal world when she doesn't really get it or something. So I don't know if it's like too it goes too deep that she might not be into it, but I'm sure my wife will watch it.
Well,
So
I think the
maybe we'll
show
watch it on our own. I don't know.
one of the main benefits of a show, and again, it's funny how my mind can work. And sometimes I'll be like, "Oh, get on with it." Like I've said on the show a bunch of times where my patience are tried. But when I'm watching a show, I realize, okay, this is 6 episodes. It's going to be drawn out a bit more. But then there's a benefit to that aspect, which is you can actually like get into the characters even more so. So when a movie does it successfully in the time frame, power to it and great. But this allows it to, I feel like the the transitions with the characters work even more when you have the longer format of uh episodic TV in a sense. So
Nice. I'll have to get on
I
it.
mean,
There's going to be
yeah,
something we're going to
it's
watch soon. So
I I would like to hear other people's impression of it. And again, I'll even add a little bit more when we're talking about the movie next week as well, or next episode, and we can really I can really compare. But I won't spoil too much. Just some of the things I'll leave out that I'm leaving out now that might be a little bit more based on the movie. But again, I gotta
cool.
watch how I say it because I don't wanna spoil it if people are interested in watching the show, but it's a bit of a commitment. I just had some time, so it was great, and now
Awesome.
I'll go back and watch From because I only watched the first 2 episodes of that, and
Wow, you read my
I'll
mind. I was going to ask if
okay.
you've seen From yet. I have not, but a lot of people are talking about it, and I'm definitely intrigued. And I keep telling Irene we got to watch this show From, and we
It's
haven't
great.
gotten to it yet. Yeah. Oh,
Well,
sweet.
I'm 2 episodes in based on again, Jason Smith recommended we did a sort of a deal, and I don't know if you watched Dead Ringers yet, but I said, "You gotta watch the first episode of Dead Ringers." This is when I had only watched the first episode, and it was like 2 weeks before I got to the rest of the show, and he said, "Well, then if you watch that, you have to, if I watch that, you have to watch From." And I'm like, "Okay," and Carrie had subscribed to Paramount Plus anyway for some other show that she wanted to watch, so then I ended up
Hmm.
watching the first episode, and then checked out the second one, and both both are good. They're gonna do a season 2 right now. It's got a great rating too. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to doing that. I don't do TV as much as I've mentioned on the show. It's like here and there. So, but now all of
Mm,
a sudden with these getting into the documentaries, because I've been on that binge with the
like
Netflix
me,
documentaries, like holy shit,
buddy. Oh,
just
really? What have
absorbing
you
them.
watched?
Well, we
I've
talked
watched.
about it last episode.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
But I did
since then.
all the conversations on tape ones now. So with Confessions of one, which was the Henry Lee Lucas one, I watched the Ted Bundy, Gacy, and Dahmer one. I think I may have even mentioned that because I'd started them maybe when we recorded the last one, but I finished those. So I've been doing those. But I've been, yeah, the Sons of Sam one was a standout. There's a lots of them. Again, I feel like we already mentioned this last episode because that was when I said I watched the Crosby, the Cosby one
Yeah,
from your recommendation, R. Kelly. R. Kelly was 3 seasons. I thought it was one season too long for
yeah.
sure. That could have been
Oh,
amalgamated. I definitely could have been amalgamated. It felt like you're just like, because it's so horrible. You're just like, oh my God, more? But they could have definitely, I think, got the same message across and not taken away the power or the story of the survivors by just condensing it a little bit as well.
that's fair. Man, I'm trying to think about when we last recorded, and then I can tell you everything I've watched because it's been so much. Holy cow. I
I
don't
think it
even
was 2
know.
weeks ago.
Yeah, we watched Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, okay, so I watched those two. Then I watched Saturday. I watched The Innkeepers. I probably mentioned that. Okay, this is I watched Pee Wee's Big Holiday because I never saw it.
Good?
All right. Yeah, I think it's better than what do you call it? I think it's better than Big Top Pee Wee, to be honest with you. It's fun. It was fun. It wasn't bad to see
How
Pee
about
Wee. It's good to see Paul Rubens still able to do it,
yeah.
but being his age and everything. And then I watched so many friggin' documentaries. It's sick. I watched Amanda Knox, which is quite interesting. I don't know if you know anything about that, but that's the
No.
murder thing. She killed some. You just yeah. It's called Amanda Knox. If I sat here and talked about everything, we would be here too long. So I won't. I watched. Oh, okay, that's a horror movie. I watched a new horror movie called Clock. I wanted to see what that was. If
Oh,
that
yeah,
made that
how was that?
sausage.
Because that's on Disney Plus, and I had it downloaded to my iPad, but then I ended up watching Malignant instead to
Clock. Let's see. Like most things this year. Um, really? Wait, have I not? Okay, okay, I gave it a 7. I gave it a 7. It was fine, but this year has been very unimpressive for me uh, as we go. So then I watched Clock, and then I watched Jonestown, Terror in the Jungle, which is the 4-part one, which I've watched. This is the third time seeing it because that's just if you're gonna watch that one, anything about Jonestown, that's the one. It's the most in detail, in
I
depth.
just
It's
watched The
it's everything.
Sacrament. I just watched The Sacrament instead. I'm
Yeah.
just kidding.
Okay.
I love
From Black was a good movie from this year. I watched Maury Video, which is the new Marui, not Maury like Povich. Maury Video. It's a new found footage movie. It was okay.
and you're going to boot camp. Who's going to
Yeah.
boot camp today, Maury? Who's my
Awesome.
daddy? You
Amazing.
are not the father.
um Dope Sick Love I watched, which it's pretty wild. I don't know.
I
That's
think I
pretty
saw
effed
that
up.
one.
Following the
It
2 couples around. It's a documentary,
no,
but it's just
no.
following these 2 people around, these 2 couples around as they try to freaking score heroin
No,
and their
no.
lives and
I
how they
think
live in
I
New York City.
I
It's
just thought
crazy.
I Dope Sick is what I saw, the show,
Oh,
which
that's
is,
good too with Michael
which is a
Keaton.
great show, yeah.
It was
That was a
good.
great
Yeah,
show.
Dope Sick Love. Woo, I tell you. Um, it's heavy stuff. It's interesting. American Murder: The Family Next Door. I saw that was good. I think that was once a Netflix documentary. Amber, the girl behind the alert. That was a good documentary.
Oh,
This
yeah.
aerial phenomenon, which is crazy. If you haven't seen this one, I
I'll
recommend
write
this
it
because
down.
if you don't believe that do it's the most convincing thing I've ever heard that aliens have come to Earth. Watching this, and it's just because these kids that were at a school in Africa all witnessed, like 60 kids witnessed them touch down, and some things went on. and it's kids that are like 6, 7, 8 years old, and to hear them talk about it, there's no way they could have been coached this way, and the way uh, it's something to see. It makes me believe 100% that this happened based on everything that's happened to these kids then and since, and the way they talk about it, the way the kids describe it. It's the same story, but out of their own personalities, out of their own mouths, where they're not lying because of the way they tell the story. It's anyway, aerial phenomenon. Check it out. It's mind blowing. Um,
I
the
got it.
boy
Written
band
down.
con, the Lou Pearlman story. That was interesting because I didn't know about that. The guy that started Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and all that crazy stuff, and the kind of man that he was. Um, what else? Undocumented. What the hell was undocumented? Why did I forget that one?
A
Hold
show
on.
that
Now I
probably
have to know.
documented something.
Undocumented. It could have been a found footage movie. I don't know. Oh, it is a found footage movie from 2010. Yeah, check it
Oh,
out if you like found footage movies. Yeah, definitely. It's yep. It's made the list. So it's made the found footage list. So there you have it.
ooh,
That's saying something. That has and another one that I
challenge
saw.
accepted.
Two of them. The Manitou, I watched for the first time ever. Interesting movie. I think it's from like '78. It's a horror movie, and
Oh, that's what
interesting,
Brandon likes.
kind of
A man,
crazy. The
a man or
Manitou.
two. Waka waka! I'm out, everybody.
Nice. The Manitou. Yeah, check it out, man. It's good old school horror. It gets really crazy in the third act. Not bad at all. BTK, A Killer Among Us, which was good. Everything about that guy is kind of fascinating
Oh
to me.
wait, I think I saw that one too, and I don't
Good.
think I wrote that. Oh no, no, no! I didn't watch that one. I watched a 4-part series that was great. That every episode was about the detectives that were behind one of the cases, and the BTK was one of them.
Oh,
It's on
okay.
Netflix as well, at least Canadian Netflix. I must have had it written down
I'll
here.
probably get to it then.
Oh, you know what? I didn't write it down here because it didn't show up on. I don't think it should. Yeah, it didn't show up on this app. I'll have to get the name of it. I think it was just
Hmm.
called. Fuck it. I'll get it. Instead of guessing,
Figure out
I can't
capturing the
remember.
killer. Well, no,
Yeah,
I
something.
said that because
It was something like that. It was catching killers. I think that's the
there you
name of it.
go,
Actually, funny
something
enough.
like that.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, funny enough, the next movie on my list is called Capturing the Killer Nurse. And I think it was on Netflix at one point, and it's cool for sure. A
Sorry.
movie called Follow, the found footage movie, which I gave 3.5 stars. So not bad. Uh, Darling, I showed my friends Darling because they hadn't seen it
Oh,
before because
with
Lauren.
or yeah, what has she been up to? Has she
Which,
been?
by the way, yes, what the fuck? She deserves the push that Jenna Ortega has gotten. I'm not knocking Jenna Ortega. I'm just saying that Lauren has a similar type look and has better acting chops and could do all those roles that Jenna's done. Although maybe not Wednesday. Jenna is a perfect Wednesday.
Well,
I'm just saying that she's all over the place, and it seems like Lauren, I don't know, should have done
well, maybe
more.
she took a back seat. Maybe she was going to get right. She was going to have a child, and she was going to get married and
She
whatnot.
moved
Maybe
to the
she decided.
UK. She
Maybe she
did.
just decided to take a little
I
bit of a
know.
hiatus for a bit, and then come back
I hear you. Maybe. I just think that,
because she was like
I
popping up everywhere, and then all of a sudden,
yes, and then gone. Right. For sure. But like the stuff that Jenna's popped up on is all like major studio stuff. And Netflix, you know what I mean? It isn't just underground stuff. I mean, like X was, I guess, but it still came to the theater. But either way, I was just thinking of that the other day as I was watching, and I'm like, man, she should still be getting more work and doing things. Then I watched Cropsy again. That one, I gave it a second chance. The first time I saw it, I was a little underwhelmed. I thought it was going to be more, and this time I wasn't under. I was like, okay, it's basically the same. It's fine. People really love it, and I'm just like, it's fine. I give it like three and a
JP
half.
was the only one that liked it. It's
A
the only
lot of
person I
people
heard
like it.
talking about it. Yeah,
I mean,
Cropsy.
it's an interesting story. It's just another, but
Who
I've watched
knew?
so many more murder mysteries and other things through this time that have been better. Uh,
Like
I
who knew
watched.
that it was actually like a janitor at a camp that got lit on fire by like the gasoline can that was like by his bedside. Like I didn't know that that was based on a true fucking story. I can't even I can't even spit out my own fucking horrible joke.
That would have been cool if that is what happened, right? They lit a janitor on fire,
Yeah.
and he came back and killed
I'm just
people.
gonna use this gas tank as a fucking pillow. Like, what was he like? The burning. Like, at least it's coming out in 4K. We were making a joke about that. Fucking 4K burning.
I
Come on.
know, right?
That's what we were
Bailey's
talking
in the
about last
basement.
episode. Yeah.
Bailey is in the basement. I'm just letting everybody know right now.
Bailey's in the basement. Oh,
Bailey's in the
I thought that was
basement.
another documentary. It might
Yeah,
as
there
well
should be a
be.
documentary. Bailey's in the basement. My my life with animals, and I could talk about.
Day
Well,
one
she's in the
by.
basement because Irene was in the laundry room, so she didn't just come down on her own or to take a shit or anything like that.
Bailey's in the
Thank goodness.
basement.
Although she did shit on the
The
basement
Dave
the other
Z
day.
story.
Well, we'll wait to that. Yeah, right. Okay, still a Michael J. Fox movie.
Yeah,
That was good.
I want to watch that one. That's on it's on one of the things we've got.
Yeah, it was good. I don't
Yeah.
know. I watch everything on MB. I don't know. A Man Called Otto, that new movie with Tom Hanks, that was pretty cool. It's a remake
Yeah.
of another movie, a Swedish movie. So now you know how that goes. I want to watch the original.
Yeah.
It's Swedish or Norwegian or something like that. But this was good. It was a,
We
a
could
little bit like a
we could
Gran
definitely say it
Torino.
wasn't from Finland, right? Because they have absolutely next to no
Nope,
exporting of film. Yeah.
no
I'm
Finnish.
I'm kidding, Marco. I love the Finnish. The
I love the Finns.
yeah.
The Finns.
The
Yes, I
best
love
Finn is the guy from Sharknado, the character.
them. Nice. Uh, I watched a movie called
Z
Heidi.
caliber comedy.
That's
Heidi.
okay.
Oh yeah. That was the one you posted about with the killer
I
doll
posted
face.
about it. Yeah, and then ended up giving it, three stars. So like a 6 out of 10. It
That's
was
not bad
fine.
for that poster.
No, no. I took, but it still works. My gimmick still works. My method. You know what I
My
mean? It's not
gimmick.
going to be a 7 or higher. See, either way, it was fine. I don't regret my time with it or anything. It was fine. The Girl in the Picture, very, very good documentary that was once on, might still be on Netflix. See, I don't know. I watch
Yeah.
everything
I
on
think my wife
MB.
watched that one.
I
Was
don't
this
know
an
what's there.
older one?
Oh, I
That
don't
that
know. I don't think
name
it's
that
that
name
old.
sounds
Couple
really
of years.
familiar. Yeah, that's what I meant,
Really
like a couple
cool.
years. Yeah.
Twists and turns. It was cool.
My
No
wife did put
Place
that
to
one on and
Hide.
yeah.
Uh, the Ratea Parsons story. Which
The
one was
fuck?
that? Hold on now.
This is when you realize there's so much fucking content out there now. It's crazy.
Well, I have, again, I don't just watch anything. I treat even these documentaries the same way I treat regular movies. I'm only going to watch them when they're highly rated enough. So I have a
Well, we
thing.
should
I
we
have a
should
method.
just make one called Bailey's in the Basement, the Dave Z story. Like at this point, everybody's going, what's this? We should do the whole. This is what we should do, Dave. Here's movie number 401. Uh, First off, start now by putting all the internet jargon out there. It's like all the marketing so that about Dave Z, Bailey the dog, and everything else, and create the whole internet backstory. Get that going now because you know that we're not going to film this thing for another 2 years. Anyway, have all this history on the internet and then create the movie based on the on this history that we're putting out on the internet and then
We
sell it
could.
as a true fucking story.
We
Bailey's in
could
the
do it.
Basement, the Dave Z story.
That is good, ain't it? Bailey's in the basement.
Podcaster Dave Z murdered his family and dogs. Sorry, we have to bring everybody in there. Or horror movies to blame. And then
Right, totally. He even used to say he enjoyed when a dog got killed on a horror movie.
yeah,
Maybe that translated into his real life when
yeah.
he set off his spree first by strangling his dog Bailey, and then he
Then
took out the
we
rest
have
of
to
his
interview
meat.
all the podcasters that have worked with you in the past. Like we could even get
Right,
banana fucking bites into the mix, and everybody else like, oh, you
banana
seem like such
bites.
a stand-up guy. Like everything. And then all the people that hate your wrestling posts, they can go in and go, I knew it. I knew he was a fucking killer. I knew it with this stupid post about modern wrestling.
Amazing. Oh boy.
I love it.
Oh, no more
Done
wrestling
and done.
posts, by the way. No more
I
posting
know.
about anything.
You can't post any.
It's been a while.
Fuck
I can't do
you.
anything.
I don't do it. I don't do it because I know
Right.
that I just can't deal with people. Like and again,
I test the
I
waters.
say this. I love people. I really do love people. I'm very emotional. I hear a story about someone, I care about them and
Me too,
whatever
but
for the
modern
most part.
day
But
behavior is
but yeah, but when you hear
yeah.
this stuff, you're going. But I guess it's just that whole thing. I just hate like fucking bullies behind a keyboard that think like, this guy. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know what we did to. It's not really a bully, but I'm just saying this type of thing. Like, I have no clue what we said. We probably said we're better than 22 shots. We never have said that. But you see that one review, Milkman Cometh, about the episode, Brandon's last episode, which was 169 official last episode.
Ah.
He says, 22 shots kicks your guy's ass. And I know they're your friends, but goddamn, even Jeremy. Wait, no, Jeremy's worse than you two. Again, David's all right.
I'll settle for all right. Wow, yeah, that is
But then,
weird.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we bring it on. We say enough, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what started that, but it probably was something we said during the show that about their
Yeah,
fan
but he
base,
yeah,
about
but
their
still,
listenership.
maybe so. But he says he knows that they're our friends. So I don't know.
Yeah,
That's the weird part. I don't know.
and they
That's
do, and they're good. They're
mm.
good guys. So yeah, they could kick our ass. I mean, physically, probably kick our ass. Moods has been working out and slimming down and
Let's
finding
see.
himself in the woods again.
Me,
Well,
you, and
Brandon's pretty.
Brandon, if we fought against JP, Moods, and Dave Parker.
Well, see, Dave Parker's a wild card. I think he kicked some ass. I don't
He
know about
might.
JP,
I don't know about JP either, but I do know I'm a psycho. So that
but I don't
that
think he
that
meant.
that weight
Maybe
that
he
does
meant
affect
physically.
fighting.
Mm. But I think he
Well,
meant
yeah, but
show wise. But that's fine.
well, yeah,
Milkman cometh. You're a okay in our books. Just keep listening.
yeah, I'm down with it. Right. And speaking of bullying, that's what that movie was about. No Place to Hide, the Ratea Parsons story. It was about this girl. It's kind of devastating because of what happens, but the far-reaching effects of cyberbullying, rape culture, and victim blaming, all borne by one girl. Anyway, it was a short one, 48 minutes, but it was pretty sad what went down. But that was that one. What else? Oh, Leave No Trace. That was about the Boy Scouts, and basically the Boy Scouts are like the Catholic Church with the covering up of all these molested boys, and you would not believe how deep it goes and went and everything. It's freaking
That
bananas.
horrible
I'm
choice
telling
of
you.
words.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's terrible.
It's
Oh my
terrible.
god.
It's fucking
Oh, I'm not
horrible.
even gonna repeat it. That's
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
About 5
Romewood.
inches. Sorry.
Yeah. Holy
I
cow.
horrible. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Chromewood,
have to buy some Girl Scout cookies now. Even though they had nothing to do with it, I gotta somehow contribute back to that society.
something. Yeah, buy those rip-off cookies.
Yeah.
Fuck them and their cookies. Serious, not fuck them, but fuck those damn cookies. They're so overpriced. The box is smaller. You can get the same knockoff brand at freaking Dollar General for half the price. So that's what I do whenever Girl Scout cookies come out. I go there
I
when
say,
someone says,
"Fuck
"Hey,
you," slam the door in the kid's
yeah,
face, and I go
fuck
to
them
Dollar
pimps."
General.
Well, they don't
Yeah.
come to the door anymore, but they do pimp outside of like a Walmart or here or there. You don't even want to go to a store anymore because then you got to pretend. Because then you got again, if I go to a store, and I've said this many, many times, I have AirPods in anyway. I'm listening to music, but even that's not even enough because people can't even see them all the time. So I always take the phone and hold it up to my ear as I'm walking into a Walmart or anywhere because if there's anybody outside, pimping anything, I'm occupied on the phone with somebody else. Because I don't like to tell anybody no. I don't like to be that person. No, no, thank. I would rather pretend that I don't see them or be
So
occupied and
you just
busy.
walk right by them. So you choose the even more rude approach of just pretending that they don't
Well,
even exist.
not even that. I usually have it so I'm engaged in like a really serious conversation. I'm like,
With
well, listen,
yourself?
just tell them. Yeah, I make
Oh,
it
on
up.
the
I say,
phone.
yeah, I just
So
say,
you're just walking like a
listen,
crazy man.
no, 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 but I make it very believable. Like I always say, I'm an actor. So I'm walking by, I got the phone, and I'm like, listen, let's just see if they'll accept that offer. I mean, we don't want to give up that much money, but at this point, we got to do something. That's what I say. I make it sound like I'm involved in like a heavy negotiation with something.
Which means that they're probably going, he's got a lot of money. Let's keep an eye on this guy. You never talk about how they're in a heavy negotiation. I'll be like, no, I can't afford it. I can't afford. No, man, I'm down to my last fucking penny as you're walking through. Then they're like, okay, we got to leave
Well,
this guy alone.
I'm basically basing that on conversations I used to have when we were going to court trying to get our money for our house, which we were in dire straits at that point, and that was kind of like a conversation I would have. So
All right.
you
Well,
could take it both ways. You could take someone that's freaking they're in dire straits,
just
and
like the
that's
Boy
always like,
Scouts.
okay,
I'm sorry.
let's just settle this. Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
So
I'm,
anyway,
I'm out.
Scouts. I don't go in stores anymore anyway because I'm a fucking nut and I can't be around other human beings anymore. But that's another story. So, uh, now there's two other things I watched: Dead Aware and Cronewood, two found footage movies, and they were both good. 3.5 stars, 3.5 stars. So I'm down with it. Then Exhibit A makes my list. Found footage, 4 stars. None of
Is this
these are
this
new.
year?
No,
Oh,
none
no.
of these found footage movies I'm talking about are new unless I tell you. They're just movies that I've learned
Sorry.
about. No, it's cool. Talking in the found footage group that on Facebook. There's a lot of cool people that are into found footage like I am there.
Oh,
And this is one that kept coming up and I finally watched it and I was like, wow, this is going on the list. And it took to the third act to see where it was gonna go. Otherwise, I'm like, what's gonna happen here? And I'm like, something's really gonna go crazy because this is a horror movie. What's gonna happen and when? And then it goes where it goes in the third act, and I'm like, yeah, okay. But Exhibit A was well played. What were you gonna say?
oh, no, I just wanted to say there's a movie that, so when we were away, Carrie said, hey, have you seen, I believe it's Safe and Sound or Safe and something or other. It debuted on Netflix recently, and it was on your list last year, and
Soft
you're
and
the only one.
Quiet.
Soft and Quiet, thank you.
'Cause
And
everybody's talking about it
yeah,
now. The Netflix
exactly.
effect.
I wanted to give
Yep.
you kudos because you were like raving about it. I didn't even hear about it last year, and I guess maybe it was the MB effect for you, and now it's the Netflix effect. Because was it officially released,
Well, it was
wide
just out.
release? It was out though. It
It was
was
out last year to rent, but people don't care about it until it comes free on fucking Netflix or Shudder.
Yeah. So now everybody
Not
is
free,
raving
but
about it. They
yeah.
are raving about it. And I wanted to tell you, I'm like, as soon as she said it, she's like, have you watched it? I'm like, no, I've been meaning to because it was on that short list that we write when we're like, oh, I haven't seen that one. Like, I think it was The Righteous was one of the other ones. And
Yep.
um, Exorcism of God was one that Watson had. And then you had this one. So then I jotted it down, but I hadn't watched it. And then Carrie mentioned, oh, everybody's raving about this. I'm like, oh, Dave was talking about this last year and said it was
Yeah.
awesome. And so I just wanted to tell you that, yeah, I guess you knew that people are now raving
Oh,
about
people
it.
are all over it now, and I don't say anything about it. I'm like, where the fuck? If you only listened to my show, you would know all this shit a
There
fucking
you
year in
go.
advance.
The
I
Dave
always
C
want to say
story.
this to people, but I don't say anything. But I always see people say things, and I'm like, or the famous phrase I used to always see: "Nobody talks about this movie," and I'm like, "Well, motherfucker, if you listen to Exploding Heads, we're not nobodies. You would have
Yeah.
known about this. Don't ever say nobody's talked about it. You're just listening to the wrong shows and talking to the wrong people." But anyway,
Especially
I don't say.
I I'll dabble in certain ones, but I go for the ones that you wouldn't touch because of the cover test that you do, and I'm the idiot that will do that route. I'll go that route, and then you'll find these ones that are actually good fucking gems, or diamonds in the rough. Now, I haven't seen the movie. I'm just going off
It's
what
the
you
gimmick.
you had said last year, and now the hoopla around it. But I'll check it out. And Brandon was always good at doing this too because
Yes.
he would always find more obscure ones, whether or not they would be full-fledged horror or whatever, or
Well, that
horror,
was the
I
thing,
guess. But
right? It's
he would even say that, and that would that
yeah.
dabble around. But no, it's great because you guys do bring a lot more of the obscure ones in the mix. I don't usually. I'm usually, if I do, it's because you've recommended them and I have to check them out for the show. But that was, I didn't know about that one until we did the year-end show. Like, you announcing it was me hearing about it.
That's what I try to do every show, and I don't know if people don't like that I keep it close to the vest and I try to drop a few surprises in there, or should I be one of those people that sees a great movie and tells everybody right after I see it? For some reason, I enjoy making an announcement on a show Like I did with and people don't know what I'm talking about. Like, oh, son of a bitch, this and that. But then
Yeah,
part of me feels bad because I see other people that are podcast hosts that when they see a movie, they tell everybody go out and watch this. But I like to save it for the
I
fucking
do.
for the
I
show.
do that. I do that a lot. I don't do it much. I like the last time I did that, I think was Deadstream. I really enjoyed that, but I don't do it a lot as much anymore either for whatever reason. I just don't post as much on what I post on Facebook now is typically the old shows dropping or responding to somebody on
Yeah,
the Patreon page or on
way to go.
our pages. That's I'm not saying the only thing I do, but it's close to it.
Well, that's the
Or
way to
here and
go.
there if like
That
one of our friends
that's it.
posts. Like when Rebecca got married. I
And I
you
just
know,
happened to see that, right? And I
yeah.
just happened to see because I usually don't. But when if something big happens where everybody's responding to something, I'll see it because if you open your Facebook, it'll automatically be at the top of the feed. But I immediately jump off the feed, but I'll see the top post. So if something big's going on, I'll see it. What I do is go to groups. I go to that button on the side, click on the settings, and I just go groups and I go through the groups. I don't want to go on the freaking regular page. But every so often, the top one will be there. I might weigh in on something. If it's something like that, of course I'm going to say something. But even if it's someone I'm really not familiar with, a lot of times it's at the top. Sometimes I weigh in, unless it's something. But then again, I don't follow anyone that says anything serious. But it's not even serious to the point now.
Right.
If I have to hear about AI one more fucking time, I'm gonna fucking tear my eyeballs out. I'm so sick of fucking seeing people talk about AI and drag queens. And I know they mean nothing to nothing, and I'm not against anything. I'm just tired.
Where's
Everything's
it?
about fucking drag queens. I don't know
An
why, but it's
AI?
been a real hot topic the last 2 months. And
I have
AI.
not seen anything about drag queens. AI has just been popping up in my advertisements for, new like photo enhanced AI and all this shit. I
Oh no,
mean,
people are posting about it. They're fucking up in arms. AI this, AI that. This is what AI
AI's
is
been
gonna do
around
to
for
us.
AI's been AI's give this is what people
Buddy,
don't fucking understand.
I know.
AI gives you your Netflix recommendations. That's fucking AI in
I
action.
think it's
I
like
mean, what
AI art is their issue.
okay, well, there's AI everything now. This is the thing. It's going to be
Right.
there's AI content creation. There's AI. They've been doing it with those voiceover things for a while too. It's been around for years. Just people are becoming more accustomed to it, and it's becoming more readily available. And it's only going to continue to get worse. So you can be up in arms about it all you want, and it does kind of suck because there will be eventually job replacements and whatever. But the reality is, it's been around forever, and one of the easiest, quickest and most, I guess, easily to digest forms of how it affects you day to day is if you're a Netflix user and you get that recommended for you. That's just an AI
Right.
algorithm working based on your viewing history to tell you what you want. But that's AI in one little aspect of it working.
Well, no,
I mean,
I hear what you're saying. That makes sense.
I
But
mean, it's not
I
going
don't
to
want to
job replace
mislead
me,
you.
but
No, I
okay.
don't want to mislead you. All I know is like I'll see the top post or I'll see something and I'll see the initials AI and something being discussed about it, and it's usually something negative, and then I move on and go to something else. And when I see the thing about the drag queens, there's a lot of defending of drag queens. I don't know why. What's going on now with them? I don't care. I have nothing to say. I don't know. I don't have any views whatsoever, pro or fucking con, about AI or drag queens.
Maybe it's
It is
AI
what.
drag queens. Maybe
Yeah.
it's like regular people that have been AI enhanced to be drag queens. Regular people. There, I'm canceled now. Oh, there, I
Amazing. Why
can't
not
even say
just say that?
regular people anymore. People that are not drag queens now are AI'd into drag queens. Is that more politically correct? So
Don't
that
look at me, buddy.
I don't
I
cancel
have
myself.
I avoid it all. Don't fucking look at me. I don't
Canceled.
know. And all I can do is make a thing about wrestling, which I'm done with that beating the horse. Here's what I've
Don't
noticed
do it.
about.
Don't do it. People,
No, I'm not. I'm done.
yeah.
They're very passionate, and so am I. But these are conversations I usually have with like-minded folks, and I can't fucking convince, and I'm not trying to. But what I do is I go, it isn't just me that feels this way. These are people in the industry. This is all kinds of old school fans and all kinds of people that have been in the business for 30 fucking plus years feel the same way I do about the modern product. So if I share something out there, I'm like, hey, because these fans of the new stuff are very vocal. They're very vocal and they're very antagonistic,
But
and they take
everybody's
any
yeah.
chance to kind of cut shit down or to wave their flag. But like, it's hard to explain. It just got annoying in the fucking wrestling community. But anyway, I'm done with it because I don't watch it. So why should I even care? So I don't. But every so often,
That's the
it's
argument they
like I'll get a
usually use
bug up
against you,
my
right?
ass. I'll get a bug up my ass, and I'll want to say something, but not something negative like politically or anything like crazy. But I'll just half it like wrestling is one thing. I'm not doing that anymore. The other day I said something jokingly about phrases. Most of the stuff we talk on the show, shit
Yeah.
that we're sick of hearing and
The
fucking.
jump the
Yeah,
shark
but
post, right?
people jump the shark's another one. But people are even people get agitated about that. Like I think Jason Smith's mad at me about it. But like people get agitated. I'm
No, he
doing
likes to
it for
poke you.
fun.
He likes to poke you a little, I
Maybe
think.
so,
Not
but
that I know,
I'm
but
doing it
I
for
could tell.
fun.
Yeah.
I'm not like coming in there and saying this has to stop or being. I'm doing it. It's tongue in cheek, but even that, I just shouldn't do it because I'm just. I think that I get a bug up my ass every so often, and I
As do
want to
I.
say something, but I don't want to say anything too serious. So this is kind of like halfway there, but I shouldn't. So you're not even going to
Living
see
on
a
a
bug
prayer.
up my ass post like that anymore. I'm not even putting my picture out on fucking social media anymore. I'm to the point now, at least
That's
on
me
this
too.
account, on the
Yeah.
ZEE. The other
I'm a
one's
black
downright.
screen. I told you that
No,
last
dude,
time. Black
I
screen.
don't want. I love it. I don't want anyone to see me or my pictures. I don't want to be seen. I don't want anyone to see me in the fucking real world or even on the fucking on the
You're like
Facebook.
Brian Oblivion in Videodrome.
Yeah, there
You're
you
just
go.
gonna live in the digital world.
I wish I could without ever showing myself or without ever leaving the house. Then I'm just fine. Then I'm just fine. Only people I can tolerate being around are maybe some fish fans or something like that. But it's just like I can't do it. Like I'm so fucked up in the head now mentally. They got me on 2 fucking antidepressants right now. That's how
Really?
fucked up I am in the head.
Oh
Yeah,
man, I didn't know
I'm all
that.
fucked up. Yeah, but it's no big deal. It's just I'm just fucked up. I'm just fucked up in the head. But anyway, moving on.
Bailey's in the basement.
Bailey's
The
in the
Dave Z
basement.
story.
A couple more. Say Her Name: The
Well,
Life and Death of Sarah Bland. Very fucking sad. Very sad stuff. Watch it. It's fucking.
I was
You
gonna
know.
say, well, I might skip that one. Sometimes if they're too sad, I
Well,
don't want to.
it's something to see because it has to do with civil
Like the Boy
rights. But
Scouts one, I'm
anyway,
not. That's not that sad, but this one sounds like it might be too sad. I'm just kidding.
it is pretty sad.
I'm kidding.
Bruno versus Tyson, boxing about Mike Tyson and Frank Bruno and the 2 fights they had and the history of that ended up
That
being
sounds
better than I thought it was going to be. Really cool stuff. Really cool. And to see them interact together now after all these years, really cool. Four Little Girls, which is also very sad, a Spike Lee movie, a documentary. All these are documentaries still. Very sad about the bombing that happened in the 60s and the 4 little girls got killed in the church when terrible fucking stuff. Girl Model, which was fucked up. It's fucked up. Uh, it's not fucked up in the way you think, like it's going to be all about pedophilia, but it's skirting the
uh,
lines of it. And the stuff that these girls go through, they get sent to other countries, and they end up basically not making money and owing the fucking modeling agency money if they don't get the job, and they get misled. These are like 13-year-old girls that get sent to Japan on their own.
oh my
It's
god.
fucked up,
Yeah.
and this is what's done. Watch Southbound. Showed it to my friends the other day. They'd never seen it, and I'm like, "Hey, you guys never saw Southbound?" So they fucking loved it, and of course I did too. And
It
it
held
seems
up
like
for. I haven't watched that in a long
yeah,
time.
it's fucking great, dude. I love it more every time I see it. Um, if I Can't Have You, the Jodi Arias story, very good. It showed some other stuff that people don't even realize about it, and I followed that girl that whole trial, and I watched everything about it.
I
But
don't even
anyway,
know. I don't even know who it is.
okay, she's the girl that killed her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, and it was a big case here in the States. Um, Life After Flash, which is about the guy that played Flash Gordon and stuff like that, and that was kind of interesting. Um, I Want to Dance with Somebody was the new movie about Whitney Houston. Everybody
Yeah.
was shitting on it, and I watched it, and I was like, that was good. What the fuck is everybody shits on that on Bohemian Rhapsody, and I don't know why. Like
Bohemian
all these
Rhapsody, the
people,
docu-pick, like the one
yeah,
that came out. I like that. I saw it in the theater. I
I
enjoyed it.
I did too, but
It's
everybody
because they
shits on these
people
movies.
people think they
Weird.
this is cinema. If you want to fucking to go watch a documentary, then if you want to know the ins and outs of the fucking band, they're trying to make
Right.
this entertaining. I know people got mad because they took liberties of what happened when with the band and that
Everything does
the
that.
live aid stuff. Every movie does that. But
Dude,
no,
yes.
people got to stick up their. I mean,
Yeah.
we could do that too. I mean, when we talk passionately about stuff, I get it, but I think there's a bit of a difference. Sometimes it's just easily dismissed. Whereas I think hopefully, other than spookies, hopefully we explain why. I will do spookies. Hey, Marco, I will do spookies after I've done a
I'll
malignant.
watch it.
Now, spookies will be the next one on the list to do. I will do it. Fuck it.
So, what about Malignant?
So, malignant. Are you done with your movies though?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Malignant, I enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed more. Didn't love it, but I enjoyed it
Right.
more. Still have the same problems that I had in the theater. I'm like, okay, I wasn't wrong about this. It is still irking me. This still seems forced. The dialogue is written in such a way that seems very forced. And then the characters, even if they're decent actresses or actors, are didn't. It feels like they can't deliver it. So some of that, it's still with me, but I try not to let it bog down the movie like I guess my daughter and I did when we saw it in the theater, and I told you we made the joke about it on the show. We looked at it, you're going, "This is the fucking movie? We're being punked like
That's
that
right.
fucking thing." And
That's funny.
so I didn't let that bother me this time. You are right. The movie looks amazing because you said,
Yeah.
"Don't you think the movie looks good?" And I probably gave my usual assholey like, I don't even know. I don't even
I
think
guess
it
so.
did. I'm
Yeah.
wrong. It was that part. The movie looks great. In fact, I'll give a little bit of credit. Like some of the house at night or the hospital, they kind of make it look like a modern version of Frankenstein or Castle Dracula and like the House of Frankenstein, whatever it may be. Not the same, but I'm saying it's that type of nuance with the fog, the mist, and whatever. It kind of alludes to going back to that gothic Universal monster movie thing. So I give it credit for that. Yeah, of course, it borrows liberally from that's the case, excuse me. And
Yeah, but
from a
it's
plot
okay.
standpoint, but not that's fine. It's still like it's like it pulls from here, there, and everywhere to create its own original piece, I guess. Again, it's not flawless. I enjoyed it more. It's fast paced. I'm still, like I said, I'm still irked with those dialogue things, but I was able to enjoy it a lot more. It looks great on Netflix, by the way. Like their 4K version of it
Yeah, right.
looks amazing. Soundtrack is decent. It's kind of Saw-esque, but with its own twist to it. And there was one other aspect that I wanted to bring up that
Did you think the ending was a cop out? The way fucking it got solved, just like that. Oh,
yeah,
this is what happened. Especially after the
yeah.
tease of seeing something like, "Holy fuck, this is what they're really gonna do," and then like, "Oh no, we're gonna do this." Okay, it's a Disney ending now. Out of
Well,
nowhere.
I mean, it is very cartoonish. You have to let that go too. Like that the whole attack sequence, just like the police scene, as cool as it is,
It was wild. Yeah.
looks like it's a CG video game sequence, like a cutscene from a video game. But it's fun. There's a huge massacre in it. I mean, I'd say that it probably like I had it, I think, at a 4, and I'd say maybe now it's like maybe 6. Like I'll rewatch it, and that's
Okay.
what I wanted to say. I was shitting on things when people everybody says, "Oh, this is like a modern Giallo. This is like whatever." I will I'm wrong again. I can see how people could put this in the Giallo category. You've got a black gloved
Yeah.
killer
Yeah.
going around killing people. You got detectives on the case, and you've got lots of death, and you've got an absurd reason for it all.
Yeah.
Pretty much checks the boxes off of Giallo or Jali.
Yes. I should watch it again. I haven't had the yearning to watch it again,
Well,
which usually says something. Some
I didn't
movies.
for my reason, but I did.
Yeah. I mean, I rated it like an 8 out of 10, and but I haven't wanted to go back and see it as opposed to a movie like The Night House, which I also gave an 8 out of 10, which I've been really wanting to watch for the past month or two. It's been on my head. I'm like, I want to watch that movie again. So to me,
Well,
that says
watch
something.
both. Yeah, it does.
No, I hear you, but it's just like that
But
rewatch. You get that feel. It's like anytime you look back at movies from 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and you see the title or it just pops up in like, man, I want to check that one out again. But other times you're just like, you just see the title, like, yeah, yeah, it was good, and that was it. So there is a difference there. There's a reason,
for sure.
and
I'm the same
and
way. Like when you go
it's
back, like, well, what? Why don't I want to watch this again? But I mean, now I'm like, okay, like I can let it go. It's still like I'm like, why? Just that opening scene. It just like I feel like the dialogue was just so weird. But I guess the one credit is like James Wan came back, made a horror film, and went full tilt boogie, if you will. But I hit my microphone again, everybody.
yay.
So and just went full hog with it. Just said, "Fuck it, we're gonna go off the rails with this." And for that matter, I mean, it's kind of cool. So yeah, maybe I said I'll rewatch it again at some point again, but it was definitely much more enjoyable, and I was way too hard on it the first time. But that was a theatrical experience where I was just like, what? And it was also because I just
Mhm.
read
Yeah.
tons of people raving about it, saying it was fantastic. I went out and I'm like, but very cartoonish, very exposition forced dialogue. I can't say that that hasn't changed. It's very heavy on both of those.
Fair. No, it's for
What
sure.
are you
Yeah, I
saying?
just
I was adopted. I still with a stinger there. I want to do like a my own little edit where it's like,
dun
these are the
dun
days of our
dun.
lives. Yeah, exactly.
And a zoom. Hmm,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? um, shit. Has Peter Jackson come back to horror yet?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't think so either. See, I have a theory, and when Peter Jackson, if he does come back, I want to know what he comes back with, because I have a theory now. James Wan kind of left horror for a little bit, right? Did a couple other things,
Yeah, well, I think he
and
just
then
did a couple of Fast and the Furious or one Fast and the Furious and
and didn't he do Aquaman or something?
oh yeah, you're right. He did that as well.
He
Yeah.
might have done another one. I don't know for sure. I can't. But either way, it was a departure for horror for a little bit there, and then he came back. In this movie, I don't think is as good as the stuff that he did previous, but it's still good. Again, I don't feel like passionate about it like I do the other one I'm about to mention. Sam Raimi left it for a while, and he came back with Drag Me to Hell, which I do enjoy and I do think is great. I don't think it's on the level of his earlier work, but it's the same thing. I'd like to know if Peter Jackson left, if he comes back, if his work is going to hold up to his early work or not.
It's
It's just
difficult
something
to
I
say. I
thought of.
mean, he also so just a quick search. I didn't even realize this because he had a well, A, we know he had tremendous success with the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit series, which were not my cup of tea, but I mean, power to him. And see, those at least contain horror elements. I mean, I know it's the fantasy realm, but you've got monsters and
Yeah.
warlocks and whatever. So you could easily say there's a connection there, albeit not true horror
Well,
like what we're looking for, but a connection. King Kong
so
is
does
a
Harry
monster
Potter.
movie. I know, exactly. And King
Yeah.
Kong was a monster movie based on an old, like, well, a few older movies. So you can also say that too. But you're right. But he's also
But
become
Potter
the
gets
fourth.
dark. I love Potter. It's
True.
my
Po-
second favorite franchise after Star Wars. I love fucking the Potter franchise.
I know.
So,
I
but
think you
it does
mentioned
get
that. I
dark.
thought you said it was your favorite one at one point, which
Nothing's ever
was
ahead of Star Wars. Nothing's
okay.
ever going to be. No, it's number 2. But anyway, but it gets dark and it continues to get
There
dark
is.
from the 3rd movie on as they get older and everything else, and there's some fucking scary shit going on in there. But
Yeah,
anyway,
that's true. But he's like the
yeah,
fourth most successful director from a franchise from a money making standpoint. So not
I'm not
necessarily
surprised now.
by movie like $6.5 billion he's worth,
Wow.
or that's what. Sorry, I think that was the worldwide box office of his of movies. That seems low, actually. Highest grossing
Oh, I
directors.
don't know.
No,
Shit.
maybe that might be. Yeah, that might be
It's a lot of
all in.
money.
That is a lot of money, actually. What would I say?
It's
Steven
6
Spielberg is
movies.
number one. I thought Cameron would have had it by now, but Cameron's not far behind with number two. It's just that Spielberg has made way more movies than Cameron as well.
True.
The
True.
Russo brothers who've done that because of the Avengers factor, and then Peter
Mm,
Jackson, then Michael Bay, um, and it rounds out with David Yates, which is Harry Potter's. Harry did a few of those Harry Potter one. David Yates is his name, and Christopher
hmm.
Nolan, of course.
Yeah.
And then the top 10 is sort of finished off with J.J. Abrams, Tim Burton, and Ridley Scott. But that doesn't answer your question. I'm just saying I'm not. It
No,
would be interesting because one at least said, "Fuck it, I've made all this money now. I'm going to go back to horror," and came back to horror.
I'd like to see it. Then I want to see how it holds up and how he's changed. And there's no way it's going to be like his early work because that was too zany. But it would be cool if he did go back to that because it'd be kind of be unexpected. So it is possible. By the
He's
way,
doing a Tintin sequel. So Spielberg
what's
did
that?
the
A
Adventures
dog?
of Tintin. No, it was it's a boy and his dog, I think. And it was Spielberg did one in 2011. I actually liked it. And it was animated, slightly animated, and I'm not sure if this is live
Hmm,
action or not. But this is from Steven Spielberg and Peter Jackson, and he's going to be and it's coming out. I guess. Oh, it's in development. It's not coming out until like
okay.
2027.
Wow. Well, who
Yeah,
knows? So far away. Good God. Darren Aronofsky. Uh, wow.
yeah,
I watched The Whale and I watched it a second
yeah,
time
man.
over the past month. Holy shit! What a great movie!
Yeah,
What a great movie, dude.
all in
Wow.
one room except for that
But
the
still,
patio and whatever. But
yeah.
because it was based on a play, so then when you realize that, then it makes sense.
Ah,
And that fucking the performances in that movie, man.
yeah, dude.
Oh,
Great
someone was
stuff.
like shitting on it. I'm like, come on, man.
How
How
do you
it's
shit
like
on that?
I don't know.
Wow. No,
There's
dude.
always
Wow.
shit on something, right? You can
I
always,
guess so. I thought it was fucking.
yeah,
I've
I
liked
agree.
everything he's done, Aronofsky, except for Mother, and maybe I should give Mother a second view,
Same. I brought that
because
up on
I've
the
loved
show.
everything else.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah, but man, he's good. He's like a okay. Maybe he's not a Von Trier level for me. Von Trier's like I don't know. At this point, he might be like a top five for me. But still, I think Aronofsky is freaking great. That's
yeah,
all I'm
man.
saying because I
Well, I
watched
mean,
it when.
I mean, from I know that he did one before Requiem, but that's the one that got me on board. That's the like I saw that, I was blown away.
Yeah. No,
Requiem for a
it's
Dream, and you're right. Everything that he's done, I've enjoyed, with the exception of Mother. So I should probably give that. And Pie was a student film, right? I mean, it was enjoyable. It was good.
oh, people
Maybe it
loved
was,
it. I didn't see it.
yeah.
I did not
I
see it.
I guess I was expecting a lot more from it, so it was good. I enjoyed it. This is all I watched that way back when because I
Is it
think
about math?
I believe it's a mathematician. I forgot really, but
Ah,
I think
fuck
that's the
math.
I think that's fuck
Seriously.
fuck math.
I even
I'll
dreamt
bring
it
it up.
last night. Wow, I even had I just
Fuck
realized
math.
last night that I dreamed about fucking being in school again and having failing grades and shit. And I was thinking, holy fuck, I can't do math. I can do math. That's the weird part is that I was a fucking blackjack dealer and a roulette dealer and a baccarat dealer, and I've done things at work. I can do math, but I'm not talking anything that goes further than multiplication and division. Once you
Try
start
looking that
talking
up.
about decimals and fucking, charts and all this other shit, it doesn't appeal to me. It's too
Try looking
fucking
that up
much.
on IMDb. It's a fun search to try to search up pie.
Oh, I bet, huh? PI. PI,
That's
huh? Now
it.
you
That
got me
was it.
curious.
Uh,
PI. Magnum PI, does that come up?
oh yeah, it'll
I'm
be
gonna say
everything. Why is it
pi.
not showing up
Magnum
here?
PI was the second
Yeah,
thing. Yep.
he did a lot of
Pi.
what?
Oh, another they had a
Oh,
remake
that's
of
because
Magnum
I'm looking.
PI. Pi 1998, Life of Pi. And then that's it. Pierce Brosnan, Priyanka Chopra Jones, and Pitch Perfect. Huh. Anna
So it
Kendrick and
was
Brittany Snow. Oh,
Pie was his feature. So he had done couple shorts, of course, No Time, uh,
no time left
and
for
Pie was his
you.
first feature in '98. And yeah, after Requiem for a Dream, because it was a while before he did The Fountain. Uh, and in between that, I went back and I watched Pie. So that was a long, long time ago. So
I've
we're
not
probably
seen The
talking
Fountain.
20 years. I saw
Did you
that.
like
Then
The Fountain?
I
Just
liked
sounds
it, but
boring.
I have to go back. I got to go back. You know who's in it? Rachel Weisz or
Oh, she
whatever.
is. I
Yeah,
just saw
yeah.
that. Yeah. Ellen Burstyn again. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Hugh Jackman. Interesting.
So, and then that's when he did, of course, The Wrestler, which I thought was great,
Oh, loved
and
it.
The Black Swan, which I thought was
Oh,
great. I didn't watch
incredible.
Noah. I think I mentioned that too. I didn't watch Noah or Mother. Oh, well, Mother I'd
Noah.
seen. Noah I didn't watch. Mother I didn't like. And then he came back with The Whale. And I didn't see Welcome to Earth, the TV series, which only had one
Ugh,
episode.
Noah looks
So,
boring. Just that
yeah.
cover looks like so generic, like every other fucking people on a boat. Fucking, I don't know what the fuck. But again, what do I know? I'm just judging by this.
People on a
You
boat.
know.
Maybe it's an ark.
Oh, it's about that Noah. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about Noah's
Maybe
Ark.
yeah, it is about him. I
Well, how
just
can there
who
be
could it have been
people in
about?
Noah's Ark?
People on the boat.
There's only animals in Noah. Who are all these other people? Jennifer Connelly, Ray White, Emma Watson. Oh,
Yeah, now you
Anthony
wanna watch it.
Hopkins. What year is it? Hold on,
People on the
2006.
boat. It's
I just saw the cover. I'm like, well,
yeah.
1990. Oh, she's 16. I can't look at Emma Watson that way in 2006.
Jennifer Connelly is in it, which I
Right.
love. I love when a director reuses
Oh, it's
certain actors.
2014. It's 2014, Noah.
Yeah, I don't know if it did very well, but he's another director that he will do,
No, she's
like,
24.
The Fountain was, I think,
Sorry.
a bigger budgeted film for him. Noah was a bigger budgeted film for him, but he will always come back and do smaller budgeted pieces, which is always great. I like that, and he typically has more success with them, like The Whale, The Wrestler, Black Swan.
Great.
Black
Yep.
Swan was. I'm not saying they're no budget movies like what we
That's my
experience.
big three right there. The Whale, The Wrestler, and Black Swan for me.
Oh, on Rec Room
That's
for a Dream, man. Oh my god, I love
I
that thing.
like Requiem too, but I don't know. I don't have it on the level that everyone else has it on. Maybe because everybody talked it up so much. I probably addressed it on this show. That I watch it, I was expecting it to be much more. I was expecting to be disturbed, and I wasn't. The thing that disturbed me the most was Ellen Burstyn's character with the pills and the
Yeah. Oh
sweating and
yeah.
all that. That
Oh,
bothered me much more than anything that had to do with the junk and the fucking arm sores. I mean, it was gross, but I was expecting to be like really disturbed, like seeing a fucking the way people talked about it. I was expecting the effect of like seeing a baby's fucking skull crushed or something, like that type of disturb where I'm gonna see that and go, "Oh, that's fucking horrible."
sorry.
Like, I was expecting
No.
something really tragic like that, because that would hit me,
Well,
that's all I'm saying, like, but
I
it
don't know.
didn't
It
do that
was
to me.
I again, it was a combination of her performance and the music, which has been used over and over again in trailers since, and they took this more the simplistic string quartet style to like orchestra level. Like I think when
Mm,
Lord of the Rings came out, they used that. I believe it's Clint Mansell. Mansell is the guy that did that score, and when you hear that score, you'll be like, it was I in that theater, I'm like, "This soundtrack is amazing." And that was when Napster was big, and I went home and I gotta
oh,
go buy
wow.
it, and I ended up, my buddy's like, "Well, we'll just download it on Napster," and he
The good old
downloaded it,
days.
and I went and bought I ended up buying it anyway, because I wanted, I still
Sure.
was like trying to I still support, but at the time, I'm like, "I don't know about this shit. I don't know." But you can find anything. I love Napster when it was like shit that you've like a cover of a song that you
Yep,
like kind of heard about, like that you knew existed, but you didn't know where to find it, or it was a B-side on something.
yep.
You're like, well, I don't want to get the whole thing for that. Then you can find it on Napster. That was when it was really cool. The good old
That
days,
was
as you
great.
said.
The early
Yeah,
days, yeah, Napster and getting all that other stuff, like music that you didn't even know about. There was like a track with fucking DMX and Ozzy Osbourne. I'm like, what the fuck? You don't see it anywhere.
yeah,
And just shit like that. And then I used to go to MIRC, which was a search client thing that also had chat, and everything started with a pound. And there was this pound, like, basically now how everything's hashtag. That's when it
yeah.
started with that. It was
Interesting.
hashtag
I don't remember that.
Juarez. And you go to Juarez, and then you'd be able to type something in, and then anyone that had it, it would pop up in there. Like you type in fucking, Pink Floyd The Wall. Boom. and then everyone that had it, it would come up. And then you would go there and you would have to like do an IM type thing and download it from them. But you could put anything in and then see what they had from like a particular band and then search it. So I was doing it that way. But the thing is, when you did it through Juarez, after you got it, they weren't, they were, you had to turn waves into MP3s. It was a wave site. So you got the waves, then you had to get Winamp and you had to turn the waves into MP3s through Winamp and then burn them on a disc. I was heavy into that. I'm telling you, that one summer outside of work, I stayed home fucking 90% of it. Didn't even go out with friends or fucking girls, nothing. All I did, I was addicted. All I did was stay home and said, I want to get as much music as I could possibly get in this fucking time. Anything that I have a remote interest in ever, I want to get and own. And to this day, I still have it because all those discs that I had these things called quick mixes. I made like 100 quick mixes, filled up 76-minute discs of all this shit. And then I took all those quick mixes, and when it came time for iTunes, when iPods came out, I uploaded all those things into my fucking iTunes. And there
Well,
they are.
do you remember, like, even when you're a player could, read just the data? So you didn't even have to transfer, like, you could just put, like, so you could put, like, I don't know, like 100 songs on a CD. I might be exaggerating a bit, and you pop the CD in and it could just register the song, as opposed to, like, long form, so, like, you could read off of those, or, maybe I'm thinking movie files, and you could do it
Movie
instead of, like,
files, you can do it. Yeah,
yeah, that was what it was. I don't think it
data
was,
discs.
because I used to
Yeah.
do that. I used to have my DVDs, and I actually put them into my iMac. They'd be on my shelf, pop them in, download them, and get them off. That was the first media or the home media thing. I'm like, oh my god, I can have my collection displayed on a shelf, but I physically don't actually have to go put it in. And you can actually, you can still do this to this day. You can
Yeah.
get to the menu. So you go into the movie. So it's kind of like Plex or MB or any or
Right.
Netflix, where click on the cover art, but then you're actually going to the menu of the DVD. And I'm sure you could do this with
Uh-huh.
Blu-ray, but I never went there because Blu-ray was so much larger. Now you normally compress them because they're 4 gigabytes, and then they started doing the double pressed DVDs, so it could be up to, like, 8 gigabytes or so of data
Mhm.
on there, and so that took a lot of space at that time. But I would have my DVD, and you can get it, and you can see the special features, you can get
Yep.
access the movie and everything. So it was like having, it was actually the better option because it's not just the digital version of the movie. You're getting like all the special features and everything, and you own it. They're still saying it was piracy in a sense because you're uploading it, but you weren't uploading it for anybody to enjoy or watch, kind of like
Right.
whatever some of these other ones are now. But you're uploading it for your own personal library, and you physically own the disc. So
Yep.
there was like some gray area there. But I had that set up for a long time, where I had like 50 maybe
That's
DVDs,
awesome.
like ready to be watched. And again,
See, I didn't
Blu-ray,
do that. I
yeah,
just burned them disc to disc. But like in the when Netflix first started, I
I did
remember
that too. But
you used
yeah,
to go to Best Buy. This is back in the days of always going to Best Buy to get like, Blu-rays and DVDs and whatnot. And you check out a Best Buy and they would always have like some new offer for you for a month. And it's like, oh yeah, for $10 you get an offer for this and you get a soft drink and something else. And they were always like pushing different things. So one time it was Netflix and it was a new thing. And they said, you can get a fucking trial membership for this thing called Netflix where you can rent discs for the $9.99 a month
yeah.
or whatever it was and get this. And this is a trial offer. So I got it and I got hooked. I was on fucking Netflix from jump. And this, I want to say it's like 2004, sometime around there, and 2003. But I got in on it. And as soon as I got in, then I signed up for the 3 a day. And
Same.
literally, that's
But we didn't
all
have
I would
Netflix, so
do
yeah.
is fucking rent DVDs, not even watch the movie. Burn, burn, burn 3 a day and send them back and in 2 more days get fucking three more. Burn, burn, burn. Send it back. To this day, I got that whole booklet filled with all these fucking burned DVDs still. And it's very rare that I have to go to them because I pretty much have everything on Blue or streaming now. so I don't
That's
need
it.
to.
I mean,
But they're all
that's what it
there.
evolved in. But so we had zip.ca. It was like the Canadian version. So when people were talking about Netflix, we really just got Netflix when it was coming to that streaming, the sort of
Wow.
the early days of the streaming where I think it was 7.99. You could to a month. It was dirt cheap. The selection was there, but it was just starting. It wasn't what it is now
It was
or
like
anything else. And
2012, I'd say.
yeah, but we didn't have it. So, but it was the same time frame because I remember we lived in that Oakville house with my daughter, and I was getting the whatever, not 3 a day. It was whatever a month, but it was like but it was the unlimited package, meaning that if you could order up to 6. The second you return them, you could get 6
Right.
more. Like you could, it was constant. They ended up having to stop it after a while because everything in Canada was more expensive. So postage is way more expensive. Like you guys have media mail and all these options to get things to you cheap. Even though we have they were thin, so they were cheap to send. Eventually, they're starting to raise their prices, or they're starting to cap it because they could see people were taking advantage of it, or whatever it may be,
Oh,
and they
sure.
had to stop it. But it was cool while it lasted, and it was a great way to see things without having to really go leave your house. And the selection was huge, so you're finding all these old horror films that you hadn't seen since like the video days, or I may have had on VHS, and you wanted to rent them, but like Blockbuster didn't have them, or sometimes the family video chains didn't have them, so you could just bring them
Right.
in. It was cool. That was
Yeah,
great.
man.
I mean, when that stopped years ago. I know Netflix just stopped recently, right? Or
With discs, yeah, I think so.
yeah, like or are about to stop. I just remember it being announced. I'm like, they
Yep.
still do that? In fact,
They do.
when we were in Detroit, my wife was like, "Hey, look, a family video," and I was like, "What?" And then she's, "Oh no, it's
Yeah.
out of business." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that makes
Ah,
sense," because I knew they all went out of business, but I was hoping maybe this one was
right.
one of those last ones that I could have,
I know, right?
ran into and grabbed some stuff. But I definitely could have got. I wouldn't have been able to bring shelving home. That's for sure.
True. Yeah, that was what a gimmick I had there, man. Shit. But yeah, the copying and doing all that stuff back in the day, it was a lot of fun. I mean, whatever, it might have been wrong to do, but uh anyway, but
Well,
now
uh,
now we're at a fucked up spot. See, they got us by the balls again. Not me because I have envy, but
yeah,
now, and I've been saying this for years, and I know I'm not the only one. This isn't fucking surgery, but it's like we all knew that eventually everyone was going to cut the cord, and okay, streaming is where it's at now. And we're saying eventually streaming is going to turn into something where everything's going to be this, and you're going to pay more for all this streaming that you were once paying for cable. And now that's the point we're at. Lucky for me, I'm in the MB route, and now I already have the solution to all that. I don't need those streaming channels because I have everything here. It's file sharing is the new way to do it, but the thing is, you have to rely on someone to share their files.
yeah.
Now, that should be around for as long as it can be around for. But if it ever shuts down, then you're really screwed. Then you
Well,
either have to go back just to physical media only, which is going to be awfully expensive, or they got you by the balls. They really do. You have to go back to streaming and getting these other channels. Or you can go the other way. There's always going to see that's the thing. There's always going to be piracy out there. There's always going to be those torrent sites and those other sites where you can
true.
go.
Yep.
It takes work. It takes work though. You have to take time to go and download stuff from those things and put them on disk or just watch them. And it's also risky. You can get caught and get in trouble for that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's
well,
like,
because yeah, it's
right.
copyright infringement. Yeah.
And I'm
So
not trying to rip people off. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I don't mind ripping off the rich. I'm just not. I'm not trying to take from the mouth of fucking independent
Robin Hood over
filmmakers
here.
or
Yeah.
right. You know what I'm saying? That's different. But I'm not trying to hurt the little guy. Of course not. But again, everything's on MB. Everything is just there. So I pay for the subscription. It pops up. If a movie comes up on iTunes or this or the other thing, somebody requests it and boom, there it drops. And I request mine, like that movie Exhibit A. I put it up there. I put a movie called Webcast in. I requested it and it just dropped this morning from 2018, another found footage movie. So I will request movies and they do come up. But But that's all I do. That's all I can do now. But the thing is, I'm way ahead of having to subscribe to all that streaming stuff because eventually, and Netflix keeps saying they're going to find a way to stop people from sharing it. It hasn't happened yet, but if
Yeah,
they do it,
there's like
everyone's
a
gonna.
yeah, at some point, sharing are you talking about sharing passwords?
Yeah, sharing them in different
Supposedly,
households.
yeah, it's I don't know what they've done. Again, if it in Canada, they have done it, I thought, but
Oh, really?
yeah,
Well, my
yeah,
mother leeches off my brother's Netflix, and she
it's still
leeches
fun.
off my Amazon and something else, and no problems. So, and I don't even use anything I have. So it's like every
Well,
so often there's a movie on Prime that I can just watch instead of asking MB to upload it, like a found footage movie. I'm like, okay, I'll just watch it. Well, I don't need to. Now, if something's on Tubi, I'll have them upload it to MB just because I don't want to deal with the commercials.
you know, um, I'll do this comparison. I don't know why I thought of it right now when you mentioned Prime because I was talking Prime earlier. I'm jumping back now to Dead Ringers. You know what I think it can kind of be like a show version of the Neon Demon in a sense.
Wow,
I
that's saying
but
something.
I don't know, like just the look. I mean, again, it's David Cronenberg esque because of the subject matter and the fact that it is based on off his take of the book and his movie. Uh, but it felt like it's got that vibe where you're going to be watching things. I'm not saying there's long sequences with like musical interludes or anything else, but it's just that vibe. Something like you want to be there for the character factor of it. And Neon Demon doesn't scream horror. It
Right.
has horrific elements, like, closer to the end, and one of those is the scene in the morgue and then the other one is at the end of the film and whatever, and I'm saying that's sort of where I could draw those comparisons from.
That's interesting. No, I'm down with
So,
that.
I
That's
don't know, when
wow.
if and when you get to it, then you can let me know your thoughts, but
Yeah.
it's definitely, like I said, leisurely paced is a good way, but not I don't think at the detriment of I think it works in the case of what they're trying to get across in the subject matter.
No, that's okay. Well, we should probably get to these questions, huh? We got all these
Yes.
questions, and then maybe if we have time, we'll get to the Chainsaw Awards thing because I'm curious to see how that turned out. But
Well,
okay.
there's a
So
lot of questions, aren't there?
yeah, I believe so. I'll go to the Netflix. The Netflix. I'll go to the Facebook one first.
Our own Netflix page. Feelings
Our
in the
Netflix
basement
page.
coming soon.
All right. Where are
Announced.
the?
Announced. That'll be our IMDb. Announced. We should just
I
we should
love that. Right.
we should make an IMDb page and have every movie idea we've come up with called announced. Announced.
You're right.
Announced.
We should.
Announced. Because like essentially that's what it is, right? You can just create your own and we could all be producers like at a click of a button.
Let's do. Put our pictures up there, and then put it all up there, and
He's attached to 50 projects.
yeah, announced. Right, because if we were famous already, that
Announced,
would
announced, announced,
officially
announced.
happen. Something's been announced, when it's really
Pre-production. It's
yeah,
like the Toxic Avenger, it's been
pre-production.
pre-production for 20 years.
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
No,
Questions
no,
it
no.
is.
Okay, so here I am on the patron page. Okay. Neil Robson, new movies, if any, worthwhile watching. We've kind of gone through it, right? Is there
Yeah.
anything? There isn't a
I
whole lot worthwhile for me.
I watched Renfield and,
Oh, I'm going to watch it because Jay the Dead said he feels like me about goofy stuff. We're very
yeah,
kindred spirits when it comes to comedy. And he goes, "Yeah,
yeah.
I know." And he goes, "But I watched it." And he goes, "I think you'd enjoy it." So I said, "Okay, I'll watch it."
I really
You
enjoyed it.
agree?
I enjoy like me really. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was good.
Hmm.
And in some cases great, but overall good. Like there's some great things that they've done, and I'm not going to get into specifics for the setup, which I thought was phenomenal. And I was like a giddy horror fan, and the comedy's good. Nicolas Cage, I think, is perfectly cast there. Uh, it, I think it might get a little too I wonder if the climax or some of the things might get a little too actiony for you, but other than that, I don't wanna overall, though, it was solid and it was gory, so it's definitely a fun watch.
Fair. And I'll check it. There's really nothing else. Like if I look
Yeah,
at this year, I'm gonna do this. Let's see how many movies I've
Okay,
watched.
I gotta do it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18 movies. Out of 18 movies, I have a 9 and 2 eights. And I have
Wow.
a 6-5, a 6, a 5-5, a 6-5, a 6, a 5. And then everything else is like, a 7, maybe a 7.5. So it's been very, very lackluster so far, unfortunately. And there's
I think we've
really,
said that the last time. Like
yeah,
my um I'm yeah, it's been just lukewarm, but I mean, I'm okay. There's been a few that I still have to see, and there's a few that are announced that are coming out that I'm looking forward to. So I'll wait to catch those. But the first half of the year has been definitely slow.
I'll say
I
this.
do feel like a broken record that we always say this, and then by the time the end of the year comes by, uh, we always end up creating a list that we're happy with.
Yeah, but this is the one time, this is the one year that I think I feel like I always complain every year. But I complain because everyone else is giving up early. I always say it. I'll just wait till the last quarter. But I don't know. It's just a vibe I get. It's just a feeling I've had all year that this is going to year it really crashes.
Uh,
And at the same time, I'm not even mad about it because things we've had a really solid like 10 years. I can't think of another time in horror where we've had this much quality over this length of
yeah,
time. The 70s and the 80s thing didn't last long. The 90s thing sure didn't last long. So it's like, I think we've already, just because we talk about it more doesn't mean that it's going to change media. It's not going to change what's going on in the world because we're looking at it now. We should be grateful for everything that we've had. And if it tails off and we get, if every year is like this for a few more years, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, do I want it to be better? Yeah, but nothing lasts forever, and we both know hearts can change, and it's hard to hold a candle in the cold November rain.
yeah. I
So,
just listened to that the other day. It was on my mix.
oh, fuck, I want to go see that so bad because it's going to be the last time they're touring with the
Yeah.
original lineup. Will still
Other
be
than
Keith.
it's not Steven Adler, but other
Steven
than
Adler's
that,
been
right?
gone for so
Yeah.
long, but
I thi
still, just give me
yeah.
Axel and Slash. Duff's got to be there, I'm sure. Is he? I think either way,
I think they're all there.
I
Other
would
than
love to
yeah,
fucking see it, but
yeah.
it's so much money, and
I hear you.
I'm not going anywhere. So I'm going to tell you about a movie called The Reading. Watch that movie. It's on BET, BET's channel, but you can get through it through BET if you can do the 1 week's thing on Amazon.
You down with BET?
Yeah, I am.
You know
And
me.
Monique is in it. You know Monique, the comedian? Well,
No.
it's her. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to tell you this. After a deadly home invasion, Emma copes by writing a book. But when a young psychic and her team perform a reading in her home, a new terror is unleashed. And I want you to watch this movie, and I want you to go in knowing absolutely nothing. And that's
The
all I'm going to
reading.
say. The Reading, it's called.
All
Yep,
right.
that's a recommend. Check it out. So that's that. Back to the where are we? Back to the book. Whether the dog shit in the basement again. Well, since you asked,
Sorry.
she did. She shit in the basement like 3 days ago or 4 days ago because what do you call it? She did something and she got sick for a couple days. I think she ate fucking cat puke or
Who
something
asked
like
that?
that. Neil Robson, who asked the first question. This is all him. But the dog shit in the bay. Yeah, the dog was eating cat puke or something. Now who knows? She eats fucking everything: rabbit shit, cat puke. If it's edible, well, those things aren't edible. If it's something she could eat, she will. So she
If
gets
it's
sick,
edible.
and when she gets sick, she has to shit like 6, 7 times. And at one point, she came down in the basement and she shit freaking twice in 2 days. So she did that. Yeah, I don't know why she does it, but I guess my basement's shot. I'm so disgusted. All I know is after she's gone, I'm gonna have to do a complete fucking sterilization of this whole thing and then get it cleaned up once and for all. But anyway, uh, Billy
I'm
Davis,
sorry to laugh.
Billy. Oh, and hopefully a call from Dad Z. He's always a winner. Oh, he's not calling. Sorry. I if he called, I would answer, but not on a day like today. So he'll be around though. He usually calls. Okay, Billy D, pick your top. This is the interesting one, and I want you to tell me what you think about
Okay.
what is he trying to say. Pick your top final girl you would want to film a sex scene with, and who would you want to direct it, and who would score it. Now, what do you take that as? When he says pick your top final girl
With
you would
you.
want to film a
Yeah.
sex scene with, am I the director or am I the actor with the girl?
I think you're the actor with the girl. You're picking the final girl and picking the director that you want to have filmed.
Okay.
Or maybe you're not in it at all. And we're just picking the girl that we want in a sex scene and the director that we want to film it, which is yeah. Like, how do we want to go here? Do you want to go, like, would you do like a Lars Van Tier? I mean, I can
Holy
already
shit.
answer your there. Lars Van Tier with
Lar-
Mia Goth. Is she considered a final girl now?
She could be because of X.
Yeah.
But believe it or not, instead of being predictable and
Yeah,
saying Mia
living on air. Sorry.
and Mia and fucking Lars have a relationship and they have worked together before. But I thought I would do something else besides Mia and say Jennifer Love Hewitt because she was a final girl and because she's
True.
very attractive. And it would be
And who's
nice to
directing it?
film.
Lars?
Yeah, Lars von Trier and Jennifer Love Hewitt
Hmm.
and who would score it. The way I look at the score, I guess I want to come up with somebody that can, no matter what the situation is, can do the perfect score. So I'm gonna say Ennio Morricone. He can always do a score. I mean,
It's gonna be
it's awfully extravagant for a sex scene with Jennifer Love Hewitt, but hey,
yeah.
that's my answer.
That's a interesting answer. And again, it was funny. I remember sort of glancing at that one and laughing and thinking, like, what could you do? And like, I don't think Tarantino's ever directed a sex scene before. If he's done it, it's like, the Kill Bill
Wow.
version of it, because he's never been interested in that. It's, you know what? I was gonna say him, I'll say De Palma. I'll say I want De Palma to come out of the woodwork. I mean, he's been on kind of a bit of a downward spiral.
Just to film you
Uh,
having sex.
yeah, whether it be me or whatever. Yes, I want the spinning camera, and so De Palma. The problem is I don't. Well, then why don't I have Pino with De Palma
There
scoring
you
it?
go.
Now I just have to pick a final girl. Why don't we
That's the
pick?
question.
hmm, Why don't we pick who could be? Because I always feel like I go back to the classics, but I'm feeling like
I just
you
thought
pick.
about who was the most attractive. I was thinking, who do
Yeah,
I think is the most attractive final girl ever from a horror movie? I was thinking of
yeah,
everything.
yeah. No. That was a good pick. It was definitely a good pick.
Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah, I guess if I had to go classic, maybe I'd pick Chris from Friday 3.
Oh,
That
I was gonna guess
from back
Trish from
then,
Friday 4 for you. I don't know
back
why.
then,
That's just what I was thinking.
or
Right on.
Megan
Hey,
from Jason Lives or something like
I
that. If
was
I had to go
thinking you'd go
classic,
with a. I
yeah,
figured a Friday girl. I figured you'd pick one.
or Renee from 8. I'm just kidding.
No,
No, poor
anything to do with
no.
Friday.
Yeah, classic. I mean, again, if it's new school, I guess it would be a little bit different. But yeah, Jennifer Love Hewitt's a good choice from well, it's not so new school anymore, but I know what
No,
you're saying. But no, from back in the day, and since I was such a Friday fanboy, I won't think outside the box, and I'll stick with one of those two.
so Chris. Uh, yeah,
Even
I
though
can dig it.
Amy
Chris
Steele's
Higgins.
still my final girl
Well, yeah, of course.
of the all final girls,
I don't
I
look
think,
at her that way sexually.
yeah, which is
She's
funny because
pretty,
she's
but
probably the most in the way that sexualized in the sense of like like she doesn't seem to hide it. Where you know Chris in part 3 is a little bit more weirded out because she hasn't been back to the cabin for a while, and
right.
her interaction with Jason. and whatever. So, but
Megan's
anyway,
kind of sexual,
yeah, yeah,
you know,
gonna be a hairy turn.
for sure. Yes, exactly. You could tell she's a little
There
bit
we
of a
go.
dirty birdie, you know. So okay, so that
Maybe
was
Pam
fun.
for part
Okay,
5 too. Who knows? What's
right?
up,
Oh yeah,
Pam?
she's pretty. What's up, Pam? Right. Awesome. Billy with another question. How's B been doing? And how's Christian's elusive script looking? Well, B is fine. He almost made it on here today. He's been
Yeah,
seems okay. Seems like he's doing all right. You know.
didn't come on, but he was talking about wanting to, so that's
Yeah.
good. We
We
said
don't hear
no.
from him.
Just kidding.
Yeah. Right.
We
Talk to him here and there. Not as much as we'd like, but yeah,
yeah.
he's okay. He's all right. And as far as Christian script, it looks great, the one that he wrote. But are we going to go that method? That's a whole other story.
It was a
But the one
year
he did write
ago.
was great.
I think I finished it a year ago. I think it was this time
Yeah,
last year. The downfall is
I
I
loved it.
really did. I came up with this whole thing. The whole beginning. Like wanted. I have the retooled notes, but I actually haven't retooled the script of changing it
Retool.
up.
I'll retool you. Right.
I revamped it, and again, I told you I needed to swap. I feel like I didn't. I'm at a. There's a thing that's bugging me, and I'll just spit it right out. Is the final girl? I don't think is developed enough. So then I wanted to change it to make the final girl more of the main character. But then when I really think about what I wanted to achieve with the script, and I think what we talked about, Dave, was that we wanted to be kind of like those old school slashers, where actually the final girl's not. I mean, Ginny is kind of defined in part 2, but do you think Alice really is in part 1? She just
Of course not.
yeah, you just whittle down and finally it's Alice. I don't
Correct.
think
She's there at the start, and
yeah,
she's there
it
at the
just
end. Really.
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it became more defined character, and that's what I'm coming up with. Like initially, she's kind of a secondary character. She's there, but a secondary character. And I'm like, no, I think it needs to be switched to make her more predominant. And I think more can be fixed with some of the questions that we were talking about and whatnot. And the other thing was I have like exposition sequences of dialogue and flashback, which are important, but I almost feel like we tell the story 3 times, and I'm trying to condense that or change that up, and that's what I've been hung up on. But more importantly, again, not to and I kept saying I'm not doing this to prolong it. I'd really like to do it. There's way too many characters, and I kind of knew this going in. If we're going to do something no budget or low budget, we've got to keep it simplistic. We got to do the whale, and I'm not like, please don't take me as being like it's got to be
I'm gonna be
one
Brendan
one or 2
Fraser.
settings. Yeah. But no, I don't
Me
mean
on
it
the
that
couch.
not I'm not talking about Academy Award like acting. We're not I'm not trying to toot our own horns that way. I'm just talking about small, controllable cast, 1 or 2 location tops. That's what we've got to do. And that's what I didn't do there. I did the woods, but it's more expansive because of course they're traveling, they've got to be in a cabin and everything. So there's multiple locations, multiple characters and everything else. And I that's why I think I'm hung up on not retooling that. I've done some notes, but I actually haven't done the full rewrite because I'm like, is it going to be the next film? I do want to do it. I think it's a great idea. I'm really happy
Yeah.
with what we did. I pat myself on the back. I think I achieved what I want to do, and I finally fucking got it out at least last year. But then what we did the day when you were having problems coming on, we've talked about it on the show. Watson and I chatted, and we couldn't believe the time went by. We're chatting for hours about
Hmm.
the other one, which was the laptop horror one, which is essentially going back to the original idea, which was the Exploding Heads horror podcast movie
Yep.
instead of
Yep.
horror movie podcast, and but not it being us. So I'm separating I'm not acting. You wouldn't be acting per se. It would be characters being podcast hosts, but taking that idea that we initially had, where it was like
Yeah.
a live feed or a recorded feed, excuse me, that ended up becoming the first time they were recording live and also their last time recording video. And it was like a slasher esque laptop horror. And that's the one that I admittedly haven't been working on. Uh, the downfall is work ramped right back up. So that beautiful time frame of work travel being down significantly. Now it's up like it's way back. It's more than before pandemic, if I had to say so. So that's my only
Yeah.
hiccup. My only hiccup
No, I
is
understand.
finding the time to to do that justice. But so yeah, it is elusive.
That it
Is that what he said?
is. That it
Yeah,
is.
elusive script.
Hey,
Yeah,
this is true. It is elusive. It got me thinking about two things when you were talking.
and Bailey's in
You
the
said
basement
something
today.
about a final girl and something about laptop horror. First of all, laptop
Yeah.
horror, I wanted to mention that movie that I watched, Deadware. It was from 2021. I don't know if you've seen it, but
No,
it's a laptop horror. But here's the cool thing about it, it takes place in 1999. So it's an old school computer, the way the internet used to work with the old Windows and everything else. And they're playing this online game, and there's two friends, and the game ends up being, it's hard to explain, but it's only an hour and 8 minutes long, and it's not going to be for everybody. You really got to be a fan of found footage to watch it. But it takes place in '99. And I think that's kind of the charm of it, is how well they executed that with the chat client, with the two of them talking, and then they went and they played this game, and it's kind of cool. It's a curious, it's on Prime. How about that? There you go. It's a curious little piece, though. I just wanted to mention that. And Final
yeah,
Girls, I just was thinking of something that nobody ever talks about, but you know who was a really pretty final girl? Is Mary Beth from the first Hatchet.
yes, true.
Nobody talks about her. And I don't know what happened to her. And I wish, and nothing against Danielle Harris, but I almost wish she would have come back because she was a very pretty girl in that movie. I think her last name is Feldman. Tamara Feldman might be her name. Either way, I don't know
I
what
did
happened
read
to
up
her.
about it when we did TJF 13. I
Man,
read up about it, wondering why she didn't come back. I feel like there was a dispute or of some sort, but whether it be a wage thing or she didn't like horror or something to that effect.
yeah, Tamara Feldman. That's her name. Yeah. So I don't know what happened, but man, she's still working. Oh, she's on the show called Walker. What is it? Another Texas Ranger
Texas
show?
Walker.
Yeah, she was another show called Strange Angel in 2018 and 19. So she's kept busy, just hasn't really done any horror. She's
Well,
done like
and
a
that
couple.
might
So
have been it. She might
Alice
have just been
Kills.
like,
Oh wow, sorry. Alice Kills is the movie I've always wanted to see, and I don't know if I saw it or not, but I want to see it. Hmm, I can't remember. Anyway, oh, it's on Prime now. Have I seen that one? I don't know. I don't know. Alice Kills though, but I don't know. I heard a couple good things about it. So, anyway, not to sidetrack.
yeah.
Okay, where were we? Back with these questions.
So this is what
Anything that got wrenched,
this was
Debbie.
the answer. Sorry, just
Oh, go ahead.
this was the answer that was on online when you first just Google it or whatever. The simple answer is that it wasn't going to work out. I think she was taking some bad advice and handling herself in a bad way with us. Towards the middle of making Frozen, we started talking about moving in another direction with that role. So I think when you read that full article, because that's just a snippet from it,
Hmm.
maybe her representation says you we don't recommend that you go that route. You might get typecast in there, and maybe she was taking that to heart. You know, the thing that everybody took to heart when they were in a Friday the 13th movie back in the day, not realizing that if they did continue the role, like Ginny, Amy Steele was offered the initial part three and whatever,
Right.
what in the direction they were going to go initially was that, she didn't want to get typecast. And then who knew that that would have been what the role that she's most, famous for at the end of the day.
Nobody knows at that time. And yeah, it's hard to say. Nobody knows what's going to happen with film, and that the slasher genre is going to
Nobody
take off.
knows.
And yeah, it's too bad. Okay, Debbie Lynn wants to know if anything that got wrenched. I haven't been wrenched too much lately, I don't think.
Nope.
Nothing this morning. Uh,
The unwrenching. I've been good. Yeah, I haven't been wrenched this morning or this past week.
no, it's been
All good.
okay. It's been. Stay tuned though, and when it does happen
Wrench
again,
free.
I'll be sure to discuss it again. The wrenching. Okay, Marco, how spookies is an underrated gem.
Well, we'll find that out, Marco. Now, Marco, do you really love that movie? I want to hear, do you love that movie or do you just have it and because we shit on it so much, have to come to its defense. Like, that's what I really want to know. Like, do you really, really consider this a classic? Or is this just fun BS talk to throw back at us because of we shit on it? Because I'm sure
Well,
there are fans of it. There are day one buy people out there that bought it for a reason. The same
I
people
know
that
Dave
probably
Parker likes it.
bought Nightmare Weekend. I mean, come on, guys. Like, Nightmare Weekend was a piece of shit, and I can say that and not feel bad about saying that. Because remember, sometimes Dave, you go, "You can't say that. Your Nightmare
Well,
Weekend's a piece of shit." But
fair enough.
curious and stupid enough to warrant a watch, if that makes any sense whatsoever, because you have
I'll
to see the
watch.
ludicrousness that's
A
there.
watch. A watch one time. Yes. To buy a fucking $25 Blu-ray or a 4K or
Yeah,
anything else to watch a movie that you're gonna watch once and never again. I mean, it's your money. But I
money.
can't I don't do too much blind buying, and that's one of the reasons why. There's no way I'm
But
gonna just do that.
I will check out Spookies again. I
Yeah,
will
so
do it.
will I.
I'll do it for Marco because I do love that guy. As much as, we
Yeah,
had a little jokey tiff way back when, I love that fucking Finnish fuck.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it too. I have it here. I'll watch it. Why not? Okay, Nicole, I actually just listened to you on Slumber Party Massacre, and I need more Dave Z crazy chick stories.
Uh-oh.
Nobody wants that. Oh man, I got tons. I got tons. I just can't. There are a lot. I've
Was
had
that the
some
pillow talk segment?
crazy things done to me. Off the top of my head,
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't even. There's so many things. There's just so many things that have happened to me, crazy chick wise. I can just go through like every relationship I've had and just talk about, you know, this one did this. This one came at me with a knife. This one did this. This one called the cops for no
Holy
reason.
shit.
This,
Jesus,
huh?
mother.
You know?
Crazy. That is crazy chick stories. I've
Oh,
led a very sheltered life. I haven't been attacked by a knife.
I've had a couple. I've had a couple crazy. I tell you, and I don't want to start to try to fish for a story now. I'm gonna have to try to. Maybe I'll every couple shows I'll come up with one, but it's tough to tell those stories because people are gonna believe that. Hey, uh, maybe it's not them. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the one that brings it out of them. But
You bring out the
believe me
crazy.
when I tell you that I'm pretty mellow, and it does take a lot to get me going. But then if I do get lippy, I'm not saying I never get lippy, but I have to be pushed to it. I'm not the type of person that's gonna bust somebody's balls or give them a hard time just because I want to or something. I want peace and harmony. I want things to be chill. But I also know that in the past when somebody started pushing my buttons, well, I'm smart enough that I know how to push buttons right back. So I push them right back, and then
Go
one thing
ahead.
leads to another.
Get a knife. Get a cut my heart out. Cut my
I
heart.
did that too. Here,
You
take
do
it.
that?
Take it. Go ahead. Hand
Take
it
the
the fuck.
knife.
Here, go ahead.
Take it.
Go ahead. Here I am.
Take my
Come
heart.
get me. Spread
Put my
my
heart on the
arms.
mantle.
Do it. That's what I said. Come on, kill me right fucking now. I'm right here. Put my fucking chest out. Go ahead. I've said that. Sure.
These are crazy Dave Z stories.
Well, I know, right? You get pushed to it.
I'm
You
half
do get
kidding.
pushed to certain things, and it's just like nowadays. Nowadays, thank goodness, I'm much more chill, and time will teach you that experience and age. But now, no matter what they gave to me, if I was single and I was dating some other girls, uh, it would be very. I don't think I can be pushed to anything like that, where it could be too volatile. It just wouldn't happen. But in the past, I'll try to come up with some. I just can't do it now, just for the sake of doing it. But yeah, I should have started making a list of all the girls I dated, and then say, okay, well, this one did this, and this one happened here, and you know,
You are attracted to crazy women.
is it me? I
Yeah,
mean,
you've said it on the
you don't.
show. It's you.
Well,
It's
I
you.
am
It's you.
okay. I'm attracted to crazy women now when I see a certain thing in their personality because I know what they're capable of in the bedroom and everything else, and they're not boring freaking girls. So that's good. That means good sex and stuff, and uh, an interesting relationship. you know what I mean? And spontaneity. But at the time, when I first meet them, they don't come off as crazy. When you meet them, they're fine. And I'm just talking
Yeah.
about my experiences. When I start dating them, they're fine. Then I find out, as you often do with other people, when you start getting to know the real them, how crazy they actually are.
They're
So it
psycho
isn't
hose
like,
beast.
yeah. But nowadays, yeah,
What
I
movie?
do like the bad girls. Um, Last American Virgin,
No, psycho hose
Porky's,
beast. No, a little later. Oh, actually, about a decade later.
a decade later. Psycho Hose Beast. It does sound
I'm
familiar.
sure it's been in other films too, but
Huh.
ding,
I don't
ding,
know.
ding, 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 ding. It was
I
based on a skit. Ding, 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 ding,
A
ding,
skit.
ding,
So
ding,
Saturday Night Live, maybe.
ding, ding, ding,
Uh-huh.
ding,
What was
ding,
a Saturday Night Live
doo,
movie?
doo,
Uh,
doo, doo, doo,
A Night at the
doo, doo,
Roxbury? Um,
doo,
no,
doo,
not the Blues Brothers.
doo,
That's too
doo,
soon.
doo,
Tommy
doo,
Boy or one of them
doo,
fucking
doo, doo,
things?
doo, doo, doo.
Black Sheep?
It was Wayne's World.
Oh, how stupid am I? The most obvious one of all. Did, oh my God. Wayne's World was probably the biggest one that came from SNL based on a
Yeah.
skit. After Blues Brothers, that as well. But I mean, wow. Oh my gosh, totally. Yeah, I know he said that. Wow. Good
It's funny
call.
when the realization kicks in. That's happened to me with what, oh my god. Did you hear that one, Billy? I just hit my mic stand again. Billy's like, "I've never heard of." I think he's being sarcastic. I assume he's being sarcastic, but maybe this doesn't translate when I hit it and I always bring it up to everyone's attention. I just assume there's a big thud, but maybe it's noise suppressed in Zoom now.
Mamma mia.
Anyway, you were talking. I
Anyway,
interrupted you. Well, yeah, psycho
no, no,
chicks,
no.
psycho hose beasts.
Yeah, yeah. I can't. Another time. I'll have to try to bring one to the table every few shows or something like that. Maybe every BS show I'll come up with a new story. But okay. Hope I'm not too late. The Ram Man. I thought of another question. What do
Too
you
late.
think of the rise of bootleg band slash horror T-shirts? A lot of the times they're cheaper and more interesting looking, but they usually only have a limited run to avoid lawsuits. I'm kind of mixed on this. Um, for music, typically you're always better off buying shirts in the parking lot as opposed to going in there and paying the freaking $35 that the band is going to charge you at the concert. And the quality is going to be a little less, but sometimes they're more creative as shirts, but they also might not last as long, but you can get more for your money. That's why I look at it with, but I also do like to have official shirts too. But as far as the horror stuff, here's the problem. They are so overpriced at Fright Rags and
Yeah.
Gutter Garbs and all of them and
It's
Terror
gotta be the
Collection.
licensing, I'm assuming, right? The licensing's
But
gotta
see,
be pricing them out,
oh,
or is it just greed?
I think it's just greed because you could sell these shirts for $15. You could buy them off eBay from different things, and maybe they are bootlegged and everything else. But I'm just thinking, and I don't want to take money from the artists. So I get that part. At the same time, I think that's like a convenient excuse for them to raise the price. I'm not saying that the artist isn't making more money as a result, but the percentages of things going up per year and everything else, and this is before inflation started and everything else, like the last couple of years, like the where it's gone. I'm just saying when it went to 27, I remember saying something like 5 years ago about it. How all of a sudden they went from like 20 to 27, and then whatever the going rate is now. The way they keep doing it, and obviously, they're making money hand over fist because every week they are coming up with new shirts. All of these companies. It isn't just like it's like out of hand now. Every horror movie has a shirt now, it seems, and they just keep coming and coming and coming. So I'm
Oh,
thinking someone's making a real lot of money off this, and I'm happy that artists are being paid. But what I want, it's almost like when you have a pizza place and you
what?
tell,
I
well,
gotta
hold
hear
on,
this. Yeah,
you have a
I'm holding.
pizzeria,
Yeah.
you have a pizzeria and you charge $3 extra for delivery. Okay. And when you charge $3 extra for delivery, two of those dollars go to the driver and one goes to the pizzeria. When the pizzeria is already making its money off its profits for everything else for the food. So if you didn't charge for delivery, then these poor drivers wouldn't be getting that plus tip. But if you charge three for delivery, the fact all $3 should go to the driver. It shouldn't be two to the driver and one to the company. And that's the kind of thing
What if
that
you
I
tip
think
though?
goes on.
Did you say would you tip it's split too, or does the tip go all to
No,
the
the tip
driver?
all goes to the driver, but there's
Well, that's
still a
good at
delivery
least.
charge.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
there's still delivery charge. And that that's what I see being an issue when a pizzeria charges for delivery and they make an extra money off it when they've already made their money off of your, so it's like they got to have their piece of the pie. If it strictly went to
Pizza
the
pie?
artist and they said yeah,
Sorry,
exactly, pizza pie. They're not doing it for the
I gotta
artist.
retire.
You think these companies care about the artist? They're not saying, "Oh, well, we want our artists to get paid." They already have the artist commission. They're already there making shirts. So if they raise something $5, $7, do you think they're saying, "Well, we want our artists to be paid more money,
I wanna know
so
what
we're
the
going to do
licensing
this"?
fee must be on those. I'm assuming it's like if it's is it a flat rate? Is it per item? I mean, I remember when I first got into the industry that I'm in, the hearing industry, we had done, earplugs that had, like, Dora the Explorer on it or Blue's Clues or something like that, like these kids shows just to have, and there was a licensing component that was charged, but I think it was an upfront fee, I thought, and it gave us 1 year of production or whatever the terms were, but I can't remember what it would be. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Okay, for Friday the 13th, it's $25,000. You get 6 months of usage.
Right.
And maybe that's why they do small runs. I don't I'd like to know the ins and outs of that, but I I don't know like what you're saying is how what dollar goes here, what dollar goes there, but they are overpriced. And you want the
Yes.
artists to get if it's like an independent artist that's working and whatever, you want them to get paid for sure. Like bootlegs are what? Like just take a screenshot and they're just making their own shirts? Is that I'm assuming that's what
Well, it
because
depends.
nowadays you could do that very easily, right? You could take any image and fucking have it put on a shirt and order away. And
Well,
the
yeah, but
funny thing is, if they're $30, you could probably do it cheaper. Drop shipping. You know, when you go through
mhm,
your fucking Facebook feed and every second ad is you want to make some extra money? Drop shipping and all this. But
mhm,
you can set all these businesses up. But yeah, that would be a bootleg business. Essentially
sure.
stealing like an image just like Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast and putting it on a shirt. But the lowest price in like a one-offs or something like that is still 20 to $25. It's pretty expensive.
It's a lot of money, man. And the thing is, if they want to raise the prices and as they say, I believe, now what do I know? This is just my belief. They probably give the artist a percentage of the sale. They probably say 1% of the sale of anything you put your art on is going to go to you. So if it's $27, you're going to get 1% of each sale. I don't know if that's how they do it. But so of course it is going to give them more money, but why not keep the prices low and give them 3%?
Yeah,
Seriously, why not
why
just
not?
do it? It's just greed. It's just greed, and it's unfortunate. Now, touring bands, I'm gonna be a little more compassionate because I know that they don't get paid like they used to because records don't sell like they used to, and it's a different world now with streaming. And I don't know what the big bands are making. I don't know. I assume it's less than it once was. So I know that touring gives them a lot of their money. So and that's stuff that they're running themselves, that they're selling it. So by all means, buy a shirt from the stand. But as far as like, so you know what I mean? I feel bad just saying go in the lot and get a cheap shirt.
You know who we should have on the show and ask? I don't know if he'll come on the show, but maybe we could just ask in Facebook because we're both friends with him. Is Nathan Thomas Milliner
I
because
was thinking
he
of that. He has his
because
own
he is
podcast.
he
It's a
did
YouTube
artists
one.
for Scream Factory, Fright
Yep.
Rags. like NECA. So like he would have the answers that we're talking about. Horror Hound, so he does those cool covers that
True.
are typically, well, I'm sure it's right behind me here, but I'm not going to grab it right now because I'll make a mess. But yeah, um, hell, I've even I think used one for the TGIF 13 part 3 episode of the revisited and the part 6 episode
Mhm.
revisited where you did the intro. I think I took his artwork that was a horror that I didn't pay him a royalty. Sorry, Nathan, but I didn't know what to do. I just was using it and putting our logo on it because I thought it was some cool art. And I wasn't even thinking, like, to be honest, I wasn't like, oh, I'm stealing this guy's image. I'm like, oh, this is a cool thing to put as our podcast,
Pod.
what our
That's can
podcast.
that's very Canadian.
Our
Our
pod-
podcast.
our podcast, our like, and I like definitely wasn't taking credit for it by any means. It just was a cool
This
thing.
podcast.
What was funny was that someone was trying to sell cell phone covers, and it was our podcast thing. So it was his art and
Ah,
our podcast logo on it. And I'm like, hey, we don't even own the rights to that. I didn't want to get like sued because I was like, we're not making money from that or anything like that. It was just
right.
some cool art, but some guy was trying to sell them on Facebook Marketplace. I think he's still on there. And it was like that art with the TGIF episode, whatever Jason Lives, with special intro by
Wow.
Dave Z. It was the funniest part. It was like all part of this, like some of it was
Weird.
cropped off because it was a phone cover, but you could simply see it there. I'm like, or I think I sent it to your messenger, or at least I sent it to Vince at the very least. I'm like, what the fuck? Who's doing this? And I go, it's not even my art. And it's annoying because I didn't want to be accused of trying to make any money off of this shit.
Right.
But
That's
yeah,
weird,
we should
man.
ask him because he would.
Well, the
He'd
thing
be able to
is,
tell us.
we could ask him and he would tell us. But let's say he was here on the show with us, like guesting or something.
Yeah.
He's not going to say anything that's going to be derogatory about those companies. So it's almost like he's stuck between a rock and a hard place because he's employed by them. He's commissioned by them. So he's not going to say, well, that's just fright rags bumping up the price or something. He's not going to be
Yeah,
at
you're right.
liberty
Yeah,
to
yeah.
divulge that. He could say, this is what we get paid if he wants to share that information. This is how we get paid. It's a percentage base or it's this base or whatever. But I don't think he'd be able to come up and say this because then, those are people
Yeah,
he
it might
deals
put
with
him in the hot
professionally.
seat. I get it. Yeah.
Right. But I should message him and ask him. I am curious about it.
Well, he's done some fantastic art. Like
Oh, yeah.
probably everybody listening to the show has seen one of his pieces somewhere,
Sure,
whether it be
man.
on a shirt, whether it be on what. Excuse me, he's done some impressive pieces. Sorry, I'm hiccuping it. I'm choking
Right
on my
on.
own thing. Anyway,
Well, let's go over here. Now
yeah.
we're back to the Patreon page. Okay. Scott Allen says, well, I'd like to hear a discussion on whether or not Tina died in H5. I don't think she did, stabbed in the shoulder. I have no recollection of this.
So Tina
I-
Dine is the one that everybody complains is the most annoying character in the series. She's the one that's like,
Tina. Yeah.
and then she gets stabbed in the shoulder. It's a really bad edit. I'm assuming because of censorship with the MPAA, where she gets stabbed. The soundtrack and the camera whirls around. There's a weird like and whatever, and then she's like lots of screaming. It's just a annoying scene. Coming from that effective scene where the car's chasing them down and hitting all the Christmas trees down. I kind of like that. Like it's a cool set piece. But anyway, to answer the question, you're right. You never actually get a definitive answer. She could have easily been a flesh wound and taken to the hospital. I think they're alluding that she did die and she's probably part of the body count, but it's like a Gordon situation.
Tina and Gordon together forever.
That it wasn't self-inflicted. It wasn't self-inflicted, but we were never given that final answer. But you're right. She could easily have woken up in the hospital at the end with a psychic
should
link
be
to
in
Jamie.
She should be back in. They should do like a Halloween fan film
Yeah.
and bring her back. She never died.
Tina's Awakening. Trying to find
Tina's
it.
Awakening, yeah. So I don't know. Good question, but like, C took it. I don't remember the kill, so it's hard for me to say. Well, I wish maybe they'll bring
Yeah.
her back. Maybe they'll pick up Halloween again after the events of Part 6, because we've never seen anything after 6. That's other than everything else is a different timeline.
You
That's
think a
cool.
TV show? I think everything's going the TV show route, which again, I have no problem with. I love my movies, as I said, but with certain things, like I'm pumped if and when this Friday the 13th one ever comes out, because it sounds like it's exactly what we fans wanted,
Yeah.
and then they could still do Jason movies, and I'm fine with that. I'll take both. But I kind of
Well,
like the idea and premise of the show quite a bit.
I want to see Halloween picked up after 6. I want to see Loomis has the Cult of Thorn on him. So we got to get a new guy cast for Loomis, and we got to get that. And then we got to kind of get the Cult of Thorn stuff out of the way, but you can't skip it. So it's almost like they have to do with like a Jar Jar Binks, what they did for Jar Jar Binks in episode 2, how they kind of phased him out. They said, "Okay, Jar Jar, you're going to stay here for the movie," and then you don't see him again till the end
Who's Jar
when he's
Jar?
carrying a
I'm
casket.
sorry, I grabbed something and I made a fucking horrible. Who's the Jar Jar one?
Well, they should Jar Jar the entire Thorn
Yeah,
situation. Loomis has Thorn at the end of part 6, depending
yeah,
on which version you're going with. So you can either go producer's cut and Loomis is now Thorned, or you
yeah.
can go theatrical and we just hear the scream at the end and then pick it up that way. But I want to see Halloween picked up after 6 that ignores everything Jamie Lee Curtis, everything H2O Resurrection and the new trilogy. That's what they should do. Maybe that's what the fan
Or
film we should.
bridge the gap between 6 and 7 to actually, because 7
Well,
was
7
the only downfall of
disregarded
it is
6.
well, they always sort of say like they made the evil live, but they don't talk about Thorn necessarily. But you could probably bridge it. The big problem with always would be was why would Jamie Lee start a new life and have a son and leave her daughter in Haddonfield to go? But there was always Kevin Williamson has always sort of alluded to the fact that we didn't ignore all the sequels, but you can't leave. That's a pretty big logic gap of just saying that you died and you're going to protect your daughter by having her stay in fucking Haddonfield where all the shit happened, and I'm going to move to the other side of the country.
You're right.
So
It's
that's why I've never been able to buy that it didn't it just I'd say they did just ignore everything after 2 and just let it
I
go that
agree.
way. I think that's what they've alluded to, but I remember reading an article that Kevin, did I say Kevin Smith? I meant Kevin Williamson because
You
I
said it
do.
earlier though, Williamson.
Yeah, I did say Williamson. Sometimes I go back when we're doing the quick edit and I go, oh shit, I said the wrong name, but
Wow, they should get
Williamson,
together.
and yeah, and do one. But
Do anything. Kevin
I
Smith
like
and
that.
Kevin Williamson?
I'm
It
not
would be
against
a
those are
90s.
great. That's why that new Saw thing could be very interesting. I know we're down on it, but this is exactly it. You're like, if you're going to bring someone back, make it make sense now, and they're kind of making make sense if they're going to do maybe a tie-in between 1 and 2 or whatever. Because if it's happened between 2, isn't 2, 3, 4, and 5 all kind of happening at around the same time frame?
Wait a minute. 2, 3,
Saw,
4, and 5.
Saw.
Oh, oh,
I
oh,
jumped to
oh, oh.
Saw
Okay.
now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like that's a new sequel that's supposedly taking the idea of placing it in the time frame
Yeah,
of
kind of.
Saw 1 and 2 or whatever it may be.
Yeah, they are kind of around the same time. There's 2, and then 3 and
Because
4 take place at the same time, and 5 like picks up right after, so it's the same, you know?
or it was 6 months later or something like, but 2, something happened. I remember there's a little bit of a time gap to allow for some stuff. I remember when we were doing the franchise, we were talking about it, but it's interesting. I'm still to this day, I know we were talking about Halloween and going off and spinning off on that, but still that Friday the 13th, if they really want to cater to the fans, uh, this would be a deep dive because this would be just to true fans. And it is using Jason Takes Manhattan because that's really where the series the Paramount series ended and whatever. And they talk about opening to the show could start in New York with emergency trucks and everything else. And then they come down and they have like a Renee lookalike or whatever. And she's complaining to the police and she's like, the boy, Jason, he's down in the sewers. And they're, ma'am, we didn't find any boy. Then he's still there. And then they could then retro it from there and then tell the story of Jason. Tell me that wouldn't be the biggest cum shot fan, like just give the fans what they want, more or less. Maybe that it doesn't have to be there. They could use a jump off from any one of the other films. I just thought since that ended the Paramount era and then he's a boy excised of all his evil and it's a stupid ending, use that to then tell the story of Jason, since it is in the mythology, and we've seen it on screen, and we have this gap where Jason goes to Hell's. He's just back in Crystal Lake, fully formed, fully grown, and we get the body hopping segment. So why not start it there? Be able to fill in some gaps, the backstory situation, everything else. When Chris gets attacked, all the things we've talked about in the whether if he obviously he didn't die, so was he helping his mom and his mom was just so far gone? Like all these things can be sort of answered in the show. And again, they've got to walk that fine line because we've also argued on the show, at least I have, that sometimes when they over explain things or give too much of a backstory, it ruins that mythology. But I'm not saying like you could still play within that realm. And I still think keep fans engaged without having to explain everything about black magic and Necronomicon bullshit.
For
So,
sure. They
okay, I'll be off my
Alex did that.
soapbox now.
No, it's great. Alex wrote a thing, and it picked up at the end of part 8 when Jason is a boy because he's like, okay, now Jason's a boy again. So let's
Yeah.
take him as a boy and then send him on his way, and he becomes Jason again on Earth, and it is what it is. And forget about 9 and whatever else. And that would be cool. See, that's cool.
Well,
And the end of I always wished after Jason X when they landed on Earth 2 that they could just
that's what I'm
pick it
saying.
up
The
there
series,
back
the
at camp.
series could be, the series could go in so many different directions depending on how long it survives. Like you could have this launch off of starting at the end of the Paramount era, but it's not continuing it there. It's just starting it like fan service to fill in that gap of like we didn't find any boy, meaning Jason's God now, and can explain maybe what had became 9, but we could come back and revisit that. And then you're going back and now telling the prequel story. And then as that builds, that could be season 1 and be done with it. Then you have season 2, it could fill in some gaps between 1 to 1 and 2, and then also incorporate the Chris attack sequence and whatever. And they, whether that's
Yeah.
season 2 or whatever it may be, it's still Jason. He's Sackhead Jason, whatever. And then so like part 1 is kind of like part 1 with Pamela and everything else. Part 2 is Sackhead Jason, or season 2 is Sackhead Jason, and the untold story there. And then part 3 could be fully formed Jason. Well, they're filling in the gaps of the series of or launching it from there, going into space, whatever it may be, or Earth 2, I should say, and or taking it from what Alex was saying and as a boy and what happened, or because he's deformed and there's a supernatural element that they stupidly ended up adding in because I guess him living was supernatural because he survived drowning. But I'm saying just you ground it, keep it grounded in reality. I just assume he survived and never actually drowned, but
Right.
you know what I mean? They're saying he drowned, was never found, but somehow survived off the land and came back, and then there was a supernatural element to it. But I'm just saying he never actually drowned. Then just found himself
That's okay
lost
too.
in another area, and whatever it may be. Whatever, we can argue this too. I don't know how we got here because it's not one of the questions,
I
but
don't know, but I'm
the
excited.
possibilities are kind of endless in the sense of where they could go with this from a fan service standpoint. But I'm hoping that like they realize that if they're going to do a prequel factor, they might as well incorporate some of that timeline or mythology into it because then they're taking it back to the beginnings, the humble beginnings,
Man,
before the
I'm
dystopian future.
oh, yeah, that. No, I'm so excited. I'm so excited, and I've been trying to keep it low, but the
You
more
just
we
can't hide
talk
it.
about it, the more I think about it. Right. You know what I think we should do? I think we should cash in on this. I think we should be the people because I think we have earned the right. I think we should be the podcast. We should be the people representing that show. We should have a live show every every episode. When it ends, we should go on live on YouTube and freaking try to create some buzz. You know how they have like that show like The Walking Dead, they had the Talking Dead afterwards,
Yeah,
and they would talk like a reaction show for like you and I discussing what we just watched, like fresh off of it, just like
yeah,
boom,
I'm
what happened.
for sure.
Somebody has to cash in on this because people are going to try. We should. I think we could do something
Dead
really
meat,
cool.
dead meat, the YouTube. Yeah, we should do it because that's really what they could be just bonus things that are on the feed for everybody to see to gain more interest. Like instead of creating these stupid little ads that I do that just generate a little few views here and there. It's a buzz. That's what you do. Little segments that it could be. We could be talking about for half an hour or
Yeah,
10 minutes, whatever it may be. But boom, it's some buzz. I
for
mean,
sure.
sometimes like since the show's so long form, maybe these things can be shorter. Boom, boom, punchy. Right, get right to the point. Keep it tight and get people excited both about the show, our show, and that show. But I'm all for it, man. Definitely.
100%. All right, well then we'll have to figure this out, but I'm excited. Okay, Ram Man. Okay,
Sorry,
number
man.
1,
Went off a tangent there.
who's more powerful overall, Pinhead or the Tall Man? He has 3 questions. That's the first
Huh.
question. Pinhead
Uh,
or the Tall Man? One
it's
comes from
weird.
space. One comes
Yeah.
from the outer realms of nowhere, or or other dimensions. They're both other dimensions.
Wait, one comes from space. You're saying the tall man is
Well,
other dimension. Yeah, I
it's an
thought
alien.
hell, and then they
Mhm.
come.
Another world.
I was going to give the edge to
Multiple.
Pinhead, but it seems like because Pinhead kind of was defeated in a weird way, or at least subdued by Chenard, Doctor Chenard. Uh, but whereas Tall Man, every time he dies, it's like a fresh body just comes out of the dimension to take over. It's like he literally can't die.
Wow. See, that's interesting. See, I was thinking that he might be weaker because Tall Man comes to Earth and he has to go through all the rigmarole of having a mausoleum and doing all that other stuff and walking around in public and just being earthbound to harvest what he wants to harvest. Where Pinhead comes seemingly out of nowhere in any room at any time, if you mess with the cube, comes in and does whatever the hell he wants to do, and then takes you to another world. So they're both
Eh,
taking you to another world. But
and
I
tearing your
do
soul apart.
understand that,
I
yeah,
I do. I think I have to give the edge to Pinhead too, because even when I was thinking of a Clash of the Titans type of movie with like all the horror icons coming together, Pinhead was the one that I think. Well, at the end, they obviously have to summon Pinhead to kind of defeat them all. I didn't think of the Tall Man at that time to be one of the
and
ones that came in to defeat them all.
why? How about that? Nobody ever brings up the tall man. They bring up everybody. They bring up Chucky. They bring up Ghostface, Leatherface. Obviously, Michael, Jason, and Freddy are going to be there. But everybody comes up. Everybody. You name it, they come up. Pinhead comes up. Nobody ever brings up the tall man. And I'm just realizing this now. He is completely overlooked in the lexicon of freaking horror villains,
He's
of people that are major. And the guy's had 5 movies.
He's always in the art
Weird.
pieces, like the collages that we're talking about that possibly
You
Nathan
think
even
he
made.
is?
He's always there. He's always in those collages. But you're right. He's not. I don't think he's forgotten. And now art. I just wanted to get back on this because I wrote it down. I'm like, because I said I'm going to forget. You're talking about t-shirts. I went into Hot Topic when I was down in the Detroit area, and they had Terrifier and Terrifier 2 shirts in Hot Topic. They had
Nice.
Terrifier merch now. So that although we already know that the second movie was a huge hit and there's plans for a third and we know it's coming out and that solidified art as an icon. I mean, the fact that you're now seeing Terrifier merch in retail stores, I think
That's cool.
solidifies it. He's a new icon, another clown icon. Funny because
Well,
when you think about a Pennywise,
so
you
was
think how hard
Pennywise,
could it
but
be? How hard could it be for another one? It's hard, but Art the Clown has weaseled his way in.
man, isn't that wild? See, I don't know
And
about Tall Man versus Pinhead still. I'm thinking about this because Pinhead is controlled by something else. Leviathan is actually running the show. It's usually he he's a product of something else. He was formed the way anyone could have been formed, like Chenard was formed or something. He just became the spokesman and the head of it all. But Tall Man seems to be the man in charge of wherever he's coming from. So it does make you think about it, you
this is
know?
the one I'm thinking of. There's this icon here. Why is everything coming out? I think it's because we're streaming.
Man,
It's
I
like
think Tall Man might be more powerful. Wow.
I'm looking at that like iconic collage of horror. Oh my god, this is such a pain
You
in the
never
ass.
see it, dude. Look up freaking like Google images of
For whatever reason, it's
horror
taking forever
villain
to line up.
collage.
Yeah, I am.
Just like,
That's what I did. Horror villain collage or horror movie collage,
yeah, and
and
tell me,
I I swear, unless I'm doing it really quick, everybody's here except now. You're right.
see?
The tall man is there. There's a sphere with the tall man. Yep, I
Okay,
knew he was in there.
one
No, but
picture you're talking.
that was the major one that we've used as cover art for a couple of our episodes,
Well,
and
fine. Fucking
I've been
Elvira's in there too, probably. Big
it is
deal.
Alvira's
Well,
front and
that's what
center
I'm
actually.
saying. That's what I'm saying. They're stretching out. I'm talking about when you have like 4 or 5, when you have like a Mount Rushmore, or you have a fucking, 5
Oh
guys or 5
no,
people. He's never
well, of
one of them.
course not. He's not going to be one of
Well,
them.
what do you
There's
mean?
no
Of
way.
course not. Why the fuck? Why does Chucky and
Because
freaking Pinhead?
Candyman, even how leather or Leatherface might be on the outskirts of that. If anything, he wheels
Yeah, and
his way in
Leatherface.
before Pinhead. So Pinhead, Tall Man, Candyman, they're going to be on the back burner. And Chucky
Yeah,
kind
but
of it depends. Chucky is on the
fine.
verge there too. It's
You have a
always going
big
to be,
3. What I'm
or the big
saying
four now
is
is Ghostface. Ghostface will always be
sometimes
there now.
4. Okay, so let's say 4 or 5. Okay, let's throw in Leatherface. You're gonna probably see Leatherface a lot. Okay, he's like the 4th for the most part. Then you see Chucky. Okay, now I'll put Ghostface in there too. Then maybe Pinhead. But still, Tall Man is behind all of them, and he never comes up in those pictures. That's
Yeah,
all I'm
well,
saying.
yeah, here's another one that I clicked on, and again, it had everybody but Tall Man in this particular. Now, I
See?
don't know if there's an Easter egg in there, but it's Chucky, Ghostface, Freddy, Jason, Michael, Leatherface, Pinhead, Jigsaw, or what's the tricycle guy's
Billy?
name? Billy, and then the Exorcist of all hovering
Well,
over
of
the
course,
mall.
Reagan can be there, but then you also have to look at other movies. Shit, Pennywise is gonna pop up. You know, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
and it's funny. It will differ. It just differs. But you're right. I'd say that the tall man gets edged out a little bit more. So this one even has Candyman and Chucky, but no tall man with all the classic ones. So
Maybe
yeah,
his appearance isn't special. He's just a guy. You know what I'm saying? Where Pinhead has fucking pins in his head.
well, yeah, I mean,
He's just a guy.
he looks like an old man, but I mean,
He's not
if
wearing
you
a
see the
mask.
movies, yeah,
Right. I think that's it. He doesn't have enough of an identity that's more marketable. Tall man's just a guy dressed up in a fucking suit, an older guy. So maybe that's why he just doesn't look intimidating enough. Chucky's
that
a
one
doll.
that famous
Scream
one
with a
of the
mask.
ones
Ghostface.
that someone did of the one all of them sitting in the audience. I'm sure he's there. Again, I'm trying to
Well,
click on
sure, those
these
are
as
big
I'm
ones. If you have ones with like 10 or more, yeah, he's gonna be
yeah,
in
but
there. I get it. But I'm talking about he doesn't seem to be mentioned with the heavyweights, and he has 5 movies.
with the
That's all I'm
heavyweights, yeah.
saying.
No, that's true. That's valid.
Yeah.
Although I don't no, I don't think he's in this one with the heavyweights.
See what I mean?
I'm sure
Prowler
he is.
doesn't
I'm
even
just
show up.
trying to look very quickly so I'm not it's not like dead air. But you've got like fucking the aliens from They Live in this. You figure that the tall man should be in this audience.
Of course.
This is the one with the Frankenstein and the Bride of Frankenstein sitting in the front row. You've got Predator,
Probably.
you've got Alien,
I was gonna say
you've
the
got
xenomorph.
Pan's
Right.
Labyrinth. You've got everybody in it. I'm surprised you got the Thing, the Fly, Leprechauns in this fucking thing.
See, come on.
Nosferatu, the Howling, or no, it's American Werewolf. The Nun is in this one.
See.
Captain Spaulding. Yeah,
Yeah.
unless there's the twins. Fucking what the hell? Why? Yeah,
See.
it's interesting. He's not even in this one. That
People
that's an
forget about him.
oversight.
Yeah, he's the dark horse, man. He's the underdog. And I think he's more powerful than Pinhead now that when you think about it.
There you go.
So there you have it.
There's got to be an
Okay.
Easter egg of the sphere in here somewhere. There's got to be something, but I'm not seeing it because your red balloon. I see the Blair Witch twigs.
99 of them?
Yeah, yep. I see 99 red balloons.
Okay, number 2. This is going to be interesting. Top 3 hip hop albums. I'm curious to hear what you have to say more than anything.
Yeah, but see, I'm more mainstream with that, man. So I got to go with the
Who gives a
ones
shit?
that I grew up with, and then we've talked about on the show. So that would be now hip hop. I'm just bringing it rap because that's
Well, it is
how I
rap.
knew it. Yeah, that's
That's what
really
it is.
what I. So it would have to be, and we've done this because you were always one album ahead. So I like Raising Hell, Run DMC, Raising Hell, Ice T Power, and the fuck, the third one, I guess I'd have to give to, Fear of a Black Planet,
Wow.
Public Enemy, because that would
Awesome.
be those would be the ones that I like, that I listened to the most, like, in that time frame. I there would be other ones that I would buy, obviously, and from the same artist, or of course, like then NWA, Easy Does It would be probably on the outskirts.
So many albums. Uh, so you said Run DMC Raising Hell,
Raising Hell, and then, Icy Power,
Ice T Power.
and
Okay.
then I would give, Fear of a Black Planet.
And then 3. Okay. Well, number 1 for me is Public Enemy. It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. It's always been my number 1 since I first heard it. So long, long time. That's my number 1. My number 2 is Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique, and
See, and mine would have been,
brilliant.
um, Time to Ill, uh,
License to Ill.
License to Ill, Time to Ill,
Yeah.
License to Ill.
Time to
Well,
Ill.
that
Time
would
to
be
get
that would be
ill.
another one that's right there, no question.
Sure. Sure. And my number 3, it's not gonna. It's kind of a dark horse, but it's De La Soul is Dead. It's their second album, and
Yeah, but those are the
that's
ones
my
that
3.
probably Ram knows more. Like, I mean, not that he doesn't know mine. Mine are just pure mainstream. But like, yeah, there's probably like a ton. Like, because I liked it, but I didn't dive deep. Even if I dove deep, it would have been like Schooly D. That's not a deep dive, but that's would have been
Oh,
like
hey, I like Schoolie
would have
D.
gone there a little bit, as opposed to like some that just like metal I may have not even heard of.
Well, there's so
Or
much
or
for
took
sure.
me a long time to check out. Like Nas is very popular. I didn't listen to Nas until way
Sure,
later.
fair, fair. No, I hear you. There's so much. I wish I can talk about 10 more albums, but another time. But that's 3.
Yeah,
Okay, and speaking of
nice.
rap, we'll continue on number 3. Do you think Dr. Dre is capable of producing a horror score at the level of A24 films? I don't think that's his forte. I don't think Dr. Dre can do uh that type of slowed down beats. Like I think his style is one thing and he's great at it, but I don't think he could do it. I think maybe somebody like RZA could do it. I would say Trent Reznor could do. Well, Trent has done it now, but
Yeah.
I would have said that 20 years ago that Trent could do it, and some others. I I don't know if I don't think it's Dre's forte. Would be
I don't
those type
have
of
a
beats.
your answer is as good as, I don't know enough about, like, I know who Dr. Dre is, and I and everything else, but
You've
I'm
heard
not.
all his albums and
Yeah,
all his beats he's
yeah,
put
but I'm
down.
not.
Yeah,
I yeah, I would have never. I mean, maybe you could do like an urban version of it. I don't know, but I don't. I've never would have thought of him as someone to produce it. I guess is the short answer, or to be
right.
able to create it.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Not
I
saying he
don't think that's his
can't,
forte.
but I would have. It would.
No,
Yeah,
I
it's not
mean
his strength for sure.
maybe he'd surprise you. It's definitely possible.
Grave diggers.
Ah, there you go. That's RZA. You know, for sure. Great shit. So, okay, Chris, aka Scott. Okay, these are all fun.
Yeah.
Number 1, the struggles of owning 4 cats. Okay, it's not a struggle. It's fucking great. I got to tell you, they're not so bad. It's so much easier having 4 cats than
Oh, I
even
love
one
how you're
dog.
answering this too.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. No, they're great animals. They're great pets to have, and there's not too many struggles. It's really cool. But I wouldn't say more than 4. I think 5 would be too much. Even 4 is cutting it close. But okay, customer service installation problems.
What a dick.
Holy fuck!
It's
Everywhere I
something he's
look,
never heard before in his life.
Best Buy still fucking with me. They're not going to honor my shit anymore. For years, when I
Uh-oh.
bought a TV or a
Chris, damn
soundbar
you.
from them, When I bought a TV or a soundbar from them, I always paid for the insurance, the Geek Squad thing, that if something breaks, you bring it in and then you can have it repaired, right?
Why are they not
Well,
honoring it?
now, well, listen now. 5 years is about to be it's gonna be like the last week of May. It's gonna be 5 years that I moved into my house and bought my TV and my soundbar and spent a lot of money on these things. And I went there the other day. Actually, no, I don't go anywhere. I called them the other day and I said, "Listen, last time my other soundbar 2 years ago it came up, you guys offered me the insurance again, and I would like to get the insurance again on these. These are expensive equipment." They say we're not doing that anymore. So after 5 years, fuck you. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
That's it. So in other words, if my TV and my soundbar break, I'm out fucking 5Gs. Just too fucking
yeah.
bad. Which I'm so pissed off at that. The other thing you can do, like when I bought my daughter's TV, you pay $200 a year to protect that each
Everybody
year
loves a
from now
subscription
on.
based. I fucking it's gonna kill us. Some things make sense
Yep.
subscription based. I don't
Yeah.
want to keep paying for shit. I want it
I don't
one
either.
and done.
Well, I
You
would rather pay the
motherfucker.
money and nothing break because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
I would
you
rather
know,
pay
yeah.
the money and nothing break than fucking just to give me peace of mind than to have something because you know as soon as something happens that you break, you're fucked. Just like when I pay the snow guy to plow my driveway, I give him whatever I give him each year. I don't care. People say, well, this and that. I go, I would rather give the guy all this money and never see a fucking one fucking flake of snow then fucking I don't care if he comes or not. This is insurance for me.
On your
I hope
face.
it doesn't snow at all. You
Yeah.
know what I seriously. And that's how I look at it. I'm like, it's money I'm happy to get rid of to not have to worry about this and getting out of my fucking driveway and everything else. But
You asked for this, Chris, you
yep.
motherfucker.
3 porn.
Yeah. We won't get into it. We already talked about it. I
Eh,
just made a come in your face joke.
I'll tell you what I do with porn. This is what I do. I go to X videos, I
We are
create
getting
my
into
own
it.
playlist. It goes about 10 pages deep.
A playlist.
Well, yeah, I just add them to favorites basically, but they call it a playlist. So I add them. So then I go through it once. Then the second time I go through it, I start at the bottom, and then I look at it, and then I see related videos to that, and then I go down that rabbit hole and see where that takes me, and then I go through the whole thing again, and then I go back to the beginning, and I do and I watch them all again. I say I have like a weekend.
Playlist. It's like
Yeah.
the fucking the greatest hits.
Politics, I have
Greatest
nothing to
shots.
fucking say.
Yeah.
Not even a joke. Not even a fucking nothing. I don't even acknowledge their existence. How's that? There you
Good.
go.
What's left?
COVID. By the way, COVID. You know, it's coming back now. Well, listen to this. My wife is a flight attendant, and she's been telling me the last 3 days that everybody's buzzing because these people travel. They're flight attendants. These are people in her. You know what I mean? She's privy to stuff like this. There was a lot of people. There's been a spike across the country in COVID, and it's a strong strain, one that we haven't seen before. So keep your fucking eyes peeled, and I'll leave it at that. And I hope I don't get it because my mind has been fucked up since COVID. How about that? How about that? There's a fact right there. That COVID fucked me up mentally. How about that?
Yeah.
I have not been the
Uh,
same since fucking COVID, starting with fog brain and everything else. I've had fucking mental issues, panic fucking related things, shit like that have fucked with me that I never had before until I got COVID. So, of course, it could be from the shot, but I don't know what it is. It could be one or the other. Either way, it is what it is. Just
and
have
we
to deal
filled
with
the quota. Either way, we answered his question and we got more COVID talking. I
it. See?
love it. I love the fact that you're not just listing it, we're actually talking about it too. Because I
Right.
want him to feel the pain.
That's
I
right.
want
Hey,
him,
you ask,
yeah.
I answer. Okay? That's it. Kevin
Even if it
R.
was a joke.
Right. Where can we get good deals on Blu-ray movies? Chris A.K. Scott says China.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends. Like I've told you, we've got this place called The Beat Goes On. It's a chain. I happen to have one in Burlington where I live, and you could go and you can buy like new records or used records. They even had Laserdisc at one point, but someone came in and bought them all out of everything, and uh, DVD and Blu-ray. ship more DVD than the Blu-ray they've got. But I always go there and I'll grab, like I said, I was grabbing some of the Saw ones because I wanted the special features. The set I've got the 4K of the first one. I've got the 7 volume set Blu-ray, but it's just the movies. I'm like, well,
Right.
great, but I wanted the special features. So you could buy like two for $5 typically is what the Saw go for. So it's great. So that's why I started collecting those in the paranormal activities just to have them with other special features they've got. So that's one area in Canada, but I'm sure they've always had that. Or you find a flea shop, a flea
A
market,
flea
or
shop. Yeah.
or something else
The
like
pet shop
that.
boys. The flea shop boys.
Facebook Marketplace. Facebook Marketplace, no one thinks about because eBay, you
Oh,
might
true.
find some, but
And Craigslist.
eBay you get fucked on. Whereas Facebook Marketplace, sometimes they're more fan focused.
Yep.
So they're like,
Yep.
okay, I don't want to fuck you guys. Here's a price letter mail. And sometimes they're more expensive. Like sometimes you want to say, dude, what are you doing? I've seen this for like $5 and you're trying to sell it for 15. Right? Like,
Right.
but so be it. That's life. But you might be able to find deals there if you're on top of it. But if you're not a Facebook person, the only thing you do is check eBay, Amazon. You've got that other site in the fucking States that I can order from. Started with an M.
Oh, Mercari?
Yeah. Is that still valid or is that still good?
Yeah, it's still there. See, here's what to do. You're right on the
Uh,
Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist as well. Go in there and look around. A lot of people are looking to get rid of this stuff cheap. If it's something older, you can
yeah.
do things easily. Of course, you go into Salvation Army, the thrift store. You'll find things in there sometimes. And this is what I do. I go to blue-ray.com like 3 times a week. And I go see what the new deals are and what the good deals are. And I look there and I read the reviews, but I don't just end it there because they give you a direct link to Amazon. What I do
Yeah.
is if I see something and I see a price, I check it out. So what I do is this. I get the title. For example, let's go in now and I see whatever, VFW. And there it is, and I see it, and it's on sale for whatever, $15 on fucking Amazon right now. Okay, it's usually about 22, whatever. So you do that. You could just go and do that. What I do, and it's a simple, simple thing, I just put it in Google. I will write
Yeah. I do too.
VFW Blu-ray, and I will put it in there, and you're going to see eBay things come up. You go under the shop thing, you're going to see eBay stuff come up. You're going to see Amazon, of course, but then you're going to see these other places. Sometimes randomly, you'll catch something at a Target or a Walmart, and it'll be cheaper, or you'll go like a deep discount DVD. I don't know if they're around anymore, but you'll see like these off the wall websites in different places that are smaller, and you could go there. Just make sure they're reputable. But seriously, just Google the name of the DVD or the Blu-ray, put it in there, and then just go to shopping, and then just go through all the stuff and just rifle through them, and you will see different prices for different things all over the place. It just takes a few minutes of your time to investigate, but don't discredit like what C said, Facebook Marketplace, and I'll add the what do you call it? Craigslist. That is the
Or
way to go.
if you're on Facebook, whether you like to be active on it or not, you can be in groups. There's a ton of groups. Like I'm on the Canadian 4K Blu-ray, whatever, and that's what they do.
Right.
They sell their stuff, and they're typically, again, 90% of the time, and I'm pulling that stat out of nowhere, they're going to be better priced than what you would normally buy retail, and they're either be new or slightly used. Probably because they've bootlegged them themselves and they're trying to offload it, or they just need money because they're facing hard times, whatever it may be. So you can always find good deals there. When I'm on eBay, I actually the store I use is Blow It Out of Here because that seems to have all the collector ones that I want at a better price than what you would normally find anywhere else, and it's already done the
Mhm.
conversion for me. So yeah, hopefully that answers it.
That's great. And there's a website I go to. It's called 4K UHD, Blu-ray and DVD movie deals. It's a lot, I know. 4K UHD Blu-ray and DVD movie deals.
.com.
It's 2.4K members in there, but anytime there's something that's up there on the cheap, basically, something they put them up there all the time, and then you'll find like right now it says Cocaine Bear 796 or something, and just things just come up there. You know what I mean? And people share different deals. So that helps. Okay. So that's that. Back to the next one. Sorry, see I left the Patreon to go look at eBay or Facebook. Okay, Jamie Jenkins. Jenkins, see it's old school. It's it's not Salmon's on what do you call it? Patreon. And she says me. Hey, I love you. I'll talk about you all the time. Jamie, what can I
Talk
say?
about me. Yeah,
Hope
when are you coming
everything's
back on the
going good.
show? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's great about Jamie? I think I brought this up on the show, or maybe I just told you this, and I didn't bring it up in the show. Out of the blue, she'll be just like, "Hey, just wanted to reach out and say hi." And
Nah,
it's the best, and it always seems to be at a great time where I'm like, "Ah, thanks,
nice.
Jamie, because I could use that." It's always good because I feel like sometimes you're just disconnected when you're not on Facebook all the time. And I'm not saying I'm not on Facebook. I'm just not posting a lot, but I'll check our feeds. Like I said, I'm trying to keep up and put the new posts for if a new show drops or whatever it may be, and keep everybody updated that way. But I'm not on it as much as I used to be. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah, yeah, she's the greatest. Yeah, she could be cool on a BS show. Well, she's cool on any show, but it would be nice to BS with her for a while, you know? Her and Brian
Yeah.
both, really. But yeah, for sure. Okay. Uh, so hi, Jamie. Hi again. Okay. Love you. All right. Kuno, Mr. Kuno. An update on the EHHMP film project would be super cool. Are you interested in any help or collaboration with some of your patrons on the project, maybe? Hint, hint.
Absolutely. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
absolutely. I've said this before.
Hey.
Jason Luxton, who I don't know if is a patron anymore, but it doesn't matter. He was, and if he is, I apologize, Jason, because I don't have a live feed of who's still on all the time. So he gave me a link to some music that he had made, and I kind of dig some of the beats, and I'm like, if we could build off that, that'd be kind of cool. Um,
Yeah.
so I'm up for anything, anything, whether it be um help with editing, like when in the sense of like if I edit the thing, at least the second eye that has a visual flair, just tell me where to tighten shit up or whatever, or let whatever breathe, music, whatever. If you're a FX person and you live, whether it be in Canada or nearby, well, whatever we can get, because the goal is like we have an idea of what we might need for the budget, but we don't necessarily need to do that if someone can help and collaborate. I'm not saying do it for free, but I mean, collaborate, I guess, means we're all pooling our resources in for free, essentially. I'm not making any money off this. Dave's not going to make any money off of this. But if we were ever to make money off of it, like, let's be realistic, that usually doesn't happen with a no budget or low budget feature of this caliber in the sense, because we know there's some of our, Rebecca's directed many a movies. I think she's just doing it for the love of the movie. And that's what I think we're going to try to do. So that's our goal. And maybe to get momentum going to make another movie. That's really what I want out of it. And the pipe dream, of course, is you make a bunch of money on the back end. But the reality is that usually doesn't happen. But if we make money, then we split it. We split it with all the collaborators for sure. That goes without saying. But yeah, I'm all for it. I just don't know what that will be yet. And like, I think we're trying to settle on doing this laptop one, or at least something that is not contained in the sense of contained horror, but s- 1, 2 locations, smaller cast, like I said earlier. But
You know,
yes, for sure.
yeah. And if we have to go laptop, that's some ideas. We should talk to Becca about it. Maybe she would help out, or Carly, of course, for that
Well,
matter, because she's
there is
doing her stuff. I'd
there's a
love,
female actress in the thing. We need a
man.
female podcast host at least. So like
Oh,
Carly would be,
wow,
and she's the perfect age for what we were thinking. So
man.
it's just, yeah. And then, there, that's an option. And again, the goal would be that even though it's laptop, I'd still like everybody to be in the same proximity. But the cool thing
Right.
about it being laptop, depending on how the script goes and how much we need on happening on their end, there's play. Sorry, I'm very hiccupy today. I apologize, everybody. There's some play there, and that was like
Yeah.
why. And it came out of the fact that although it took me a while to appreciate found footage because of Dave, my the one that I seem to be really drawn towards is the laptop style horror. I like that aspect a little bit
Yeah,
more
man.
so. And I've always said that I don't think a found footage has done a slasher well. And again, if they've done it, it's been like and I don't even know, I haven't even seen August Underground, but it sounds like it's like that first cam one that we were talking about, Dave, where you're like the madman
Yeah,
filming your killing spree or whatever. And I'm like, well, how what about if it was not that and it was laptop and a slasher? Just think that would be kind of a cool combination.
for sure. There's lots to think about there. They just got me thinking of a new one. Okay, see, it never stops.
Well,
Okay,
it never
uh,
does stop, and you at some point, you
right.
have to final,
Oh,
figure out a
I
thing, and that
know.
was the only reason I coughed out, and it took me a long time to write. I said I coughed it out, I didn't. It took me a long
No,
time
no.
to write what is essentially, and again, I'm not trying to well, maybe I am undermining it. I don't mean to be, because I'm very proud of the script we came up with, but again, it's a generic slasher film, and it took a long time to write it because I feel like the dialogue, you always think it's gonna be easy, but if they don't have anything to say, then you've got something like, the what's the one we always shit on? The one with the animals all the time? The
The
Prey. You
Prey.
got The Prey.
Yeah,
And again, there are people that love The Prey. Gary
yeah,
Miller, here's looking at you. Chris
yeah,
A.K.
yeah.
Scott, you guys suck each other off while watching it. That's fine. But I'm just saying that those characters had nothing to say. They're literally
No,
there to keep it together. And again, I'm not trying to say we I feel like when I'm saying they have something to say, I'm not talking about a statement on society or whatever necessarily. I'm talking about actually dialogue, that a good banter back and forth. And Dave always said it was about that banter back and forth. Whether it's like
yeah,
stop being such a dead fuck, which is funny. I'm not saying it's life-changing dialogue, but I'm saying it's funny banter between
right.
characters. And sometimes you figure that, oh, that's so easy to write, and it can be, but a lot of people get it wrong. A lot of movies get it wrong.
Yes, they do.
So
Yeah, and it's the easy
and
stuff,
And
I
again, I
think.
don't know if I got it right, but Dave liked it, my wife liked it,
Yeah,
and they gave
yeah.
suggestions of what could be done, but then I just feel like the final girl wasn't predominant enough, so that was my biggest hiccup with it, but again, too ambitious. I would love to do it, I still wanna do it, but I think we need a gateway to get the creative juices going and flowing and actually get something done, and that's why maybe a short movie is not a bad idea either, just to do a short film and to get something
True.
actually done. But um, I think this is a way, because laptop horror is typically an hour and 15 to an hour and 30 tops. So
Yeah,
that's
oh
perfect.
yeah.
It's a good, or an hour and seven, as you said, with the one that you watched.
Yeah, right, some of them are. So what? Yeah,
Host
people
was
get away with that
Host
now.
was like what, 50, 55 minutes.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Had a
why
following.
not?
So it's all relative, right? So,
Yes,
but yeah,
it can be done. It can
but
be
yes,
done. Okay.
collabs are welcome. We're not
Oh,
my
shit,
that's
yeah.
my biggest problem ever, is I've wanted to do it all myself, and not because I'm a well, maybe I am a control freak in a sense, but not, but feel like I don't want to burden anybody. I have a problem asking for help and for money.
That's
So
how I
money,
am.
help, everything. That's what we need, and money is only going to pay for the effects. So that's what, like, essentially what we're all about, and we'll take help from anybody. I know geographically it could be challenging, but you can help if music's your forte or you want in on the editing. We can work something out. Like, we're living a digital world now that this all can be done.
This is true. Yeah, that'd be cool. The more the merrier too, and having everybody involved that wanted to be involved
Well,
would be
it's
pretty
also nice to
cool.
have an editor that's not so close to the project too. You edit your own
Right.
thing. I film with editing in mind, so sometimes I limit what might be done. But like, to
Mhm.
have someone that, if Kudo, if you're talking about editing, we could talk, man, because it'll be very interesting
Right.
to have a third party that loves editing, that could take the stuff and notes and whatever and create it. That I'm not against that at all.
No, that's great. Well, stay tuned. We'll
Yeah.
get there eventually. We will. You want to. Okay. BC, the worst experiences you've had at a movie theater watch. I got to tell you, I have not had bad movie theater experiences. Isn't that something? Nothing ever really. I hear people complain about this, and these people are making noise, and these people are on their phones, and this happens. I never have anything go that bad, and if anybody ever does say anything, I will say something, and that it's ended. It's only been one or two times. but it's never been like nothing bad. I'm trying to think of anything bad that's ever happened at the theater, and I
No,
can't
mine
think of
mine
anything
are more
offhand.
annoyances. I mean, when I went to see Air Force One, all of a sudden the light, everything was starting to flicker. I'm like, what is this? Like 4D? Like, are they getting like D box? Like it was the fire alarm was going off. And we had to, and then they had
Oh
to stop the
wow.
movie. We had to be evacuated from the theater. And then they said they didn't know when they're going to get back on, so we could wait or just get a refund. And we got a refund. And I ended up watching it on video the rest of the movie. But it was actually like in a scene where the plane was being taken over and the lights were flickering. So it just looked like like extra ambiance from the film. It wasn't a bad experience. It was just annoying. And most of them had been annoying. Like Avengers, I had someone was really loud with their popcorn and into the bag. And I'm like, fuck, I couldn't focus on the movie. All I could hear was them eating their snacks and popcorn behind me. It was really fucking annoying. I think I mentioned this one on the show before. Way back when we I can't remember what movie I went to see, but the preview for the Bird Cage came out before it, and I was with my high school girlfriend at the time, but it was my first year of university, and she came to visit me. We went to see a movie, and we were sitting in the theater, and then this guy's like in the audience going, "Hey man, it's a fag film," or something like that. And I just reached over and I said, "I guess you and your buddy will be enjoying it then." And he's like, "What, man? What?" And he got up and he got all defensive. He's like, "You called me a fag," and whatever. And then he followed me and my girlfriend out when we got out of
Oh
the theater, they got in the car and followed us out. I'm like, oh, this is
wow.
great. I'm gonna get beat up because of a bad joke I made.
Unreal.
That's my life. That and Scream 2, some rowdy teenagers that we shut up pretty quickly, but not in a too aggressive way. Just as like, guys, shut the fuck up, type thing. And then that was the end of it. They
Man.
realized their mistake and they stopped talking, but nothing like devastating or anything else. Just like
I've
sometimes a
had to
bad.
wait. I've had to go in late because I waited to meet a girl for a while, and she's texting me and calling and saying, "Okay, I'm almost there. This has happened. She's getting ready. Da 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 da. Be here." And then fucking she wasn't there. The movie was on at 7, and finally it was like 7:45. I just went in. I said, "Fuck it." I didn't think she was blowing me off, but I was like, "Something. This fucking girl. She was always
Yeah.
running late." So I just went in the movie 45 minutes late, and then like I sat down for 2 minutes. And then she texted me or called. Then I met her outside and gave her a ticket. She come and I told her what happened. She goes, "Oh," she goes, "Why'd you wait? You should have just gone in there and wait." I said, "I don't fuck. I assume
That's a
we're gonna went
fucked
in
up.
together,
Yeah, exactly.
right?" You know what I mean?
Fucking
So
movie.
that kind of sucked. I tell you,
Yeah.
I don't even know. Everything was all set to go,
Painful.
and then all of a sudden she's taking her time, and I don't know. What a pain in the ass meeting. Had a lot of fun with the girl. Had a freaking good relationship too, actually. But she was always late for things and always making, and I can't stand that shit. They always like to run late. I've pretty much figured every female I've ever been with it runs late. I don't know why, but it's just, and I like being early. Not early. I like being right on
Oh,
time. Right on
I
time.
I
Four
used to
o'clock.
like
Four
to be
o'clock.
early for a movie because you wanted to
I
make
hate
sure you
early.
got in.
Well,
Now
not
you don't have to
anymore.
worry about it. That's the
Yeah,
best thing
fuck it.
about the theater now. Book your
Agreed.
seat. You know what you're doing. I'm like,
Yep.
this was long overdue.
Hundred
I
percent.
love it.
100%.
You
I
know
think I
where you're
went out of the
sitting.
movies once. I went out. I left. When we went to see The Grudge, we got in and the seats were too close, closer than we wanted them to be. And so we're kind of looking up and stuff. And then there was somebody making a bunch of noise. And I think that was it. Like after like maybe half an hour. I remember it was after the shower scene when the fingers are in her hair. I remember saying, let's just go. Let's just go and complain. And we did. When we complained, and they said, we'll give you tickets. You can come back to the next show. And we did. But
Yeah.
that's the only experience I could think of that was bad at the
Yeah,
theater.
most of the time you always had fun, even if it was like
Eh,
a rollicking good time or the theater was like loud or whatever like that. Usually it was a fun experience. Only a handful of bad times, but nothing crazy. No
no,
horror stories or anything.
no, no, nothing like that. So that's okay. All right. Spooky Rhodes, aka John Rhodes, aka John, aka Chris,
Rocky.
or Scott. Oh, your favorite, your current favorite horror filmmakers. Also, what is the one existing property you'd like to see turned into a movie and how? For example, I'd like to see a Zombies Ate My Neighbor video game, film made in the style of Fred Decker. Now, current favorite horror filmmakers. Right now, man, it's the same ones we've talked about.
Yeah, we've talked about them. I think like Ari Aster, even though Bo is, I still want to check out Bo's Afraid.
I wanna
I
see
missed
it,
it,
but
came and went, but horror is like a very secondary element to it. I think it's like a,
yeah,
it's like a teaspoon mixed into
right.
the mix.
It's too bad too.
I don't think he's given up on horror because his short films are always kind of like
Right.
a mix. So but it's still based on Hereditary, the strength of Hereditary and Midsummer, I gotta say
Yep.
Ari Aster. I have
100%.
to. Yeah.
100%. And then I'm gonna say Flanagan because I don't think he's missed yet. And his weakest movie it was the one, and I was like a 6.5 for that one Ouija movie. But I think he's very consistent, and that's all, and that includes the shows and everything. So I mean, he's really good. So I would say him, and then I would still say Oz Perkins is 3 for 3 for me. So
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, I'll even give that, the French director, and I forgot her name now, unfortunately, I feel bad. The one she directed, Raw, and then, Titane. I kept calling it
oh
Titane, but
right,
Titane.
right.
Like, 2 for 2 for me. So, like, that's an offshoot. Just again, if Ari's got 2, she's got 2. And that's nothing against Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele's been solid. All 3 of
Yes,
his, solid for
sure.
me. Yeah.
3 for 3. I agree. I agree. Nope, just wasn't on. Pardon me. Yeah, Nope just wasn't on the level of Get Out and Us. Simple as that. Just
Yeah.
wasn't. I enjoyed
But
it.
yep, yep, so same. Uh,
Yeah.
so all go like, yeah, those 3 for sure. Those are the interesting ones. And back in the and again, I'm not against, Zombie. I'll always check out what he's got. But it's just that, The Munsters
Yeah.
wasn't my cup of tea. I tried watching it, and, if you're a fan, I'm sure you would have enjoyed it, but it would just didn't resonate with me, but I was never a fan of that show anyway.
Right. That's fair. So the second thing, see, the thing is for me, I'm not into too many other properties. Like, he wants to see a video game turned into a movie, which I'm never really a fan of the idea ever. And I don't really play video games, and I haven't read a lot of books, and usually the books I read have to do with horror. So I'm trying to think of other properties to turn into something with a certain style, and I can't think of anything.
That's a lot of video games adaptations do get like a raw deal. Uh, but like Silent Hill, the first one is creepy. I think the problem with it is they still, and it's probably a good example of one of them done right, but it still doesn't answer or answer to the mainstream crowd that are just going to come in and say, Why is there a pyramid head guy coming around?" Like, there's still not enough explanation, I think, for like a mainstream audience to come in and say, "But why? Why is this happening?" You know what I mean? Like, Resident Evil
Hmm.
is pretty straightforward. It's a zombie infestation. You know,
Right.
rinse and repeat. Those are ones became more action oriented and less horrific. So I'm more the other way. I love it when they take a horror property and they change it into a video game, or at least attempt it. So the same people that were behind Friday the 13th, whether you liked it or not, are doing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I can't wait. Like, I think they do get enough right that you want to kind of take that leap and play the game. So I'm all for that aspect, going the reverse of changing a
Well,
movie
it could be
into a
anything.
game.
Yeah, he said it goes any property turned to another property. Like how? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if you could think of a movie that would make a good video game, what would that be? That you know, I mean, sure, I don't know if I'd play it, but there's probably movies that would be.
Saw 1 and 2 were made into games. They're very hard to come by now. They're
Yeah,
PlayStation
right.
3 games. It'd be kind of nice to see like a kind of a resurgence of that. Um, I'm all like, again, I'm all for that. I've never had a problem with like book adaptations or anything. It doesn't matter to me at all. You've got the one format and you can enjoy the other or not enjoy it. Like, who gives a fuck? But like, why stop it from being made? Or then the same argument for remakes and everything that we've had ongoing on this show.
I would like to see another Twilight Zone movie. How's that? Someone take the show The Twilight Zone. They made a movie before, and I want to see it done nowadays with before they had what, 4 directors or 5 directors, whichever it was, and have the directors that I could choose each make one. That would
That's a
be cool.
that's a great idea. I don't think it will be done though, simply because
No,
TV's become
no.
so great. No, but TV's become so great that it will just find its audience on TV, but it didn't because
Right.
Jordan Peele revamped it, and I don't think it got the audience that they want. I think it lasted 2 seasons, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was
I
just
think
1, I don't
so.
even know.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I don't know
but
either.
I feel like that's the avenue because TV now is so much better than it used to be. Like, there's
True.
so many
There's so
avenues, so many
much.
shows you can get away with and do whatever you want now, and explore it. And it seemed like why not take that concept and have a different director each time, uh, do it, kinda like a Masters of Horror type, um, setup. But I get it, but that's your wish list, so it could be if you
Here's
want,
what,
do it.
I got one. Since he directed Doctor Sleep, and because he did such a good job casting of, Henry Thomas and, oh, wait a minute, who was Wendy again? Um,
Oh,
oh, God.
yeah, I forget. Is it Starry Eyes or is she the other one?
Yeah, yeah, because one of them was the mother of Abra, and one of them was the
Yeah,
other
I
one.
always get them mixed
Yeah,
up, dude. I don't know why
right.
I'm
So,
mixing them. Here, I'll get the names.
I
Uh,
would not mind,
why?
and I think this idea may have been tossed around already, a Shining prequel of an overlook hotel. We had a Bates Motel. How about an overlook hotel television show that we get in all of the background of all the stuff that he talks about in the book and all the ghosts that we see and why they're there and everything, and have that lead to another Shining, but starring them. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
it could even lead up to Jack. You know what I mean?
Who-
It could even take
Jo-
it to The Shining.
Jocelyn Donahue was one. Sorry for interrupting. That was
Okay.
she played Lucy Stone, and who played the other one? Why am I not getting her name here?
Oh, oh God. Oh, see, freaking
I got to
brain.
go to the
I
extended.
say it all the time. I know her name like the back of my hand, always on the tip of my tongue, and I know her well. And oh my
I'll
gosh,
get it for you.
I say it all the time. Anyway, because she's great. She's been on In Search of Darkness a lot. She was on that show, and she's really cool. Really cool person.
I
So
had it, and then my thing refreshed to full screen, and I lost it. It was the weirdest thing. I'm like, I just had her name here.
no, that happens. No,
It's
so
because she's windy. Yeah,
Alex Esso. Alex Esso. That's who it is.
that's her name.
Yeah, yes, it
That's
is.
not who I thought. Yeah,
Yeah, Alex Esso. She was in Starry Eyes.
yeah, yeah. That's it.
Yep.
It is her.
Hmm.
The
Hmm.
name did not seem familiar, but yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Jocelyn's not my daughter's name. My daughter's name is Jocelyn, but you figure I'd
Right.
remember just based on that. But
And
it's
Jocelyn
even
Donahue is from what do you call it? Not the babysitter. What's that thing called? The freaking when she played a babysitter. House of the Devil.
House of the Devil. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah, a Shining, an Overlook Hotel prequel show. The whole thing done by Flanagan. That would be great. That could be really cool. So, and I want to have Stephen King directly involved, of course, too. That would be awesome. So there's my answer. Okay. Uh let's see. Steve Pinna. Favorite slasher and other horror novelizations. That's a good one for you. The horror novelization I would say is Halloween 3, to be honest with you. And I have not spent a
Sorry,
lot of time.
what was it about? Like that you want to read, or that you
No, favorite
what's
slasher and other
oh
horror novelizations. Just novelizations based
yeah.
on movie, you know?
I I really do like what they did. The Friday the 13th ones are not really well written, but the reason I like them is they just explain just a little, give a little bit more backstory or talk about like Pamela and Jason's, former days, kind of like what we want in the show that we were talking about earlier. They
Right.
give little hints, they just little segments, like a paragraph, a page or two, to that in all 3 of the ones that I have. So, like,
Mhm.
they're good. Those are the ones I've got. I've got the new Halloween ones as well, but I haven't read those yet. Those are still waiting to be read. Now, back in the day, I read Halloween 2 novelization. Don't remember much of it at all, or if it was different from the movie, but I like when they deviate. Obviously, they're based on the movie. That's why they're novelizations of it, and
Right.
they take a little bit of liberty and give you a little bit of a backstory.
Yeah, they're cool, but the Halloween 3 one is pretty wild, pretty good stuff. Okay, Jim Beam, if you guys could hang out slash party on set with the cast crew of any Friday flick or slasher in general, which would it be?
Uh,
Hang,
Again, slasher
hang.
in general, like maybe it would be My Bloody Valentine. But if I had to pick from the Friday thing, I think the Friday 13th Part 2 group.
Of
Part
course.
2 or 4, but 2, I think a little bit
Right.
more. It's just a great group. Back again, back. I always want to do it back in the day. You know,
Yep.
when they're all there, if you're
Of
in
course.
that movie with them or on
Yep.
that around that campfire with them, that's what I want.
Yes. Agreed. I'm with you there. 100% with Friday too. And any other slasher? Uh, I think you know what would probably be fun is The Burning with Jason Alexander and
Yeah.
that
Oh,
bully Glazer and some of those girls and stuff.
yeah.
I think it'd be a fun group,
Glazer.
Except you got the Weinsteins there, so you better watch out,
Ye
you know.
Yeah. You want a career? Sure. What do I
Right.
need to do? Come on over here
I
into
mean,
the
I would do
showers.
it. I would do it, but I'm not like normal people. But if Harvey Weinstein or whichever one it was would have said, "Okay, suck my dick," and you'll get like 3 parts and 3, major studio releases, I would do it, and I would not complain afterwards. But that's me. I don't. I'm not a female, and I'm not getting advanced. But I'm different. I value the almighty dollar, especially at this point. I've been, you know, doing things I don't want to do for 50 years. Fuck working. I'd rather suck a dick and then be an actor for fucking three movies and make a couple cool million or whatever I'm gonna make and make a name for myself.
Well,
I
it's
would
better than
rather take the easy way out. If I could sleep my way to the top, I would have. No question. And I don't care. You can think of anything you want to think about me. You could think about me, but that's how I feel. Even with a man, and I'm not gay. Believe me, I wish I was. I'm not going on this route again. I'm just saying. Okay.
yeah. My
um,
dear Lord.
this is great. Rumple foreskin. Okay.
Yeah, it leads right
Damn.
into this question, really.
Perfect. Yeah. For $10 million, would you have your nutsack removed, bisected, and have each ball and its half sack sewn into your earlobes for life?
It scares me a little.
You can't hide them. You have to wear them loud and proud. But in this scenario, you have the added bonus that your penis still works like a charm. So that's
And
the first question.
and it's forever, right? This means forever we're wearing our balls on our ears?
Yeah.
It's not there's no time limit. It's not like 1 year.
No,
No, I wouldn't do it.
really.
Dude, you have $10,000,000, you might just wanna live in peace at home, and that's it.
Correct.
I wanna go
That's
out
the
and
answer.
about, I wanna travel and whatever. I don't want balls hanging off my ears. And if you can't hide them, you gotta wear them loud and proud. I don't wanna be because then you know what you got? Then you've got "There's the ball guy," and it's everything you don't want with fame. You become, "There's the ball on ear guy." And then you've got infamy because you've got your balls dangling from your ears. And so, yeah, you got 10,000,000 in the bank, but I wanna be able to enjoy life and do it one way, that way. So no, even with the option of my penis working like a
So
champ.
so $10 million to you isn't worth it to have to stay home. It's not you have to go places that badly that you can't be happy enough with life just
I
staying at home or having barbecues in the backyard and having
Yeah,
kids
I
come
could be
over
happy with
still.
all of that, but I wanna travel the world too, and it's
I
not to say you
want to
can't
as
travel
well,
to, but I
but I
I would
want
be
10
like,
million.
then you're self-conscious everywhere you go, and I know
I'm not going
like
anywhere.
my look, I don't need balls hanging off my ears. Sorry.
I would do it, and I would still go to fish shows, and I
Well,
wouldn't give
you'd
a
be
fuck if people would wanted to. They wouldn't laugh at me at fucking a fish show. They have
they're all gonna
heavy
laugh at you.
fucking balls.
They're
I don't
not
think they
gonna
would
laugh
have
at you. Well,
to. I would chance it. I don't care. For ten
chance it.
million dollars, I'll fucking stay home. I'll go in my bag. I'll move. I'll move to someplace warmer. Okay, and I'll be
Yeah.
in my backyard,
And your
fenced
balls are
in,
gonna hang down like
all the fucking time. So be it. I can still have sex. I'm married. My wife's definitely not going to leave me when I got 10 million in the fucking bank, and
your balls
she's going
hanging
to
from
live
you.
it too. And I
Just
get to
go
still
by
have
here.
sex with my
Weird
wife.
balls. Yeah, that's true,
And how
I
much sex
guess.
is left? I'm fucking, you know what I mean? Am I going to be banging
You
in
keep
20 years?
saying that like you're gonna run out
Well,
of ammo like soon.
I just don't think that I think it decreases over time, the interest, especially from the female side. I believe this does happen. That's the way we're built. It's libido. It's nature, you know? So that's what I think. So yeah, for 10 million, no question. I'm fine with it. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. If you're gonna see me, then you're already my close friend or family. And if you don't already accept me for who I am, I don't think you're gonna make fun of me because I got
A
nuts out my
Balchinian?
fucking ears. I just then I don't need you in my life if you're gonna tease me about it. And what do I care? I got fucking money that you don't have. So anyway, okay, number two. If you could see a crossover of any two horror franchises, what would it be? Michael Myers versus Jason, Evil Bong versus Leatherface. Any crossover. You know I don't like fucking crossovers. Uh, but if I had to pick one, I don't know. Let me think about this. What would be a good fight? I don't want to see something basic like Michael versus Jason. I don't care about that.
Tall man
Something
versus
cool would be
Pinhead?
nice. I don't want to see two men fight or two beings. I want it deeper than that. Oh, we've already seen it. We've already seen it. We've seen fucking Sadako versus Kayako. See, Supernatural, I think, is cool. That I was going to say something involving the grudge, something going into the grudge house. And now we got to fucking deal with the repercussions of that, like a group. Maybe like the True Knots, the True Knot gang from fucking from Doctor Sleep goes into the grudge house or something. I don't know. It's got to be something supernatural, you know, because two guys fighting, it just isn't. I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's a
No,
tough one, isn't it?
yeah, I mean, again, if you don't want to go the simplistic route, yes. I mean, I've still always wanted, and again, I know I never. Brandon always used to come down on me on this because I always went the simplistic route. I would have loved to see that Freddy versus Jason versus Ash mashup. I think that would have been fun. It's just a fun thing. We got it in comic book form, and I'll take it. But like, I'm just too simplistic that way. But if it's a versus movie, you're already going into a realm that is a little bit more like I again, it's playful. How serious can you be?
Yeah, I know. I get it. I want two forces coming together to oppose each other. I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe like the mist versus the fog or some shit. I don't know. Something involving like more than just fucking something simple. And it's tough to really come up with it, honestly. Maybe like oh, that'd be kind of it. How about the thing versus fucking alien? Something in outer space. That'd be kind of cool. You know, people on board the ship fucking have to deal with fucking alien and the fucking thing infecting them at the same time. So at any time they can have the thing inside them or they can have the fucking chest burster. You don't know what it's gonna be. And at the end they face off. There you go. There's my answer. Because the thing is an alien, so why not?
Yeah,
Okay. Top five scream queens.
the
Fuck.
thing for
That's so hard.
top 5 scream queens now. I didn't even
That's
see this
hard.
one.
That's hard. It's just too hard.
We've done
Like
it before. I think we've done them before.
who's a scream queen? What constitutes a scream queen?
Well, I mean, I think we're getting into the the usual suspects, which is always like uh um
I love Linnea. I
Jennifer
mean,
J-
I'm a,
oh, Scream. I was just thinking the usual Halloween, Scream, Nev Campbell, Jennifer, why am I fucking Lori? Why am I thinking forgetting her name?
Jamie Lee
Just want to get
Curtis?
Jamie Lee Curtis. The usual suspects, right? Like Amy Steele. We've said it. We've done these lists before. I think you and I had Amy Steele as our favorite, but she's one
Well,
movie
yeah,
done
but
really.
she's one movie, right?
Although that was Final
Well,
Girl.
two,
That was Final Girl. I'm mistaking
right,
it. I'm taking Scream Queen to Final Girl. But
right.
Scream Queen, like that you can argue again, what's her what the one that you just mentioned?
Jamie
Why
Lee
am I
Curtis, of course,
yeah,
in
why am I
1980 was
forgetting her
fucking.
fucking
I
name?
don't know. Of course, Jamie Lee Curtis and fucking and Linnea Quigley. There's no question for me
Yeah.
that like. And if you go and try to look at a list at them, I looked at a list top 40. You know who's on there? It's ridiculous. Like I'll just say quick: Toni Collette, number 40; 39, Naomi Watts; 38, Jessica Biel. Are these scream queens? 37, Carmen Ejogo; uh, 35, Alicia Cuthbert; 34, Bella Thorne; 33, Mary Shelton;
What the
32, Keo Sanchez; 31, Ashley Lawrence;
dirty sister?
Thir- 30, Riley Keough; 29, Betty Gabriel; 28, Barbara Crampton;
Okay,
27, Tiffany
Barbara
Shepis.
Crampton's the first one that I feel like could be argued be on that list because of the fact that she was in, a
Right.
good chunk of 80 and then came has this big resurgence
Agreed.
in the last like chunk. Yeah, for sure. For
Right.
sure she should be on the list. First
I'm
one
down.
since you've been put that list
Right.
out.
What about Dee Wallace?
Yep. Dee
She was
Wallace,
great
we
too.
mentioned it on our show.
Yes.
She always is
Yep.
overlooked. The fact that it's on the list is actually a credit to that list because usually she's
Right.
left right off.
Right.
Um,
36, Mila Jovovich. Really? 25, Lily Taylor. 24, Jane Levy. And I do like Jane
These are
Levy,
just
but I just
women in
mentioned it.
horror. This
I
is just a
know.
list of women in
Right.
horror.
I know.
Yeah.
23, Lulu Wilson. 22, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. 21, Emma Roberts. Well, I do fucking love Emma Roberts. Would I consider her a scream queen? She was in Scream Queens. She's been in a lot of stuff I like in horror. I think she's great, so I do love her. So she's on the cusp, I guess. 20, Drew Barrymore. Really, Drew Barrymore for fucking
I
10
mean,
minutes of
because she
one
was
movie?
in Scream. I know
Right.
exactly.
Come on.
I mean, yeah.
19, Katie Cassidy. When a Stranger Calls, Black Christmas, and Nightmare on Elm Street. Huh.
You
I
know,
mean,
the
she's
funny thing is,
beautiful. I'll say that.
Drew Barrymore, although iconic in that role and whatever, did she scream? She cried.
Right.
Did she scream though? Her
I
mom
don't know.
screams.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know if she screams at
Her
all. Good call.
she
I don't
whimpers
know.
and like that type of thing. There's acting. That's why I'm not in the
I don't
movie,
know.
everybody.
That's it. That's funny. 18, Adrienne Barbeau. I mean, she was great. She was in a
Yeah,
lot of stuff, and
yeah,
she was
yeah, yeah.
solid. You know,
But that's
17, Allie Larder. Why are you there? That okay.
Ellie Larder from Final Destination series.
And Resident Evil. It says So okay. 16, Shawnee Smith.
Oh
I
well,
mean,
Saw, The Blob.
yeah, yeah. Okay, that's fine. 15, Jennifer Love Hewitt. There she is, my girl. Hey now.
Hey,
A Scream Queen? I mean, not really. 14, Anna Paquin. I mean, Trick or Treat and fucking True
again,
Blood.
they're mistaking females in horror, women
Right.
in horror
That's just it.
with Scream Queen. Just because you're
Right.
in a horror film doesn't give you the Scream Queen banner
I'm
or
with you.
sash.
Catherine Isabel. Now, I do like her, and she is in a lot of horror related things.
But yeah, she was in Ginger Snaps 1, 2, 3,
Freddy
American
vs.
Mary,
Jason,
Freddy versus
American
Jason.
Mary, See No Evil 2.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I can
she's
see that
around.
again.
Hannibal. You know, Linnea Quigley, number 12. Well, fucking
Yeah.
fine. 11, Courtney Cox. Really? The fuck
Courtney.
out of
Oh,
here.
because of Scream.
Right, because all of
Again.
them. Right. 10,
That's it.
Heather Langenkamp. Okay, I mean, it's like saying
What's her last
that's
name?
fine. Not again. Number 9, Anya Taylor Joy. Really? I mean, I love her, but
Yeah, so do
Scream
I. But
Queen.
again, women in horror.
8, Taissa Farmiga. Really? Okay. I mean, I do like her. She has done her share of horror. So, I mean, I can't shit on I like her a lot. 7, Chloe Grace Moretz. I
I
mean,
mean, I
she's
give
done
her
some
mom,
time.
not her mom, her
Her
sister,
sister.
Vera
Yep.
would be more apt. She's is she on the list?
We're gonna find out. Number 6, Sarah Paulson, who I do love from American Horror Stories, but not a scream queen. Number 5, Danielle Harris. Okay,
I
she
mean,
has
she's
done her
been
share.
I
Right.
mean, she's been, yeah, Halloween 4, 5, and the Hatchets and
In 2 Halloweens.
the new other Halloweens, yeah. I
Right.
mean, for sure.
Right.
She's yeah,
That's fine. Vera
can have it.
Farmiga, number 4. There you go.
There we
Vera's
go.
there. Okay. Sarah Michelle Gellar, number 3.
Over Vera. Interesting. Because she was in like what, Scream 2 and I Know What You Did Last Summer.
In The Grudge, and she was in the
Sure.
fucking
Yeah.
show Buffy, but, you know. But I hear you. 2, Nev Campbell. I mean, okay, fine. 1, Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're all good.
I,
Tiffany Shepis, was she on this list? Did I miss her? Because she should be. It's all low budget stuff that I haven't seen a lot of it, but I know she's around, you know?
I mean, they took the major franchises, but I mean, yeah, because you can't, it's hard to get like Final Girl is really Friday the 13th because yeah,
Right.
they screamed and they're there or whatever, but I mean, they're in one movie done, whereas Nev as a series. Um, my God, what is wrong with me today? Lori, why can't I think of her name?
I don't know. Jamie Lee Curtis,
Holy
JLC.
Jimmy Lee Curtis.
And we have a lot
It's like I
nowadays too.
blocked her out of her. I blocked her out.
Right? It's weird. I mean, we have a lot now. We got people all over the place. I was just talking about freaking, you know,
Holy crap, we've
what's her
gone.
name?
I just realized what time it
Jenna.
was, man. We better is this wrapping up with the questions? Because I got to get moving. I didn't realize it
Yeah,
was we went this long.
yeah. We'll
Sorry,
go on.
everybody.
Okay, no, okay. We only have like 2 questions left or something. Okay, uh, Robert Alamanza, what do you think about the color red for a flower vase? This is
What
a
is that? It?
throwback to
Oh,
a very early episode when Dave joked this was going to be a question discussed in the future as the show went on a decline and became more about the BS and less about the horror movie. I think we've come far enough to discuss vases now.
yeah. Is this a like like a slight against us as well or not? I don't know.
Maybe, maybe. We've come far enough. We could talk
I
about
like
vases on a
red.
horror show.
I like it for a flower vase
Honestly, me too. It might be the best color for a flower vase. All kidding aside.
or vase.
Or vase. Yeah, I'm down with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then John Brooks, Martin Scorsese's After Hours, Blue Velvet, Eyes Wide Shut. Nightmare-like horrors that aren't quite horror.
It's funny that he mentioned some of those movies because I just watched Eyes Wide Shut again, After Hours. Like these are all movies that I watched this year to kind of not some of them. I was saying, remember I was going down my Mist Avenue, like then I started going off of that, and there's still tons of movies that I still need to catch up on. And that it was just ones I wanted to revisit again, and that was After Hours, Eyes Wide Shut, and whatever. And it's cool. I mean, I was Vanilla Sky. Would that be considered one of those?
I suppose so. Yeah. Did you ever see the original?
I think I did because
Yeah.
when I realized it was a remake, I wanted to go see the original. Open Your Eyes, is that what it was called?
Yes.
Or something to
Yep.
that effect?
Yes,
Or
it
Close
is.
Your Eyes or Open
Yep.
Your Eyes, yeah, one of those 2. Yeah, yeah, I did.
I mean, I dig those kind of movies, nightmare-like movies that aren't necessarily horror. That is cool. It's an effect. And I'm trying to think of other ones
Would the
like
Neon
that.
Diamond feel like nightmare-ish or not really? I feel like you can if a lingering camera is nightmarish.
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard for me to say that. I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
when
I don't.
Watson's always on the show, he says his intention was never to make, a
He
horror
does say
film,
that, but I don't believe
but
directors
yeah,
ever. I don't.
you think it's just marketing afterwards?
I just think they're fucked up. Just like the guy that did fucking Friedkin says Exorcist isn't a horror movie. They always fucking say that.
Yeah.
They always say things aren't horror movies when they are, and I just don't get it. So I don't believe them. I don't. I discount what the director says. I know maybe you're not supposed to, but there's been plenty of cases where I heard the director say something like, "Well, I don't care what the fuck you intended or what you believe. This is the feeling it invokes from most people." So I don't know,
Like, I
but
guess
I hear you.
some, like, I mean, not I don't to say Pink Floyd, The Wall's not I'm not
Oh
saying it's a
wow,
horror film, but it's
no, but still,
nightmarish, and it could
yes,
fall in that realm. Like, that those are the ones that popped into my head. I mean, more so than Eraserhead or anything else that kind of already can be categorized as that or has
right,
been. Like, anything David Lynch really could fall into that
true.
realm. But whereas like Pink Floyd, The Wall, no one would probably think of it like
Boy,
that. But
good call.
I think, and you're agreeing. So
Yeah, dude.
perfect.
Yeah, it is that nightmarish feel. It's true. Well, that's a good call, and I can't really think of anything else like that style of movie. I really can't. Like movie Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah,
I think people consider a horror, and I guess it's
yeah.
psychological horror. So it's hard to say, but I think of weird movies like that have that atmosphere. Again, David Lynch, like Lost Highway, shit like that.
There's
You
another
know?
one I've only watched it once. So I'm going by memory called Fever. I think it was directed by Alex Winter. Uh, yeah, they did Freaks and whatever, and it's Henry Thomas who comes up twice in this show. Again, he's in it
Oh,
because I liked him. I always liked him, so I always wanted to support him because again, huge Cloak and Dagger fan. So hey, if ET was great, but Cloak and Dagger was my I if I had to pick one, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'll pick Cloak and Dagger to watch over ET because that just resonated
oh,
me as
really?
from a
Wow.
childhood standpoint, no question. No, not to slight ET. ET's a great film, but I'll watch it. I love it. It's just Cloak and Dagger is is a comfort movie for me, no question.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen it. Huh.
Wow.
Is it
Uh,
Cloak and Dagger? You know what song that
yeah.
is?
Oh,
Oh.
oh, oh. Um,
Did-it-did-did-did. Did-it-did-did-did-did. Did-it-did-did.
I have it on my
Did-it-did.
playlist. That's why it's killing me. Is it
Do-do-do-do-do.
Pink Floyd? It's not Pink Floyd.
Nope.
Oh, is it?
Did-it-did-did-did-did-did. Did-did-did-did-did-did. And here's the chorus. Did-did-did-did-did-did-did.
Oh, uh,
Did-did-did-did-did-did-did-did-did.
Heart, These Dreams.
Hey,
Yeah,
very good.
it's not on my playlist, but it was on my playlist because I like that song. But
Yeah,
oh
good old heart.
shit, I can't believe. Yeah, it took me a while to get it, but
Who would have thought?
after you sang hum the whole fucking song, uh, yeah,
Yeah.
I hope that answers the question. I mean, those are some good, unique picks. I think.
Yeah. No, I'm down with that. You know what else is kind of weird feeling is The Game. Freaking
Oh,
Michael Douglas, the
Fincher. Yeah,
David Fincher movie.
yeah.
That's pretty wild. You know what else feels kind of
I
wild? Eight
really like
eight
that movie.
millimeter. If you ever see 8 millimeter? Nicolas
Yeah, I
Cage?
mean, that one because of the subject matter, I think it gets thrown in a thriller definitely much more so, but you could
Right.
easily, because of the snuff film aspect of it, can sneak it into the horror realm. Yeah, it's ugly. It's like
Yeah, they got a
a
creepy
dirty
feel to them.
film. Yeah.
Yeah,
Vacancy
yeah,
was another, but that was nightmarish. It was just more
yeah,
that was Vacancy was more straight-laced, uh, and an 8 millimeter, I think, as well. Um, but yeah, Fincher's actually played around with that a little bit too, like just with even how Fight Club is directed and plays
yeah,
out. I don't know, nightmarish might not be the right way. I think the other examples were better, but kind of borderline,
yeah.
kind of genre mashing.
I like those movies when you're stuck in somebody's head. Like you're experiencing what they're experiencing and they're going crazy. That's it
Train
right there.
Spotting when he's going through the withdrawal portion is very nightmarish and
Mm,
cool. We can say Requiem for a Dream because a lot of people don't classify that as a horror film, but you could. And again,
yeah,
not the whole stuff.
kinda,
It's still more structured filmmaking, but I mean, again, it's got its own unique style that I think could easily fall into this category as well.
for sure, for sure. Nice. Well, do you have to go?
Yeah. Well, what was there something
Okay.
else?
that
I just
chainsaw
I
thing,
did
but don't worry about it. We can do it
I have
next
10
time.
more minutes. I got 10 more. Sorry,
Oh,
I just didn't realize it was we're coming up to 1.
we
So
could probably
perfect.
rifle through it. Actually,
Let's
we could
do it
probably
then.
rifle through the Chainsaw Awards. The results came in last night, and I have to see what the okay, here they are. So who would you vote? Again, we don't even know. Best Amityville was a fucking thing. Okay,
Best
we didn't
Amityville of
watch
the
any of them
year?
this year. Christmas
Oh,
Vacation,
fuck that.
In Space, Karen, Scarecrow, and Uprising. Based on the names, I would say Uprising. Oh, pardon me, Scarecrow 2. I would say
Scarecrow 2.
Uprising would be the best one, just based on the names. Everything else is too ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Uprising. I was gonna go Scarecrow until you threw the 2 on it. So
Yeah,
now I'm
Scarecrow
going with
2.
Uprising. Yeah, Uprising.
Okay, well, here's who won. Amityville Christmas Vacation. Okay. All right, so
Is Randy Quaid in it? If Randy Quaid's
I
in it, then
know.
it does win, then for
I
sure.
wonder. I should look
Yeah.
that up. Best nonfiction series. Pardon me. Best short. I don't think we saw any of them. Blink, Close Your Eyes, Guts, Meet Friend, or Oh Glory. I think Meet Friend based
I feel
upon the
like I saw
title.
Guts, but only if it was on Shutter, and I'm forgetting now, but anyway, I'll say Guts just because that's the one I thought I saw.
Oh, this goes out of order. Well, I don't know. I'll let you know when I get to it then. Okay, so best nonfiction series or miniseries: 101 scariest horror films of all time or moments of all time, Cursed Films 2, The Boulet Brothers' Dragula, Titans, Joe Bob's Ghoultide Get Together, or Queer for Fear.
You know
I would
what?
say either
I
Joe Bob or 101 Scariest Movie Moments.
what was the one that you said after the 101 Scaries? Well, Cursed Films
Cursed
2
Films
was gonna be
2.
my pick until I heard Joe Bob. People love Joe Bob. I'm not lying when I say this. I've not watched a full episode. I have nothing against the guy. I've never watched a
Right.
full episode of it. Didn't
He's
grow up
great.
with him. He wasn't here.
It's an investment to watch it all
Yeah,
now.
yeah, so
Time.
I don't have that. It's like
The,
going back to watch
right.
Breaking Bad. I just don't have the
You know
time.
what you can
Uh,
watch? Just him if you want to. Like I have this thing on Prime on the Shutter where it's just Joe Bob and not the movies. I just watch his
yeah,
stuff in between them, which is fine.
and
But
so maybe I will check that out.
yeah,
Anyway, so who I figured Joe Bob
wow,
because he's so loved.
101 scariest horror movie moments of all time is one.
I was wrong on both accounts.
Right? Yeah. So that interesting. Okay. See, but this goes all out of order. It's too bad. Uh, Best documentary feature: Found footage phenomenon, In Search of Darkness Part 3, Living with Chucky, Pennywise: The Story of It, or This Is Noir.
I'm gonna have to say In Search of Darkness 3. Those are all just fun to
100%.
watch, man. Yeah,
Right.
like
100% I agree with you. And Pennywise: The Story of It wins. Wow. Interesting, huh?
yeah,
Okay. Best creature
it's
effects.
like the real Academy Awards. Disappointing.
I know, right? Right. Best creature effects. Alex Gillis and Tom Woodruff Jr. Prey, Gustav Hogan Hatching, Troy Larson, a couple more other people, VHS 99, John Nolan Jurassic World Dominion, and Guillermo Rocheron MPC for Nope.
I think they're gonna give this one to Prey.
I agree. And Prey is the answer, so we're on.
Nice.
Okay. All right. All right. Best cinematography, excuse me. Um,
Thank you.
yeah, I gotta say that here. Best cinematography. Somebody Genfield, A Wounded Fawn, Rob Hardy, Men, Elliot Rocket, Pearl, Elliot Rocket, X, Height Van Hotemia, Nope.
I'm
Hmm.
gonna go with Pearl.
I'm gonna go with Men.
I
Let's
bet
see.
you would. You normally do. Bada bing, bada boo.
I hope it's Pearl. Don't get me wrong, but oh, it's Nope.
I mean,
Nope. We're all
it
wrong.
looked amazing as well. That was just more mainstream. Pearl just had what a great look. Like they really, I love that. Like in Technicolor, in a sense.
Right. It's great. 100%. Okay. Best. Where the hell is it? Best screenplay. Where the hell are you? What? Oh, okay. The Black Phone, Barbarian, Pearl, Nope, The Menu.
Huh, this is interesting. Fuck.
It is.
All good, like a lot
Screenplay.
of good choices there. I almost want to go with Pearl again since it was my number one film of the year,
Mine
but I'm
too.
trying to think. Um,
Ooh, Mia Goth
I'm,
gets
I,
credit
I'm
for it.
gonna think. I'm gonna
Wow.
think for the script.
Mia Goth and Ty West. They did write it, so yeah.
I think they're gonna go with. I think they're gonna go with The Menu.
I'm gonna say The Menu too. And it's The Black Phone.
Oh, interesting. Although that's a great.
Cargill and
That was good
Derrickson.
too. I like that as well.
Right. Right, for sure. Best Director, Zach Krager, Barbarian, David Cronenberg, Crimes of the Future, Choi Okunu, sorry, Jordan Peele, Nope, and Ty West, X.
It's. I'm giving it to Ty West. I have a feeling they're gonna give it to Jordan Peele, but I'm gonna give it to Ty West. And it's because he did 2 fantastic movies, in my opinion, for that
I
year.
agree with that. But I also think they are going to go with Peele.
Oops.
And we're right. Jordan Peele, Nope. Best Director. Okay. So, okay, this is fun. Best Kill. Best Kill. All right. Where the hell are you? Oh, sorry. Best Kill. Where are you?
Well, it's
Mm.
gotta be Studio 666. Was the best kill of the year. If it's not even
Oh
nominated, then it was
boy, wasn't it though? Yeah, it was fucking great. Well, for some reason, it's not here. I do not see Best Kill anywhere on this fucking page. Isn't that weird? But I do see the answer on the next page. So odd. Why would it not be there? Well, whatever. Okay, Best Kill. I'll tell you what it says. Killing Ellie, Terrifier 2. That was fucking really cool. The girl
yeah,
in the
that was good
bedroom.
too. Well, again, if we saw the nominations, maybe it would have reminded us.
Right.
Well, that kill just went on and on. When my daughter saw it, and my daughter actually, because she wanted to watch it because she thought Terrifier 1 was so crazy, and she liked Terrifier 2, but she thought the
Hmm.
acting was off, and she thought it was way too long, and she thought that
Fair.
that kill just went on way too long, that it was almost just ridiculous at that
Well,
point.
it
Well, I
was,
think
but
that's what he
I
was
liked
going
it.
for. I think that's what
Right.
he was going for. Like, it was
Right.
like snapping a chicken. Anyway, yeah.
Agreed. Best short ended up being Close Your Eyes. So what do we know? Didn't you guess that or no?
That was no, that was the Vanilla Sky.
That was
That
too, but we guessed
I
it
open
earlier.
our eyes or yeah, closer.
Right. But no, but we
Yeah.
also guessed the best short earlier because we didn't know. By title. So either way, we didn't see it. Okay, let's see.
No,
Best
I said
makeup.
guts. I said guts because it just
Oh,
was
that's right. That's right.
visceral as a title.
Um, best makeup effects. Crimes of the Future, Barbarian, Terrifier 2, Hellraiser, or X.
Well, again, my preference is X, but I think just from the sheer amount, I'm going to say Terrifier 2. They gave it to.
I think it should be Hellraiser, to be honest. But yeah.
Those were good too, to be honest. You're right.
Yep, Damien Leone, Terrifier 2. So getting some awards. Costume design. Nope. Prey, Monsters, Crimes of the Future, and Pearl.
Well, I'll go with Pearl this time.
I'm going to go with Prey. All right,
That
let's
was
see.
that was going to be my first choice until you said Pearl.
It is
So,
Prey. It is Prey.
yeah, nice. The
Okay.
fucking loincloths. Best costumes.
Oh man.
Here's a potato
Um,
sack. I hope we get an Academy a Chainsaw Award. Sorry, keep saying Academy.
Best supporting performance. Jamie Clayton, Hellraiser, Ethan Hawke, The Black Phone, Justin Long, Barbarian, Malin McGraw, The Black Phone, Jenna Ortega, Scream, Mark Rylance, Bones and All, Rachel Sennott, Bodies, Brittany Snow, X, Kristen Stewart, Crimes of the Future, Stephen Ewan, Nope. For me, it's Mark Rylance from Bones and
And
All.
for me, I gave it to Ethan Hawke when we did our rewards for male actor.
Okay.
And so I'll stick with that.
So you say Ethan Hawke, I say Mark Rylance. The answer is Madeline McGraw, The Black Phone. Oh, they love The Black
That's a
Phone,
little
don't they?
girl, right? I'm
Yes.
assuming she was
Yep.
good.
Mm-hmm. Best lead performance. Anna Diop, Nanny, Isabel Furman, Orphan First Kill. Mia Goth, Pearl. Rebecca Hall, Resurrection. Daniel Kaluuya, Nope. Amber Midthunder, Prey. Micah Monroe, Watcher. Kiki Palmer, Nope. Josh Rubin, A Wounded Fall. Taylor Russell, Bones and All. Well,
Well,
fucking Mia.
we know. It was mine for Prey as well, but I love Mika in The Watcher as well. But I'm giving it to the same. You and I both had. I think we both said it was her,
Yeah.
and that was our number one movie. So yeah,
Yep.
Mia Goth for Pearl.
Boom. Mia gets it.
It should
Yay.
that
Yay.
yeah, awesome.
Yes. Okay. Best first feature. Best first feature. Where the hell are you? Oh, wow. How about that?
Bailey's in the basement. The Dave Z story.
Interesting. Best first feature. Okay. Blood Relatives, Deadstream, The Sadness, Watcher, We're All Going to the World's Fair. For me, it's the fucking
Fuck.
Sadness.
The Sadness is probably going to be. It was probably going to win. I'm going to say The Watcher though, because I really dug that movie.
You are correct. Watcher. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Vindicated.
Yeah. Yep.
Fuck you. What? No, I'm just I'm joking.
Right.
I'm kidding. What? Love you. He's another one that reaches out. I said it about Jamie. What? Does the same thing out of the blue. The last one was at 3 a.m. in the morning. So I'm like, I don't even care if this is in a whiskey stupor or if this is the whiskey talking. I said, I love you too, man. He just reaches out of the blue too.
Oh yeah, for sure. Me too. Absolutely.
Anyway.
Okay. Best international movie: Hatching, The Innocents, Piggy, Salome, and Speak No Evil. I say The Innocents.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you're right. The Innocents made my list. I liked Piggy as well, but also The Innocents. You had it higher than I did. I think mine it was just in the tip of mine.
The answer, the winner, I should say, is Speak No Evil, which I enjoyed.
Yeah.
Which I
Brandon's
enjoyed.
favorite film of the year. Didn't Brandon hate that one? Yeah,
Oh, I don't know.
he did.
Really?
That ending though, that ending was like fucking like you're just mouth dropping like, oh my God.
Well, here's something that nobody has: the Editor's Eyeball Award. We don't even have it wasn't even a post. So they gave it to Mason Thames, the Black Phone. Basically, the Black Phone is fucking last year's, what do you call it? They blew, what do you call it, the year before? The fucking, what's that shit? Invisible Man. Got all the awards. So far, Black Phone's getting all the awards this year. So,
Yeah, I was not Invisible Man didn't really blow me away. It was good. It was fine. It
right.
was enjoyable. I have no that you talk about a
I
movie I had
liked
no
it.
interest to revisit. I don't care to see that again.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I
fine.
liked it. Best series: Cabinet of Curiosities. I didn't see it, but I want to. Chucky, Stranger Things, What We Do in the Shadows, Yellow Jackets. Oh, fuck!
Oh,
Stranger
I
Things was awesome last year, and so was What We Do in the Shadows. But I think Stranger Things by a fucking nose.
I'm just gonna guess because I don't it doesn't really matter to me, but I'll say What We Do in the Shadows.
And it's Stranger Things, and deservingly so. It was. I think the last two seasons have been the best two seasons. Oh, the Editor's Eyeball Award again. I don't know what this is
I've
all about.
never
Emma,
you know that I gave up on Stranger Things in season 2 and I never went back?
you
Like, I
should go
watched
back
the
now.
first season, really liked it, started season 2, I'm like, I don't feel like and then I never went to finish it. My daughter hated season 1, didn't even have an interest in watching it, Jocelyn, and now it's, like, was her favorite show, and she couldn't wait to finish it and loves it now, and she said, "I can't believe I'm not
It
watching it," because she says it's, like, the most horror show she's watched.
it is. Well, the last season was the most horror season. It was great. So yeah, check it out. The last two seasons have been really great. So another Editor's Eyeball Award. I don't know what this is. Emily Bennett and Justin Brooks, Alone with You. I don't know what that's there for. So the Editor's Eyeball Award.
Maybe just a
Lauren
special shout
Lavera,
out. Yeah.
Terrifier 2. Best streaming premiere movie: Fresh, Hellbender, Hellraiser, Prey, A Wounded Fawn. Well, I'm gonna say
Ah,
Hellraiser.
yeah, and I'm gonna say Fresh, I love Fresh, and,
Fresh is good.
but I have a feeling it's gonna be, um, Hellraiser or Prey, but I want it to be Fresh.
It's Prey.
Yeah.
It's Prey.
I like
They
Prey, I
like it a
love Part
lot.
2, it was on my list too, but Fresh was higher.
Right. Best limited release movie: Orphan First Kill, Resurrection, Something in the Dirt, Terrifier 2, Mad God.
I wonder if they'll throw it to Mad Dog, Mad God,
Mad Dog.
because of how long it was in production or and whatever. But I'm going to give it to Orphan First Kill because that movie was just so damn enjoyable, and I loved it. Even though I think I rated Terrifier 2 higher for some reason, but that's
I'll
fine.
say Terrifier 2. And it is Terrifier 2. Nice.
Cool.
Okay. Best wide release movie: Barbarian, Black Phone, Nope, Pearl, and X. Well, I'm going
I
to
have
say
a feeling
Pearl.
they're gonna say. I mean, I want to say Pearl because that's what I believe in. I think they're gonna give it to the Black Phone. I think it just is leaning towards that way. So
Yep. You're correct. It is the Black Phone. They
yeah,
blew the fucking Black Phone, didn't they?
yeah,
Holy fuck.
it was great. I was on my.
No,
I
I
really
know,
enjoyed
but
it too. But yeah, Pearl just again, both X and Pearl just were fantastic.
for sure. Yeah. So I guess that's everything. I think we got them all. Best creature, best costume design, best makeup effects, best score. Wait, we didn't get the best score award. Well,
Yeah,
that's weird.
come on.
Nope. Nope, Men, Pearl, Halloween Ends, Bones and All. Oh, I hate to go against Trent. Oh, fuck. But I got to stick with what I gave my award to, and that was Halloween Ends. So, but it's
Halloween
not on
Ends,
this
it was a
page.
really good one, but I think they're going to go with Nope because they also seem to be blowing Nope a lot. So I'm going to do Nope.
I'm going to see what the answer is. Best score, because it wasn't on this page where it's supposed to be. Um, Interesting. Full list of nominees. How fucking weird is that? They don't even tell you what the answer is. So we don't know. We'll just have to weigh in on the next show. I'll watch it and I'll come back and tell you. What a weird page that they don't show you all the fucking things. So best
It is
score,
weird.
costume design. Yeah, totally. I guess that's it. Yeah, they just left that one off. So yeah, they definitely blew fucking Black Phone. But I think Pearl got slighted. But hey, whatever. Pearl's what I love and you love. Doesn't mean everybody
Yeah,
has to love it, you know?
absolute.
So
Not
so
everybody has
that's
great
about
taste.
that. That's about the yeah, no accounting for it, So I want to say one thing that rest in peace to Boz, who is a podcaster that was in our community. That he was in a little pot of horrors for a while. It's been a couple years since he's been on, but he was involved in Summer Series and some other things, and he was a really nice guy. I can't confessing to know him that well, but I know he was a nice guy, and a lot of people loved him. So he had an accident, and he has passed on in the last few weeks. So
Jesus,
dedicate this to that
was it a car accident?
motorcycle. He was riding his
Oh my
motorcycle.
god. I had
Mhm.
I heard I saw the post. I had some interaction with him way back when. Nice guy, like I mean, but I didn't know
Yeah,
him either. But yeah, that
right.
sucks. That's horrible.
Isn't it?
Horrible news.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't it? So, ha, sorry to hear that, but rest in peace. Uh, anyway, hate to leave on a downer, but I wanted to say it. I didn't want to start the show with it either. So,
Yeah.
it's you don't never know how to say things about that. But that's gonna be it for us. And
Yeah, I guess.
next show is gonna be the Cronenberg thing. Did you ever check? Have we covered the Brood or not?
I checked, I couldn't find it quickly. I rewatched it again. And as I was rewatching, I'm like, I feel like we talked about this, but I can't find any recollection of that episode existing. So I'm going to say I even went through cover arts and everything. So we're just going to say we haven't watched
That's
it for
fair.
the
No,
show.
we'll have. So be
Yeah,
it.
I recovered it for the show.
Sure, you guys will enjoy hearing us talk about it some more. So that's what we'll do. But yeah, we got a nice long BS show. So hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't mind us BSing for all that time. At least you got a long show out of it.
Yeah.
So
Mostly
that's it.
what 85% horror content.
Yeah, lots of horror. Yeah, a little bit not, but for the most part, we definitely overfilled the quota. There's probably
Yeah.
more horror talk on the BS show than there was the regular shows lately for the
It's
intros.
very,
So,
very true.
so that's cool. Only this show you could say that about. You want your horror fix? Go to the show where they BS instead of as opposed to the regular horror shows when they review.
I gotta throw everybody off. I gotta say the return of BS. So everybody thinks Brandon's coming back, and it's just a bullshit show.
And I could say the return of BL, Banana Laser.
Yeah,
So.
there you go. Well,
There you go.
every B but B.
Right. Yeah. B but B. Yes, indeed. IMDb.
On that note, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
That's it. All right. We love you guys. Thank you so much for everything. Much love. And yeah, Manchichi, Manchichi. Peace out.